it's just like, man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race. Like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know? But you have to step away from it.
is no escape. Only oblivion.
No escape tonight is sure from the Oceanic Challenger Series. My name is Max Rogi for Foglia. Joining me tonight is Jimmy Preacher Fu on the desk. Good evening, everyone. Now, Jimmy, got a little bit of delays here to start things off, unfortunately, but of course, we can talk a little bit about the games coming up.
And who would want to escape with this game coming up right now? We actually have XL5 versus Legacy Genesis. That's a battle of the Titans. I wouldn't want to leave my seat if I were you.
Yeah, definitely an epic game to come. But before we get things started away too in depth, we're going to have a look at the standings of all the teams so far and kind of catch you guys back up to speed. A lot of teams currently on 3-1, so it's pretty much a tie for first spot right now.
Well, we've actually seen that in last split as well. It's usually the teams that really want to vie for the playoffs. They don't really want to fall behind as much as we do get the graphics up. We can see that these four teams, they really do want to get that #1 place. Everybody else who's lagging behind, they still want to keep it in there just so they can maybe stay inside the OCS next split and not get relegated.
Exactly right here. As you can see, we got Trident Esports, Sin Academy, XL5 and Team Fortnite all sitting on 3-1 right now. It's very difficult to really get a clear-cut favorite about which one of these guys are going to come out ahead at the end of tonight. Then, of course, sitting at your 5th and 6th spot, you have Nuovo Gaming and Legacy Genesis, two teams that we thought were very early frontrunners, but now are actually on 2-2. And, of course, trailing a little bit behind here, Reload and Alpha Sydney sitting on 0-4. Very unfortunate for those two teams.
And it's actually quite strange that we do see Nuova and Legacy in those spots that they are in, because at the very least at the start of this split, I can't speak for anybody else, but I certainly had them very high. In fact, both of them in my top 3. So to see them lagging behind on that 2-2, it's not the worst in the league, but it is a little bit behind the front runners, and it's just quite strange to see. It's a combination of just subbing in and out and having this miscommunication between your team, and also misdrafting. So not playing towards your players' advantages. So hopefully both of these teams, they can fix that and look at the top tier teams to maybe catch up to them.
Well, it's always been a little bit strange to me because both those teams have a great lineup and a lot of potential to reach those high notes. They just haven't found their footing yet. But we'll have a look at what games are coming up tonight to see if maybe either of those teams can pull out a win. First off, of course, as we mentioned at the start of the show, XL5 taking on Legacy Genesis, surely to be an epic game. Later on then, game number 2, Alpha Sydney taking on Nuovo Gaming. For game number 3, Sin Academy going to be taking it to the Rift against Team Fortnite. Remember, both these guys currently 3-1, so we will be seeing them draw away from the pack a little bit. And then later on in the evening, Trident Esports taking on Reload Esports, so Battle of the Esports.
It's always a battle of the esports, it seems, even though we only have 2 within the league. So the very last game, it sure is going to be a ripper. But looking at these games that are coming up, it really does look like it's yet another defining week for us, because we say this week after week, but every single week that we play, it always looks like these teams just keep on catching up to each other. And now finally we have 4 very distinct people at the top. Surely some people must break apart from the rest of the pack.
That's exactly right, and 2 teams looking to do so tonight. XL5 and Legacy Genesis right now, of course, Legacy sitting on 2-2, XL on 3-1. So XL5, they've had a little bit of a strife here in the bot lane, but looks like they finally got their roster secure. They're bringing in Destiny to fill up that support role. So that's got to be good coming into this game, because Legacy Genesis, despite having them slip a few times here and there, have really shown signs of being one of the best teams that OCS has to offer.
And talking about the bot lane for XL5, it really is an important note to touch on, because if we take a look at it, it really was the reason why maybe they didn't come up strong within the past 2 weeks. It could be because of the change-up and the imminent change-up. We're talking about week 3, of course. That may have stirred up the team, especially the bot lane, a lot. Now that they do have their solid roster, it hopefully is much better for them, because Blinky, he is just that ADC who you just want to see carry games over and over again, and he just needs that support to enable him to do so.
That seems to be kind of the problem with the current patches. You've got these carry ADCs who love to go off, love to get ahead and just be the backbone of their teams, and they can't really find an avenue right now, as the majority of the most powerful ADCs are actually the Sivir, the Ashe, maybe even a little bit of Jin. I feel like they would lean towards that Jin who's that long-range initiator, but also has the damage to back it up.
And with the exception of Jin, all of those champions who you've touched on, they are more utility-based ADCs than anything else. And it's really important to say that because we have noticed, at the very least within this split, that ADCs don't do so much of a job as they did in previous seasons because it's just so hard to play them now. You've got all of these people who want to be up in your face. You can barely do any damage because most of your build paths are very hard and very expensive to get into any significant breakpoints. So to have those utility ADCs such as the Sivir is really important for your team. Jin obviously is the one exception because he can just stay so far back with his curtain call.
It's insane. The range on that champion is a little bit obnoxious to say the least, but we're going to have a closer look at the two teams playing tonight and really fill you guys in on what to expect. Of course, Exile5 in the top lane, sick jungler on Fesh, Suman in the mid, Blinky and Destiny now rounding out that bot lane. Of course, on the flip side, you've got Legacy, Genesis, Kulo up in the top, Babib roaming around the jungle, Ryoma, the godlike Azir in the mid, Zami on AD carry and filling in for them tonight. It will be their Legacy coach, the Legacy OPL coach, Minky Whale.
We actually saw Minky Whale substitute in before, not as a support, but actually as the top laner. Who knows what he brings to support? He could bring that shot calling. He could bring that team composition. Everybody centers around the way that he plays. Anything is on the table. Maybe even a Talia support.
That would be hilarious to see. I was just about to say, that's exactly right, Jimmy. You're making some great points here. Then you finish it off with that. So don't think we will be seeing the Talia support tonight by any stretch of it. You never know, they could pull out something cheeky, but I'm sure their win conditions are usually make sure Ryoma gets ahead and really get the ball rolling. There last week, I can't remember who they were versing. I think it was Trident, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe they did a really good job of shutting down Ryoma, just didn't allow him any avenues of getting ahead.
Well, that's what they did, right? They gave Ryoma the Azir, and Ryoma was probably sitting there in Champion Select saying, hey, I'm really happy, I'm really comfortable, I'm just going to be sitting in this lane farming up, waiting for the mid to late game, and then I'm just going to explode into the game and just rip everybody apart with a massive AoE and also consistent damage in the middle of all of them. Nope, just didn't happen because he got assassinated over and over again. And it just goes to show you that no matter how competent you are in a champion, no matter how well you prove it, if you go behind that massively, you're going to stay behind.
That's exactly right. But on the flip side, of course, you've got Exile5. They finally have a consistent lineup here. So we will be seeing a little bit of the issues maybe from last week that they showed kind of disappear here coming in. Of course, there still is, they got to get used to the new support Destiny, but I'm sure they'll have a much better showing. Morale maybe a little bit higher now as well.
Well, we take a look at the individual players on Exile5, especially before when we saw the subs and also the old support Yuzuki, and you would by no stretch say that they were bad players individually, but they just lacked the communication. That was really the biggest feature. So now with this solid support in Destiny, now that their roster's been locked up once again, hopefully they should be able to get back onto the safe ground, because that is really the thing that they were missing out on. As individuals, they still had the amount of playmaking that they had before.
Well, I'm really actually interested in the mid lane matchup here. You've got Suman taking on Ryoma here, and you've got basically the control mage god versus the assassin god. Basically, I just think Fizz and Azir kind of represent these two players to their fullest extent. So I'm hoping Suman can bust out something here to the likes that Ryoma just can't seem to play against to give us a very exciting game.
I actually like the fact that you touch on the Fizz, because that is really the most memorable game of Suman so far. He just went off on that. He barely died any times despite the fact that his team lost it, and he just managed to find kills wherever he could, you know? There were just these stragglers. Maybe they weren't grouped up as 5 just yet. They said, hey guys, we're just going to wait for you up here. All of a sudden, bam, Suman right in the middle of them. Assassination.
Yeah, it's been an interesting thing as well with the new patch currently coming in to 6.13. We've seen a lot of various changes, a few item changes that really impact the support meta. Kindred basically gutted at this stage, losing out on her heal in lieu for a kind of, movement speed and attack speed debuff on jungle camp. So she won't be seen too much unless people figure out maybe a different build path or a better way to play her. So if you want to run us through some of the more notable changes of 6.13 while we're waiting for these guys to get in the game.
Well, that actually was one of the biggest changes, because we actually saw Fesh prioritize his Kindred, and now I don't believe that he is able to any longer, because while you do the regular camps and your health stays similar, that's the way that the calculation was meant to stay.
Sure.
One of the advantages that Kindred had in her jungle pathing was the fact that she could go for the Scuttle Crab, and she could actually get get off 1 or 2 extra heals off of that. Now, you're not slowing its attack speed because it doesn't attack you. It's just trying to run away from you. So
poor little Scuttlecraft.
yeah, effectively, you don't get that double heal before you go for the early gank. It's going to set her so far behind because she has to go back to get some health. It's just a whole snowball of things that you don't really want to consider as a jungler.
And when we look in the bot lane at the supports right now, you've seen the Ardent Sensor get a huge buff to the shield and healing capabilities. And when you look at two of the most prominent support characters at the moment, the Soraka, the Karma, and the Bard, all of them benefiting a little bit here and there. But I really want to touch on this Karma. We saw the other night where Abyss took out Chiefs and T-Gun's Karma was just destroying everyone, getting the nice double kill. Undertale was very hyped, to say the least. Now, this champion just has another avenue she can go to be more useful to the team. Is that just pushing her over the top here, do you think, Preacher?
Oh, most definitely, because if you took a look at Karma's in the past, we just said she is that light Sivir ultimate in which you can sort of reposition, if nothing else, just to get away from the actual Sivir ultimate on the enemy team. But now we've seen the true potential of it with T-Gun's outplay, that 1v2 under the turret and just getting that double kill. Absolutely amazing. We see that she can actually output a lot of damage. She can kite around. She's got all that utility. It's just a new way to play her because you can build damage and it just lets your opponents know that you've got an extra man on the team.
That's exactly right. And of course, now that we've had a quick look at the bot lane, we will kind of reverse that look at the top lane here. Now, one of the biggest nerfs, in my opinion, coming into it is that teleport. A second extra on the channeling duration is just... it makes all the difference. I remember reading that in the patch, I was thinking, it's not too bad. I'm sure it'll be fine. Then playing it, you're just thinking, hurry up, let me get in. I want to fight. I can't do anything. I'm stuck here. Just sitting there. And they're just like, oh, he's teleporting. I may as well get this kill, get another wave of minions, and back off before I can even get to lane.
Yeah, and that is one of the
the
biggest changes to that teleport, because you read it and you say, sure, it's only going to be a nerf on the people who are teleporting, notably the top laners and maybe the mid laners, but it actually tilts the enemy team as well, because these teams, they've only had about a week to play on this patch, so they're not really used to it. Hopefully we won't see anybody messing up, but if we do, then it's going to be something like a Bard using his bind 1 second too early because you just time it off. Any sort of CC like that, and it just throws everybody off with that, as well as just the top laners being so slow to the party.
Look, it's one of the most impactful summoner spells in the game, of course, besides from Flash, and we've just seen champions like Alawi, who's just risen into popularity, even Hecarim as well, who really need this to be able to get into that backline to utilize the flanks to their maximum potential. Now, do you think we might not see those characters that have those lacking movements like the Alawi just due to it being more difficult to initiate a flank?
It's definitely going to take the power off of Alawi for Hecarims that we saw last night in the OPL, of course.
Pac-Man just dropping everyone.
Maybe that's not such a huge nerf, because even if you're a whole second behind on your teleport, you still have all of that movement speed to run fast, especially after a few minutes, I believe 20 minutes it is, how you get home guards as it is, even with the Baron buffs, so even more movement speed off of your teleport. Not a problem at all, but Alawi, that's one of the biggest concerns, because besides her one dash that you only really use as a dash, she doesn't really have much movement speed.
Wouldn't even call it a dash, really.
No, it's so short range, so she has no real way of getting into the enemy team. Putting a whole second on that teleport, it just gives the enemy team a whole second to back out.
That's exactly right here. And of course, some of the other strong champions in the top lane, it did see a little bit of the nerf bats smacking them around. Aurelia kind of got that ulti nerf. I think 40 seconds at rank 1 up on her ultimate. That is huge.
Of course it is. And some people may look at Irelia and say, this isn't really the nerf that she needed, because she was buffed in a way that wasn't direct. It was, of course, the Triforce buff. She didn't need the crit. She needed more attack speed. Now she got
cooldown reduction as well.
Yeah, more cooldown reduction as well. Everything's good for Irelia, right? So now we have to nerf her. They nerf her ultimate. But it actually is a nice way to nerf her, because it gives more of a window to outplay her. She traditionally uses that ultimate to not only shoot her enemy for more damage, but also shoot through a whole minion wave just to get some more health back.
The huge heals.
Yeah, now it gives much more of a window, like you said, 40 seconds at rank 1 for the enemy to outplay that, because they've got a huge window to trade.
It's really, really big, and of course that will give way for Jax to kind of rise up, because it was always that kind of struggle between who's the main hyper carry do I want on the top lane. Is it going to be Trundle, is it going to be Jax, or is it going to be Irelia? And right now, after Irelia's falling off just a little bit, Jax kind of has that clear-cut role as if you want your top laner to carry, put him on the Jax, put him on the Trundle, maybe even the Shen, who we've seen. Because kind of right now, it's who can survive lane against Trundle? Okay, they're good in the top lane.
Well, that's really it, isn't it? And right now, Shen does that the best. So it really is the Shen and Trundle disparity. Maybe we'll see a Jackson there.
Yeah, all right. Unfortunately, guys, we are still experiencing a little bit of technical issues server side. We are going to go to a short break, but when we come back, hopefully, we'll be into game number 1, XL5 versus Legacy Genesis.
So I said, no, 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 it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed alone, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed alone, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling.
Wait a minute!
So I said, no, 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 it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed alone, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed alone, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling.
matter what planet, no matter what galaxy, they always look up in wonder. Some fall to their knees and worship. Others hide behind walls and towers. But the thing they do best is beg for mercy. It's just adorable.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologize for the delays we have been experiencing. Due to some technical issues, XL5 will be using their substitute player up in the top lane, Prayless, replacing Sick here.
And because of that, they're going to lose all of their bans. In the current meta and current patch, it's going to be so hard because it's going to mean that there are 3 less champions banned, 3 more champions on the board effectively. So hard.
That's exactly right. So we are going to get into game now, sending it over to Hysterics and Mendrix to take you there.
Thank you very much, Rogi. We're glad to be here. It's been a bit of a wait, but Mendrix, it's okay because we're here now, and that's what matters. We're going XL5 and Legacy Genesis to start you off for the night. And Legacy Genesis, of course, not having their support down in the bottom lane. So that, of course, you can say, well, that's a big thing. But XL5 having Prayless in the top lane instead of Sick, now that's massive for XL5, and that could affect the win condition.
One of the big things that they lose out on there is actually the Fizz flexible pick, because Sick and Subin are actually quite proficient on that champion, which means that they do decide to, if they do decide to pick it up, there's a high chance that it's probably going to be on Subin. It's just one of those things that used to throw teams a little bit off when they saw it, but now that's one advantage that they're losing on the side of things. And mind you, both of them not having particular laners isn't the biggest issue at the end of the day. You still have 4 members strong who know how to work with the team, and the big thing about it is that person just being able to slot in and make sure that he can fulfill that role that he needs to do. If he can do that, he doesn't mess with other 4 chemistry, everything's sweet for both these teams.
Absolutely, and of course XL5 last week coming off a massive win, and you see Legacy Genesis unfortunately didn't pick that one up, so they are slightly on the bottom side of the roster coming through. They are in 6th, I believe 5th and 6th place with Nuovo Gaming, but XL5, they're going to need this win to define themselves coming through this competition. Now, if they do get this win, they do have the possibility of getting closer and closer to relegations. As we do jump into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen, first band's going to be coming through. Remembering that XL5 has lost, I believe, all their bans. That's all 3 coming through. And like Preacher said, it's a meta that you kind of need to ban these things away. Maybe not Vladimir and Swain anymore, but there's still a lot on the board.
There's always a lot on the board. There's always a couple champions that are out there with the big. Well, it's still Vlad. It's still going to be banned out, which is annoying. Even though he got hit a little bit in the most recent patches, some of the big resurgences out there seems to be Hecarim. You do have Shen coming into it. So a few of these guys are starting to creep back up there as other champions are becoming nerfed and are no longer that relevant, or perhaps a little bit weaker. I mean, looking at Kindred in particular, did take a bit of a big hit there, losing a lot of sustain and some armor as well to boot. It means she's going to have a bit of a rough time in the jungle, basically stopping her from doing those 2v1s that we've seen happen before.
Absolutely, and I feel like we're jumping away from that Kindred anyway, going more towards that Gragas at least. Even the Graves coming through, remembering that only does prioritize something along those lines. But look, we also see Fesh, who loved his Kindred. It's a little bit sad that does get hit, because now Fesh sort of has to opt away, might be going for those sort of team-orientated junglers instead. We did see the other night, and like you said, Hecarim, wow.
Yeah, Hecarim's very big. In top lane, also in jungle. Jungle's primarily where he's really coming into his own. And it's just one of those things that because these champions like Kindred, like Nidalee, like Graves are sort of slowed down the amount of pace that they have in terms of how fast they clear the jungle and how much damage they can put out, gives time for Hecarim to actually move around, get to his farm, get to those item breakpoints, and then actually be relevant throughout the game.
So Nidalee gets taken away. That's a direct nerf away from Fesh, and that's going to hit him hard as well, limiting his junglers coming through. The final ban going to come through for Legacy Genesis. In the meantime, we do see that one phased out once again. Legacy Genesis have a lot of time to think about this one.
So they could also look at taking the Graves away. That really limits the amount of options that Fesh has. One of the big things you can go for is you can still pick up Rek'Sai. Even though Rek'Sai is considered to be more of a tanky jungler, she does have that carry potential factor, that basically able to run around, make sure that she does a lot of chaos on each side of the lanes, popping out wherever she needs to be, and absolutely taking everything away. Because it's one of those cases where she's going to come in, she's either going to force the flash the first time, she can come back around again. And you can really put those tunnels in some really annoying places, and that really does affect how the players want to go, because that means she can then jump into that tunnel that you can't delete, and then she can then make another tunnel get straight to you.
That's exactly right. Instead, Lucian gets taken away from Blinky, but first pick on XL5, they have the Karma open, and Destiny picks that one up. Or Flex.
So it could be one of those things where they decide to put her in mid. It's something that some players have been basically just, let's take away the Karma from their support, and that way we can just use it wherever we need to go. I do like some of the picks that actually come across there for Legacy Genesis.
Yeah, absolutely. Straight away, they lock in the Trundle there, and they lock in the Ezreal as well. You have seen Zami on these real heavy carry, late game style 80 carry, so he picks up the Ezreal, and the Trundle, of course, one of the biggest at the moment in the top lane.
He just remains relevant for that, and it's purely because of the amount of sustain he has from his passive, and in generally the fact that his ultimate as well basically means if he loses a trade, he can literally just pop it back on them, immediately draw back, and actually end up winning from it. Because it's one of those cases where he can go through, lose a trade, but it's fine. One more minion wave, he's already back, or perhaps in front of the person he's versing.
So do you think now that Trundle's a much more solid pick, already was before a very high priority, now that Aurelia's been taken down a bit?
It's one of those things where the Aurelia buff, although significant, means that it is a massive nerf to her ultimate. It means she can't be as liberal with it. She can still hold on to it, make sure she uses it in those particular times that she needs to, and absolutely burst him down. Because the big thing is he's taken away stats from Aurelia, her defensive, her armor. He's getting a little bit of HP back from his or flat HP back, but the big thing you need to know about that is she's still doing true damage. She still has the ability to blow you out, blow you up before you have a chance to suck everything out of her.
So could possibly still see that tonight. And Gragas, like we said before, Fesh picks that one up. And the Sivir Karma comp down bottom.
So that's going to be really hard for Legacy Genesis to deal with. They are so strong in basically being able to come out there, just throw all their abilities out, poke from afar, and on top of that, they're very defensive. The moment anyone tries to re-engage onto them, it's just immediately I can either go pop on the hunt, get on out of there, or the next thing we can look into doing. Okay, no worries. I think you want to announce that. I think we've always heard about this.
Worked out the other night on OP. I mean, like, look, it's a bit of a difficult lane, but I mean, that Weaver's Wall, that ultimate coming through, is really good for that mid game. But as Frostgren said on the desk, I believe it was last night, unless my days have just muddled themselves up, Talia has a bit of spiking control.
That's absolutely right. And the big thing about her as well is that she is very hard to deal with in lane. If you do try to get up to her, she's able to walk around you, basically using all her abilities. That worked ground, giving her that increased movement speed, allows her to actually take control of the lane, remain in control. The big thing about her is that if she does get caught, she pretty much has no real way to escape other than her ultimate, which you can still drag her out of anyway.
Absolutely, and of course, and another point was that she does fall off, so versing a Rise, see if that comes through. Looking forward to what XL5 pick as their last couple coming through. And the Shen does come through in the end, and the Zed as well against Italia.
So we mentioned Shen has become this resurgence that sort of popped up for the teams, and it's just one of those cases where him being able to use his feint to basically stop any auto attacks from coming through. You look at it and go, well, why is Shen so popular now? Like, what changed? Well, carry top lane has changed. You've got Jax making a big mark. You've got Aurelia making a big mark. Trundle, always been strong. Very auto-attack focused. The fact that he's able to negate a whole chunk of damage and actually come back with his own percentage form back at them is just huge. It means he can actually even win trades. Not to mention global pressure is something that has always been his strength. And it seems to be something that's even emphasized now with that teleport north.
That's exactly right. So final pick for XL5, done and dusted there. Minky Wild going to be doing the last one there for Legacy Genesis. They do have a lot on the board here, but this is what we're waiting for. Ryoma on Azir. How will it go this time?
So Ryoma, we mentioned, is really powerful, and he's had two really solid games. Those are the ones that arguably were the ones that they were able to win. So the 2 wins that they've got to their name now is probably off the back of Ryoma just being able to move in, use his Emperor's Divide so well, and the amount of damage you can pull out, just raw damage from that consistent control mage. We know Azir is a monster when he gets there. The big weaknesses that come across is that they saw is that they picked it first immediately last time. This time they're picking it last. So they got a really big advantage based off that, meaning they're able to go, okay, no worries, Roma, can you handle who you're going up against? He is going into a Z, which will be a little bit difficult. But the big thing is that last time he was going up against Varus. Varus pretty much is a direct counter to Azir. This is something that he doesn't have to deal with now, so he's probably feeling a lot more confident. Probably deals with a lot more Zeds than Varus's.
Well, that's exactly right. And look, something interesting there is the fact that Ryoma last time, like you said, had a very, very bad day, but it was against a Gragas jungle. So I don't know if we're going to rinse and repeat that one as we do come out of Champion Select. We'll be going into game very, very shortly. Can that Azir survive against a Gragas this time?
It's going to be hard. I mean, you've got a lot of kill pressure in that mid lane. Not to mention, you got Zed. He alone has enough kill pressure to deal with Azir. One of the big things is that he needs to watch out for is that if he does use that ultimate and it is too close to the tower, he will be pushed in, and Azir will be able to negate most of that damage from the death mark. But if you do couple that with a Gragas coming in with a flash body slam early, it's pretty much lights out for Azir. So he needs to be on the ball, make sure he sits back as far as he possibly can, and just sort of sit there and farm, get to that late game, because it's one of those cases where Azir's one of those champions you can really win by default late game once you get there.
Absolutely, and of course some really strong jungling picks coming through as well. The Gragas and the Rek'Sai. Didn't see Elise this time around, but look, I like the way Fesh jungles. I like the way he's so aggressive on that mid lane every single time. How do you think he's going to handle the Gragas instead of going for that carry style orientated jungle?
So you can just really be hyper aggressive with Gragas. It's just sort of like, I'm not going to go for wave clear. I'm actually going to be camping my lanes, going in and getting the kills, siphoning the experience I need from my laners, because I'll be putting out so much pressure that the other person's being zoned out or denied. So it ends up evening out for them in the end. And it's just one of those cases where you can still sort of be a carry jungler with someone who's a bit more enabling rather than actually just raw damage output, just by being aggressive and being in everyone's face.
So of course Fesh going to try that one in the mid lane. Ryoma, a big target coming through in this game. Legacy Genesis are looking for another win on the board to stay safe here. They do want to come close to the top of that ladder. Unfortunately, it's going to be a hard run up as you got 4 teams ahead of them at the moment. And 5 if you count Nuova Gaming if they can manage to get a win off tonight. XL5 looking very, very strong coming through this. Main props to Fesh coming through here and Suman. Their lineup is looking stronger than ever now that they've got a support down there who's, wow. You know, that bottom lane, Blinky? That's scary. Blinky is absolutely huge. They even banned Lucian away from him. I mean, you don't see many AD carry bans coming through Mendrix, but targeting one in this meta, that's a big call.
And it really just shows, his prowess as an ADC in general. The fact that he's able to force bans out is a massive deal. Because if you look at it and go, this guy is the backbone in a meta that he shouldn't really be the backbone in. Mind you, now he is on a control-orientated ADC, utility-based ADC as the Sivir. But the big thing you need to note about that is she still puts out a lot of damage towards that late game with good positioning, a good boomerang blade, and a nice ricochet. You can absolutely shred through a team. We've seen it happen before, and Blinky is definitely the guy to make that work.
So, Legacy Genesis versus XL5. This best of 1 is going to get a win or a loss for either or team. That's normally how it works, Mendrix. I mean, if someone doesn't win, I've never seen a draw in League of Legends, and it's definitely not going to be one now. Some deep warnings for the lane swap coming through. Some deep wards, I should say. As a couple of pings go out, and it looks like we may be seeing a lane swap here. Blinky and Destiny move to the top side. And Zami and the support, Talia, look to be going bot.
And it's been interesting to see what they've actually come up with here with. I mean, a Talia support is something that's very interesting to come across.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she does have a few CCs. This is something we really haven't seen much of. So she does have enough utility to actually make it work there and a lot of annoying poke damage. So probably look for Minky to be extremely frustrating to deal with. And it's just one of those cases where Legacy Genesis are trying to go for this accelerated game. They want to try and push it out as fast as they can so they can actually, they want to go, not Legacy Genesis, XL5, that damage!
That's right, so that's Talia for you with the Thunderlord's proc. Destiny tries to get something in return, but Minky Whale moves top, so we're actually not going to see the lane swap in the end. Standard lane's just reversed.
So what I wanted to mention before, look at the damage. He's killing them. I'm about to say something, and Minky Whale's like, no, I'm going to do a lot of damage now.
That's it, man.
XL5, they're the ones who want to accelerate this game. They want to get to that point where they have this strong mid-game fight accelerated by good old Sivir and Karma. And they're just having a lot of trouble here dealing with a lane that should be able to take out with relative ease. Minky Whale, wow.
So the Spell Shield only going to block one rock there. Destiny, again, just tries to get something out of this, but Minky Whale right now is harassing the life out of it as the mantra comes through. There's the Boomerang Blade, and Minky finally gets what's coming to him. But this lane, oh my god, this is painful to watch.
Must be so hard to deal with at the moment.
That's right. And look, Zami, they try to go onto Zami before, but they just can't with Minky sitting in the brush like that. Blinky a little bit scared to come up, and as he should be. Fesh is in this top side, so possibly to see a bit of top lane aggression very, very early, the way things are going. Minky Well does have quite a lot of worked ground there that he can't maneuver out.
And that's just, wow, he's going to be able to get those landmines off as well. So the big thing you need to note about that, look at how he's actually set up that worked ground. It means he's got all the speed he needs in that brush, stopping XL5 from getting in. So that's a really big how he's managed to get in early, get all that extra quick speed he needs, and see how he's noticed to put it around the choke points or the entry points into the lane. It means he's actually able to keep on having control all around, and he's just zoning them out.
Prayless getting farmed against the turret. Kulo is set up a nice juicy wave for him here. Just got to pick those one up, try and even up that CS. We're pretty standard across the board. Ryoma's already gone back for the double Dorans. I believe he did either get bullied out by Suman or went back for that early pressure, but Fesh is sitting up here in the try. Minky Well again surfing some rocks, but Fesh is here. And here we go, Mendrix. I believe we are going to see a body slam come through.
And let's see how that goes. They're jumping into it.
The flash comes out of Destiny. He doesn't get the tether. Body slam goes into Zami. The damage comes out of Karma. First blood. And explosive damage out of XL5. That's what you get for the bully.
And that's what we're talking about. Fesh being hyper-aggressive, getting in there, getting early, and actually taking them out before they have a chance to get going. They were being so aggressive, so pushed up with not enough ward coverage. Look how many XL5 has managed to get up around that area within that short time. And they knew they had control. Fesh was able to get in, and they profit from it.
So Minky's cheese goes without Fathom. We do see Ryoma and Suman pretty even in farm. Distribution of gold now goes to XL5 as look at this, very, very deep. Ryoma procs Thunderlords, but Babip is there, forces a flash. Fesh is there as well. Unburrow goes onto Fesh. And remember that Ryoma does have the distance, so Fesh does a bit of explosions of his own. And he backs out with a body slam, but Babip, very good timing in this mid lane.
Babbitt also has backed as well, so he was definitely a lot stronger going up against Fesh. Fesh hasn't managed to get his back yet, but he has managed to pick up that first blood, which is a difference. But there, found him again.
Rek'Sai has so much latent damage and has to flash to get the body slam.
Oh, is it going to burn?
No, the red buff. He looks for the Prey Seeker. In fact, doesn't even worry about it. But that's a flash from both junglers and makes an even trade. He didn't have to flash for that.
He didn't have to. He was really close there, and it just means that he's able to get more control on that bottom side of the map, so you probably look to see him get some wards in there. He does have a pink that he can put down deep, which might survive for quite some time. Suman's also in a bit of trouble, and Legacy Genesis at the moment, even though they happen to be down a kill, it's not the biggest deal. They do have the scaling team. They do have the Azir, the Trundle getting bigger. Zami!
Meanwhile, Blinky and Destiny, the Karma Sivir lane, proves to be stronger than ever. Zami goes down for a second time, and that's going to affect the farm so exponentially.
I really would like to see how they managed to get on him, and they're jumping on to Minky Well now.
Tether comes through. There's the Boomerang Blade with the Ignite. They're just going to get a couple of rocks thrown at them. Thunderlord's proc as well, so Minky Well does his best in that situation. But you look at bottom lane, and Prayless is suffering against this Trundle.
Just one of those cases where he needs to just sit back. He will have a lot more global pressure. I'm surprised at the amount of CS he's actually managed to give away. That is quite a large amount. 20 is actually on the side of the Trundle at the moment.
Massive.
And as we mentioned, he's actually able to trade favorably against Trundle if he manages to time it well. But Kulo is more than happy to sit there and continue scaling up, because really, Trundle will be able to deal with Shen towards that late game, and it's going to become a bigger problem for XL5 to deal with.
Minky Whale's there. Oh my god, Fesh! On point, Destiny picks that one up with an auto, and this bottom lane is going drastically horrible for Legacy Genesis.
And it was just really hard as well for them to deal with the fact there was a freeze on the side of XL5 after Zami went down, which means they were able to get even more CS ahead. Zami too, his benefit though, he's managed to, or to his merit, he's actually managed to remain relatively within it, about 10 CS, so not too bad there.
So look, Legacy Genesis, they are struggling in this top or bottom lane, whatever you want to call it. Zami and Minky Well so far, sharing the 3 deaths on the team. Gold is at 1k purely from those deaths. You do see a bit of farm advantage coming from the side of Legacy Genesis, however, definitely not in that bottom lane. The Sivir going to catch up on that wave as it gets pushed through. Suman getting harassed a lot by this Azir. But I mean, Azir does Azir things. And Zed is going to do Zed things, so wait for the roam, see how we go there.
Rome is doing a really good job. They're trying to keep him contained within this. Suman thinking about jumping in.
That's right, but he just does the damage, backs off a Ryoma. Still that 1k in the gold. And you moving the 8-minute game, which has already seen its first blood well and truly dusted. And it feels like this bottom lane is just not having the time of its life. That Karma protecting this CS wave. Trying to freeze it. Blinky's going to let that push against his turret.
And this is really a cat and mouse game between them now. Because now that XL5 in the top bot, whatever you want to call it,
yeah,
sort of situation wants to go, they're actually doing what Legacy Genesis was doing originally before. Minky Well now has to deal with Destiny's harass, but he's doing a great job. Destiny's the one who seems to be taking the worst of it. But if they manage to land on the side of XL5, if Destiny gets off his harass, it's going to be so much damage with the extra gold lead they've picked up over time.
That's exactly right. So BF Sword picked up for Blinky. Does have the collars where going to get the bonus coming through. Only 15 CS into that one. But already you can see the disadvantage coming for Zami and Minky Well, who are now sitting a little bit further back after all these shenanigans up in the top lane. Bammy Cinder picked up for Babip. Hasn't actually evolved that into the jungle item yet. Has actually rushed for the Bammy Cinder. We're very, very close to the Runic Echoes on Fesh. Does have 2 assists to his name, though, so that's going to benefit the speed-up production of that one. Suman, Hex Drinker first item, very well bought. He does pick up the blue buff. They're going to get that extra cooldown reduction. That's why I'm not a color caster, because that's as much information about that one as I'm going to give you. But
10% ability power, which Suman doesn't really benefit from.
Well, that doesn't matter. He still has a cooldown reduction, still gets the energy recovery. And Rome are going to pick up blue as well. Seeker's Armor Guard on this Azir. Does actually get that before anything else. So both building resistance against their mid lane opponent. As here comes Rek'Sai. Babip's there. Looks for the Prey Seeker. Doesn't actually know Fesh is there yet. Fesh does have 6, so that means Explosive Cask is up if Babip wants to engage.
And now they're just going to see if they're going to jump across in there. Babip might want to hang around. He seems fairly confident that Fesh is backed away, and he rightfully so. He is at the Grump at the moment. And now these teams are just sort of sitting back. Legacy Genesis still have a ticking time bombs on their side, meaning the longer this game goes, they still have the ability to get back into it. XL5, though, are well in control, and they should be at the moment. This is part of what they need to execute. They need to get to this sort of mid-game spike, start their split pushing. There's Suman going in.
Here comes in the death mark, and you got to think Rome has got to die here, and he does. He does miss the Emperor's Divide. Suman already out of that one, and that's 4 for 0 for XL5.
Just really well played there as well by Suman. So XL5 are really starting to initiate what they want to do. Legacy Genesis should be trying to slow this down, but with all these little skirmishes and scraps that XL5 have been forcing, they're going well into it. Kulo, though, really is a saving grace for them at the moment. He is an absolute monster now, almost 30 CS above,
That's
and
right.
actually even zoning away Prayless.
In such a lead down in this bottom lane. Dragon not being prioritized for any teams yet. It is an Ocean Drake, so you can see why that one hasn't come through 11 minutes into the game. Rift Herald, definitely an opportunity for XL5 at this stage of the game. But that Emperor's Divide, unfortunately, misses by a long shot. Kulo pushing this one in down bottom. Babip is coming through.
I would say Ocean Drake is actually one of the more important Drakes to get early, because it really gives you a lot of sustain in lane.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where you go, like, everyone's like sort of on this hype train. Yep, I want to grab myself an Infernal. I want to grab myself a Mountain. But those sort of Drakes, they're really useful when you're starting to push your objectives or have really hit those item thresholds where that percentage extras start to really show. But an Ocean Drake early lets you get to those thresholds or lets you get to that point a lot easier, and it means that you should be able to pick up a better Dragon later towards it.
So Fesh walks towards mid. Babip is there. Soon will be going over that pink ward. In fact, actually opts for the bot side. He's going to back off here, but Fesh is not. He waits for Ryoma, who was just getting the chickens. We can call it chickens now, as Carbon affirms that theory. Ryoma gets Thunderlord burst again. He's going to get out with his soldiers. Fesh was there.
That's a lot of damage.
That's exactly right. So the Zed against the Azir, I think we found a very potent matchup.
Well, Zed will always have the edge in this situation. He has a lot of kill pressure, which is a direct counter to Azir, who wants to remain safe, basically sit there, neutralize the lane, make sure that he gets that severe, super late game that he loves to have. But there goes Fesh!
Body slam, explosive cask, all on point. The damage comes through. Zami, he's only going to get a death mark now. Oh,
wow.
Clean it up, Zed. Suman on point with his Zed 3-0 double kill. And that's going to be the top turret going down.
We're talking about Fesh saying, how is he going to perform on the Gragas? He's been performing amazingly throughout the entire game, getting the early kills, giving it across to the carries that need to have it, and right there, just giving an extra double kill, forcing an objective off the back of it as well. Absolutely incredible play.
That's right. And so now Legacy Genesis look for this mid. Suman's there. He's going to wave clear this one. Really nothing going to happen out of it unless Fesh goes in here. He doesn't find the body slam. Roma already too far away. He's going to back off. He does see Babip, though. He does actually miss these Raptors a second time round. Babip going to pick up this ward. A lot of mid lane pressure, but now Blinky and Destiny finally go back to their lane.
And they're going to start on Kulo as well.
That's right. The Shadow Dash flash comes out of Kulo. He's already used. There comes the Subjugate in, so that's going to keep him alive. Weaver's wall zones out, and Praelis in a corner has to flash over that one. Destiny comes in. Boomerang Blade almost. Ignite on Minky while it's not going to tick over. There's Praelis on there. They actually do tick with the Ignite. Kulo goes down to Destiny. And my lord, that's a 1-for-1. Suman, he's cleaning up. He goes in there. He actually might die as well. Shutdown goes onto Zed, and this is a massive fight as Rima comes in with... Oh my god, here comes Fesh. Blinky's trying to survive, gets exhausted, but the Azir...
Wow.
Messy stuff. A double kill for Fesh, but in the end, it looks like XL5 come out on top.
That was an absolute bloodbath coming off the back there. There was a really nice rotation by the side of XL5 to, we've got the top objective. Let's go down the bottom. Kulo's not going to expect it. They jump on top of him. Immediately the fight engages from there. It looks like Kulo's off is going to have a big problem. But Minky Whale comes in with a beautiful ultimate, and now Babbitt's jumping onto Fesh.
That's right. Babbitt came in. Really nice ult out of him. Gets unburrowed. There's the tether off Destiny. Pillar comes in the way. Mantra going to slow down Babbitt. And Fesh does live to see another day. 2-0-4 in this Gragas. Legacy Genesis rotate to this Ocean Drake.
And this is a nice little consolation prize for them to pick up. It should be free because Gragas has back. Suman's going to sit down and do a lot of damage to Kulo.
There you go. That's the Yomu Zed coming through, who he's not going to be able to steal it this time. 200 health. But Legacy Genesis do pick up the first Drake of the game. Second Drake coming through, another Ocean Drake. So, of course, in this early game, Mendrix, you can say that's great, but I mean, there is a hype train about the Infernal and the Mountain Drake for a reason.
And the big thing to note as well is that XL5 is accelerated this game greatly. Yeah. So that Ocean Drake is not really going to be doing the most amount of utility as it needs to because this laning phase seems to be breaking apart. Legacy Genesis have grouped towards that bottom side, so XL5 in trouble.
Here we go. Pillar comes in on the hunt. Babib forces that one out. Four members, down bottom. Tether onto Babib. It's going to stun him down. They're his main focus. I don't even think they need to explosive cast because Fesh going to follow this one through. Blinky picks up the Rek'Sai. And Babib goes down for a second time in this game. And Legacy Genesis just feel like they're getting caught out here.
Legacy Genesis are really starting to push the envelope, and that's one thing they really need to stop doing. They were trying to get that tower because they thought they had an advantage to it, but XL5 moved greatly, and they're jumping in again.
Mantra Shield comes through. Nice Shadow Dash onto Kulo. This Trundle is not tanky just yet. The explosive cast. Fish does go down because of Subjugate, and a 1-for-1 trade. Praelis doesn't them. Oh my god!
Damage.
Zed. Oh, I just see Zed coming in. I should probably expect the damage coming through, but the 5-for-1, Yomu's popped. And that's death mark down. Zami goes down as well. And this bottom turret, again, it just feels like Legacy Genesis are getting out-rotated and outplayed here.
Civic Karma showing their strength there, really giving the enabling power for Praelis to get up in front of them and force that taunt and allow them to get that kill. Even though they may have traded 1-for-1 in that situation, Suman has so much control, he's able to come through, pick up another one, and it's the objectives that they're getting, the towers off the back of it. A lot of damage there onto that mid-turret, that outer turret there, but at the end of the day, they still haven't managed to take down this mid-turret. Suman doing a lot of control. Ryomo's trying to sit back and farm as much as he can.
That's right, and Fesh on the Gragas has never looked better. You can't take him away from these. Doesn't matter that Gragas is more teamfight oriented. I like how you said in the before we went into game, Mendrix, that Gragas is really good at camping and putting pressure on these lanes. But he in himself is a massive threat on the side of Legacy Genesis. His Gragas is absolutely fantastic. He's building that Belt of Health. He does have the Sightstone, so he went for the Stalker's Blade for the utilizing of the slow. Now goes for something a little bit more tank-orientated. What do you reckon? We see Rylos out of the Gragas?
It's absolutely possible. He's got a lot of things that he can go for. I'd like to see him go for a Deadman's Plate. Gives him a
yeah.
lot of extra speed, allows
Oh,
him,
yeah.
allows him to get into those team fights quicker, which is exactly what he wants to do. A little bit of extra initiation on the side. Couple that with the fact that he does have that Runic Echoes means that he's going to be one really quick big man.
That's right, and Cole just about finished for Blinky as Ryoma finally pushes down this mid turret. Does get the solo go for that, but Suman, oh, he goes Deathmark onto Minky Well, tries to get that one by himself. Nice ult from Praelis. He's going to put the ground down so Praelis can't do anything. And that's 2 for 0 for XL5. They're going to take down the Azir turret now, but XL5 group mid. And again, rotation, rotation, rotation.
We said they wanted to speed up this game. They really have been doing it. They've been just jumping everywhere. Sort of forced that lane swap initially coming on through. They were like, no worries, we're more than happy to take that. This is exactly what we're going to go for. We're the ones getting the turrets. Nothing has fallen yet on XL5 for those outer turrets, except that mid one, which just dropped right then. So they're doing a really good job making sure they've got the pressure everywhere across the board. And they're really taking it to Legacy Genesis. They're not going to get to that late game that they want to sit back and, or what they initially wanted to sit back and do. And it's partially their fault. They keep on trying to go in for these fights. They're doing it again.
Unburrow onto Fesh. Everything else misses. And unfortunately, Minky doesn't get that shovel back in their direction. So XL5 walk out scot-free. Dragon up in 2 minutes. Baron coming up in a minute. And XL5 in the driver's seat have both of those options.
XL5 are so strong at the moment, they can actually go for a 1-3-1. You've got Shen pushing down one side. You do have Zed, who can basically almost 2v1 anyone on the side of Legacy Genesis at the moment. That's how strong he is. 6-1-3. And you have so much disengage, re-engage on the side of having a Karma and a Sivir and a Gragas. You can actually safely put those three right there and just jump on through. And as you can see, they're sort of starting to make that form now. But Suman's deciding to back up. He decides he wants to be a bit more stronger before he really gets into the middle of it.
That's it. He's got the BF sword. Boots are there. Let's see what he buys back now. He finally makes his way to the fountain. He actually gets Boots of Swiftness just to be that pest. Serrated Dirt comes through as well. And a little bit more damage on the side of the Zed. 6-1-3. Got to imagine he's looking pretty scary. He can actually split at the moment. No one can really deal with him.
He's got the Ignite up too, so he can definitely handle 2 people at the moment. Just single out the weakest one, immediately take him out, and then once that's been taken into consideration, see how he can handle the next person remaining.
That's right. So 7K almost gold lead for XL5 as we come to the 20-minute mark, moving into the mid-game very shortly. And Destiny setting up some wards for this next Dragon. Remember, it is another Ocean. So Legacy Genesis do have that opportunity for the attempts to re-engage later on in the team fight. Like Mendrix said, the longer this game goes on, I mean, if Legacy Genesis can get some kind of footing, it will benefit in their favor. You got Kulo, who's doing quite a lot.
They just really need to make sure that they don't have their one of their inhibited turrets broken. That's the big thing. If they can manage to hold on to that initial outer structures, make sure they can keep their inhibitors safe, XL5 will have a hard time cracking that nut the later the game goes.
So Dragon actually gets unprioritized. Assuming pops over a ward. Minky Well already out of that one. Gonna go back to his Shadow now. And Praelis up top. This Shen has been on point. I mean, you got to ask yourself, you know, this is kind of on 6th level. This is absolutely fantastic sub coming through. XL5 lose all 3 bans and yet manage to still play around this pick and ban phase so well. I mean, you got to wonder. I mean, is XL5 out of Legacy Genesis lead at this stage?
They are well and truly up there at the moment.
Oh,
I mean, it's so hard to deal with that level of gold lead. You're looking at going up against 7K almost at the moment.
Yep.
And Triple Ocean, so doing really good there. Nice big O, as Preacher would like to say.
Oh, God. At least there's no mountain in there. I mean, you'd be saying moo in a second. No Alistar in this game, but instead a Talia and a Karma. A lot more mage-orientated style supports coming through. Very nice to see a little bit of a change. Suman does come down bottom, and they do group up. Praelis does have teleport and the ultimate. On the hunt gets popped. Fesh is there as True Shot Barrage gets 2 members. It's Blinky and Destiny. I think XL5 want to disengage this one.
And they're really having a hard time starting to break the base as well. They do manage to get a lot of chip damage off, but as I mentioned, the longer game goes, and Praelif, wow, he's really actually taking it to that Trundle at the moment. But as we mentioned, he can sit there, gets a wave, sustains right back up.
That's it. Full health already. He does actually have that Subjugate as well. Stand United up for Praelis too. His top lane is really just waiting for the rest of their team to get into the fight. Praelis actually almost 50 CS behind Okulo at this stage. So, I mean, you can You can say it is 16-5, but 6K, it should actually be more in the terms of XL5 as again, look at this, just cheeky. Yep, keep fighting. All right, there's the pillar. He's actually going to go for it. Shadow Dash comes through. Destiny is there. Subjugate used in the end. That's right. So the shield is on Destiny. He's going to tether this one. Stop Kulo in his tracks. Grasp of the Undying, trying to keep him alive. Shadow Dash again. And in the end, wow, don't trust my casting because in the end of the day, hi, Blinky, this is your kill. They leave it for Blinky. He picks that one up. And Kulo was thinking exactly what I was thinking there. We're just going to back and forth, hit each other a couple of times. The whole team was there.
It was just a really bad place to back as well. You think you even go a little bit further up, especially with how XL5 have been rotating around the map. So Legacy Genesis giving up a little bit of a free kill down the side. Suman!
No.
What happened?
Support Talia, that's what happened as he comes into the bush. He gets Stan United as well. He's jumped onto Zami. He was actually 1v3 there. He backs out to his shadow. Zami survives. He does actually control this map a little bit, this Zed.
Oh,
Barrage! What was that?
That was incredible. That was an amazing true shot barrage.
Did not expect that.
Yeah, just out of the blue, I saw it coming through. I'm like, no, no. Zami says yes.
Are you for real?
And
Was that a miss-smite? Was that a miss-smite by Fair?
It's hard to say. It's possible that he didn't have it available at the time because he thought he might have actually had to fight someone else with it at that point. It could have been a miss-smite. True Shot Barrage does do a lot of damage at this point in the game, so just really lucky pickup for Legacy Genesis there. And they give themselves a bit of a respite to deal with what XL5. And I mean, it means now that they're really a little bit longer into the game, these big late game carries can get bigger and bigger.
That's it. So Legacy Genesis have their win condition further and further tapped out. Deadman's Plate comes for Babip as his second item. Both Sightstones on those junglers there. Suman moves back into top. He is quite big. He does actually have that Duskblade of Drakthar now. You look at an Azir who has built the Zhonyas, does go for his third item. You'd possibly be looking, of course, at something like the Rylos, like he always does. But Babip securing this top side vision as Suman is up there. And
he's waiting. Oh, he's not waiting anymore. He said, I'm done with this. I'm going to push this wave out, and he's in trouble.
That's right. So 3 members here. Suman backing back and forthing this one. 3 members are up top while XL5 sieges. It looks like the Rek'Sai up top's going to go on him. There's the death mark onto Suman. They're waiting for him to go back to his shadow, but he doesn't in the end. Yes, he does now. Does outplay a little bit. Oh, takes one down with him, but meanwhile down bottom, they get what they need. So this is very disastrous for Legacy Genesis. Sure, they take out Suman, but the rest of XL5 break the base.
Roma went down as well there, so the big person that was supposed to hold it, he went down early. XL5 really have a lot of power at the moment.
That's right, Kulo has used his Subjugate, so he's looking for this one. Babip gets the stun onto Fesh, unburrow there, tether onto Babip, gets exploded with a bit of Gragas magic, and now they're looking for Kulo. Karma comes through, helps get that one to Praelis. 2 down, which makes a total of 4 for Legacy Genesis. And the base, I mean, how long can you stand?
They went for the jugular here. They might be able to take a lot out. They think a little bit better of it and decide to get on out of there. And as I mentioned, Legacy Genesis really wanted to make sure that they could not crack the base. That would be the big thing they needed to hold on to really make sure they could get to that 40 or 50 minute mark and be able to even out that gold deficit that they're dealing with. But now that the base has been broken, they're dealing with supers on one side. They can actually put themselves as a nice 4-strong unit now. Probably keep Shen with him because his ultimate means he can actually just be close by, use him more as an engage, and decide to throw Suman away because we can see even if it's 3 people, he's still picking up a kill.
And you look at that True Shot Barrage, very well placed again from the side of Zami. You can't underestimate Zami, of course. That Baron steal was very well orchestrated. You could say, wow, that's a lucky Baron steal. But then you think about all the history that Zami has in the OCS. And it's very well done.
He used it. Did he get? Yes, he did pick it
up
there.
He did get it. So the Explosive Cast steals away the blue. Fesh still has a little bit of control of that jungle. But XL5, you feel like they should have a larger lead than this. 9K in the lead, I believe. That's my maths. 8K, sorry. My maths not very strong there.
Well, so, yeah, about 8K there. So
that's right.
8.4 if you want to be exact right now. Those tunnels probably helping out Destiny a little bit, or helping out XL5 in general.
That's right. So Babip drops down another ward. Baron not up for a while, but next Dragon coming through. Triple Ocean. 3rd Ocean of the game. No teams are looking for it just yet. However, a couple of pings come from XL5 as Legacy Genesis try to defend this one. They did actually lose their Baron buff. I believe Zami was the only one left up with it. Now has expired. XR5 go for the third Ocean. Well, they're second.
And it is the third Ocean Drake, but it is the second for XL5 to pick up. And here we go, Mountain Drake. So,
ladies and gentlemen,
very big.
Getting serious.
Now we've got something that they really need to go for. So that's going to allow them to really... we'll give them the tools to really crack the rest of the base because it is going to be doing so much more damage against the tower. It also means that if they do push out, take out another inhibitor, it makes it easier for them to get that Baron. So just a lot of good objective control. XR5 really do want to pick up that next dragon. Legacy Genesis need to contest.
So Kulo picks up his Frozen Heart. He's got the Spectre's Cowl now coming through, which means the Spirit Visage will not be far off. Fesh, you get hit by a Prey Seeker. You look at Babip, who well on the way to his third item. And now finally, a bit of a shimmy there. And that's how out of control this game is getting. Legacy Genesis holding on by the grit of their teeth. 28 minutes into the game, well into the mid-game. They are behind in gold. But what they lack, they make up for in Baron steals and other things coming through. Very impressed to see.
The big thing they make up for is how strong their late game is. And,
oh, yeah.
And even though it seems a far cry at the moment, it's still a possibility. XL5 need to really start pushing the ladder, but make sure they don't throw it away in the process. Otherwise, it's a lot of hard decisions coming up for XL5 now. They really need to go, okay, where can we take our fights? Do we want to force them out, just suck them dry from the objectives, get these Barons, get these Dragons, and then take them out? Or do we want to just sort of go for that dive, stop it before they, basically knock them on the head before they have a chance to get any stronger? And it's just a really tough decision to go for because at this point, you do have Azir. He seems to be getting close to his 3-item power spike. Ezreal's managed to get that Mirror Miner finished and stacked up. So these guys are hitting very hard. So one misstep means they can delete someone.
The XL5 starts sieging this top turret. You could see there that XL were looking for some kind of pick in the jungle with Fesh and Destiny. Suman sitting off on the side there. 4 members top. And again, we see this repetition only the other way around. Praelis sits on the bottom side. On the hunt has to get popped as Weaver's Wall doesn't zone anyone out. It was a good attempt by Mickey Well, but just doesn't execute properly. They do look to be engaging, but then Kulo does pop the Subjugate there. So the Shen definitely going to be taking some damage here.
Wow, it doesn't seem to take too much off the back of that.
No, absolutely not.
And now that Subjugate's down, Praelis can just re-engage when he needs to.
That's right, so Kulo already full health, but that ultimate being down is a massive thing. Stand United is up. We'll see a Shen that's going to move over. Bryoma is there in the jungle, probably going to meet him. Okay, he got it. You did it. You did it, Ryoma. Sorry, you did it, Kulo. You did it.
Got there in the end. Those supers can be quite the issue to get through.
That's right, and that inhibitor's up now, so we're going to be okay with those supers. XL5 just looking for their final, I guess, pick in this game. They are 10k gold up. But
I really like for them to continue what they have at the moment, this sort of stance where they've got the Shen who can use his ultimate to come into the team fight, pick up the Baron, and then swap pace. Actually send all your team members down to that bottom side and swap Shen around. That way you keep your global pressure up. He's still going to be dealing with one of the strongest members on the side of Legacy Genesis at the moment. And now it's just a big cat and mouse game. Who's going to be able to actually find that opportunity to get that catch Legacy Genesis is looking for? And XL5 is slowing it down. They're going on to Kulo again.
Subjugate is back up, so this might be a bit of a dead folly as Praelis pushes him back against his turret. They do finally get that middle turret, and XL5 get a bit more gold in their back pocket. But you still see that they're waiting for something. They're looking for something around this map, and finally they've kind of got a bit more objective control on the board. Baron is up. Let's see how this one goes.
We mentioned that one of the opportunities they had was to really push the ladder, get in there. They're going for the more safer route, which is, we're going to just suck the objectives dry. Once we actually pick up perhaps the Baron and that Mountain Drake, then we're really going to get in there. So Legacy Genesis are going to be able to get a little bit stronger. So we'll see if it works out for XL5 here while Legacy Genesis get to sit back. Maybe another Baron still coming up.
Zami does have that ultimate up. True Shot Barrage coming through. Not again! Are you serious? Are you
got
serious?
it.
As they do engage this, Azir is in the pit with his soldiers. Stand United has to go on to Fesh.
Wow.
Destiny going to go down in a moment. Praelis does find that one. Roma picks him up. And 2 for nothing. Zami, are you serious?
And this is what we're talking about, the risks of sitting back and trying to pick up those objectives, feeling comfortable to go in for it. Because it means they can sit there. I mean, before, 10k gold lead was huge, but if you look at it now that we're at 61,000 to 54,000, it's not that big.
What
and
is happening?
now Legacy Genesis managed to actually claw back, and they've got a lot of pushing power.
So
They're going to catch up with the gold right now.
What is happening in this game? Zami doesn't steal one Baron, he steals a second one. I'm not even sure it was with the True Shot Barrage there. I think he just queued the Baron. I think he just got a Baron with a Mystic Shot. Fesh is going to try and defend this, but I really don't think he can do much here. He uses Explosive Cast. He does actually body slam. There's the Emperor's Divide. Suman gets caught out and almost bursted, but the Zed very, very deep as his Ear Turret going to back up some potential support. Minky Whale gets popped, but not enough to take his life.
Oh, look how close that turret is.
That's what matters. So turret's going to survive another day. They do defend up the Baron team. Remembering that Legacy Genesis do have the Baron for not the first but the second time. They are shortening that gold lead, but it is still 6k by Exile 5. 2 Ocean Drakes and a team that is very, very fed. A Zed has got his last Whisper, working into his last item. And a really good point that I think we should bring up that Rusty said. Let's point out that Zed does have a Corrupting Potion, but he could have a Pink Ward. He's talking about Pink Wards this whole Super Week. Pink Wards, Pink Wards, Pink Wards.
It's just one of those things.
Look, tell me.
That is absolutely right. It's just one of those things where Vision allows you to actually enable your team, get out there, do a bit more. That Corrupting Potion, although it's nice to have a little bit of sustain, a little bit of extra damage, isn't really doing much at these later points in the game. I think Zed has more than enough gold and damage items to initially take out an opponent. So you're absolutely right in saying that. I agree. He should probably be selling that Corrupting Potion and looking more towards getting that. But now they're jumping into another fight.
On the hunt, pop. Yomu's pop for Suman as well, but it looks like they can't find anyone. Is Minky Whale the target, or has Suman gone way too deep? I think he actually ults Zami with an exhaust on him. Has to flash out, and this Zed very deep, but does chunk a lot out of Zami. They go on to Kulo. Looks like a massive team fight as Babip tries to get an Unburrow, but he's already out. Destiny gets popped as well. Praetorus is there, and Minky Whale's on the back foot. He flashes over there. Kulo is just frontlining this so heavy, and you see a Zed who's going massive. As Tally does go down, Zami picks up Suman.
Oh, very
nice. Zonya's. He doesn't get chunked down. Ryoma survives. And 2 for 1 means that XL5 are falling down in this almost late game stage.
And it's just starting to get the Legacy Genesis. They've got that scaling team. All of a sudden, the team fights like XL5 seem to be steamrolling through, are starting to shift aside. And it's just Legacy Genesis now. They're closing that gold lead, 65k to 60k. And at this point, that is really not that big. You do have a 3-item power spike now for Azir, so his soldiers are doing a lot, and that is with a Void Staff. That means any magic resistance that they've picked up is being chewed through, so he will be an absolute monster. Can't wait for him to actually pick up a Rylai Scepter off the back of that, and that means he'll have all the engagement he needs to sort of get in there and continue dealing out that damage while people are being slowed by his soldiers.
So backing off the bottom lane, now XL5 just going to clean this one up. 3 members bot. You can see Praetorus mid and Suman going towards the top side. So a 1-1-3 or a classic 3-1. 3-1-1.
3-1-1. It's a 1-1-3 at the moment.
3-1-3. No, okay. 1-3-1. 1-1-3.
It's 1-1-3. Technically 1-1-3, but that's going to be 1-0-3 because Shen's backing. So maybe he's going to wait to see if he can actually get an engage off the back of it. And
he has been
also
been on
crazy.
Point. The Stand United has actually been on point. You can see that he is playing very defensively with it. Fesh, of course, taking the brunt of those ultimates because he's in very deep. But haven't really seen one to engage yet, Mendrix.
Well, I think this is one of those cases where they're letting either Suman or Fesh engage, and then he falls off the back as their backup sort of shield to keep them alive. Because, I mean, with Suman, if he does jump in there and get caught out, he's going to be instantly blown up. He is not the most durable of champions, but add a Shen shield to it, he might be able to actually get his execute off and get himself out safely, which they did do before in one of the previous Barons beforehand, but Zami was still able to pick it up.
Yeah, that's right. So, Legacy Genesis pushed down this mid lane. Praetorus has to back off. Not sure what Blinky can do about it. It's got a smidgen of health. I don't think these turrets heal up. Or at least what they do is very, very small. You can see it there in the bar. It goes up a little bit. But Legacy Genesis don't care about that. That's right. Kulo is massive at this stage. The Sun turret goes up. And that's a defensive point for Legacy Genesis. Next Baron in 145. And XL5, you got to secure this one. You got to get this one.
Exactly there. They actually managed to stop a back from Kulo there. So that means Shen's doing a lot of damage up in that top lane. he might be able to actually pick up a turret off the back of it. And that's why XL5 are pushing the ladder. They want to make sure that they can't get back in there.
But instead they walk up top and Praelis gets it to half health. Nothing to smile about, but nothing to frown about. So you're at a state of all rightness coming through. Blinky is moving up with Destiny. And Legacy Genesis are more or so up in this top lane. XL5 a little bit split as Suman picks up that blue buff. But a couple of wards are going to spot them out here. Legacy Genesis look like they're switching on. Guardian Angel comes for Kulo. That Trundle just not going to die. And you look at Ryoma, 4 item spike on Azir. Berserker Greaves, of course. A lot of attack speed coming through.
As we can see as well, he's actually picked up that pink ward. Do have the Corruption Potion being sold on the side of Zed there, so I think he must have placed his pink ward probably right down there. So see if he can deny something. They might be trying to jump onto him.
Babip does cancel the back. Does get the ward as well. Things have actually slowed down a little bit towards this Baron. 30 seconds remain until... And next Dragon coming through in a minute 30 as well. So a lot of objectives on the board. XL5, I think they're going to wait for this one. Look for a pick.
It's just one of those cases where they're still trying to play this sort of starve up style. They're going to say, okay, no worries, we'll get this pick, and we're able to push the ladder. But Legacy Genesis staying very strong at the moment, making sure that they remain as a unit so they can't be caught out. Oh, there goes the Talia
That's the Weaver's
ultimate.
wall. It doesn't zone anyone out. It's too far away from the wall. And that's an ult down for Minky Whale. XL5 as a 4-man unit. Praelis is down bottom, still farming away. Almost to his final...
Legacy Genesis actually have position on them at the moment. They're really barring down that mid lane.
That's right. So our positioning coming through. That mid lane turret.
They can just go and just take it out now. They're really quick about it.
That's right. Minky Whale takes a brunt of damage. Doesn't matter. Blinky going to farm this one out. Oh my god! That's Azir for you. Fesh has to body slam out. Blinky almost died. Boomerang blade comes through. Kulo, I think, looking for the subjugate. He does have it available. 4-man knock-up comes through for Babbitt, but who is there to receive it? Kulo comes through. He has used the subjugate. Ryoma does have the Emperor's Divide if need be. And all this pressure, a lot of crazy damage coming through. Legacy Genesis almost pick up one, but they do pick up the inhibitor.
XL5, they're trying to be a little bit sneaky, trying to spread Legacy Genesis thin, but Legacy Genesis didn't have any bar over. They sort of made their way towards that Baron pit. They sort of said, go, no worries, go try for it. See if third time really is the charm. XL5 decide to back away, and just with that extra positioning, they're able to force on through and pick up that turret. And because they weren't able to really engage the fight, use that utility that Karma and Siva have, there's not really much they can do to get into the middle of it. And Legacy Genesis just allows themselves to brute force through. And here we go, third time's a charm.
That's right. They know the ward's there. The damage is going to come out massively from Blinky, already at 8k, and Legacy Genesis 4 strong on the back of this pit. Teleport comes through from Kulo. Praelis actually had to cancel his, but he's already in the fight there. They do get Kulo, but he's so huge in this front line. Subjugate goes down, and there's Fesh. Explosive cast, but there's the Emperor's Divide as well. Suman on this backline. He's on Zami. He gets the damage off, doesn't get Ryoma, but Legacy Genesis are going down here because Fesh is an absolute Gragas god.
Wow, that
Ladies
was amazing.
and gentlemen, that explosive cast denied that Emperor's Divide.
It was so well placed, and one of the big things that allowed it to do as well was the fact that then Suman was able to come in from a flank and actually catch out Roma and most of the back line of Legacy Genesis on the back of that as well. So really enabling the rest of his team to get what they want.
They got
and there
it.
we go, third
They
time
did it.
is the charm.
That's it, guys. You did it. Zami, he doesn't actually have the True Shot Barrage this time around, so he can't steal it. But third time is the charm. XL5. They've got 8k in the lead. And this game looked like it was spiraling out of control, but one good team fight in what should have suited. Thank you. There it goes. Goodbye. Wave off the rift. I don't know where that True Shot Barrage goes
towards the dragon. So it's just like all the dragons flying in the rift ready to go.
Well, that's right. And look, speaking of dragons, Elder Dragon is up for XL5. Minky Whale is there. He does have Weaver's Wall. Not sure what he wants to do with it. It's 9k already down.
Here we
Look,
go.
XL5 are just hitting this way too hard. On the hunt, gets popped. Destiny's there, going to frontline this one. Babbitt looks to tunnel in, but it's already down. And the mantra from Destiny is going to help them get out. Now, that's Baron and Elder Drake with a mountain and 2 oceans. Of course, it's not the Infernal, but they do have 90 seconds of that powerful damage.
This is what XL5 wanted originally. This is what they wanted an extra 3 Barons ago. They want to actually pick it up, get that Baron, get themselves probably a Mountain Drake, which they've got, maybe an Elder as well, possibly, and then they'll be able to just have the tools to finish off Legacy Genesis. Those 2 Baron deals bought so much time that even having that extra 2 damage at the back of it might not be enough. They really need to make sure their engages are perfect, get those massive explosive casts, again, that Fesh have, and that will give them what they need to really engage and defeat Legacy Genesis. But one missed position, and you've got a Ryoma, and you've got a Zemi absolutely blowing up anyone who comes across you.
That's right. So Blinky going to be on this bot side. It looks like the rest of XL5 are kind of positioning towards it as well. The Wolf Wisp going to spot them out, but Blinky continues to push. Legacy Genesis, it is a bit of a shaky game. You could cut this game with a knife. It's so intense. I believe that's how the expression goes. Azir does have the defensive abilities, but Ryoma, he hasn't built his final item yet. But you know Azir, he's really good at defense. Let's see if Legacy Genesis can hold this one out.
Yeah, those soldiers doing a lot there to make sure that those minions, even though they may be empowered, aren't really getting through. And here's the strength that we talked about. They're to make sure that if they had a tower there right now, that would be huge for them to deal with. There we go, we got the tower. A nice pop-up, and they're jumping on it, Blinky!
Blinky gets absolutely demolished. Good Weaver's Wall as well. Explosive cast sends everyone flying out. Vesh is just taking the Azir soldiers. Legacy Genesis pick up 2. And that Weaver's Wall combined with what a perfect Rek'Sai knock-up. And Blinky out of position. Intense game.
It was just, and that's what we're talking about, the danger of trying to go head first into Legacy Genesis. They're at that point, they're strong enough to deal, even with your true damage that you've picked up. You needed to have that Baron, again, 3 Barons ago, and it's just really coming to bite them right now back.
Legacy Genesis 4 strong in the mid. We're into the late game stages, ladies and gents. This is Legacy Genesis falling into their power trough, but you can't say that XL5 aren't strong as hell. You look at a Siva who's doing so much work. Kulo is front-lining this, though, and 2 damage items.
Oh,
wow,
that's
Minky
a lot of
Whale.
damage.
And the Karma as well. Gets forced out. He goes onto Zami. He looks for the damage. He gets Ignite off on Minky, and I think that's what matters. His Praelus, the Shadow Dash was on point. Gets Suman with that one, and Azir doing quite a lot of work, but gets a double kill for the Zed. And Legacy Genesis, it looks like they can't siege either, as there's the Mantra Shield. Kulo's going to come through. I think he's going to die. Blinky picks that one up. And 4 for 1. Suman, I mean, honestly, what is happening, Mendrix? It looks like
just
XL5 Siege,
back and forth.
They die. Legacy Genesis Siege, they die.
I'm not sure why Babip wasn't there originally. If he actually had to pull up that peel, if Suman jumped in, he would have instantly been knocked up, and that would have been enough damage for them to actually just pop them on through. But now, because Babip wasn't there when they were trying to pull off that siege, Suman found his opportunity. He may have lost his life for it, but he gave XL5 the tools to jump in there and continue pushing through. They smell power. They're going for it again.
He gets the knock-up, but Babip, I mean, what can you do at 1v4? And then look, they ignore him completely. Weaver's Wall comes through, sends Destiny on his side, but on the right side, Vesh is here on the hunt, gets popped, and they're looking to rush this down. Ryoma up in 3, Zami's here as well, but I really don't think it's going to be enough. Explosive cast, and look, Vesh, you could call him Expecade, but you don't need to, as there comes the Emperor's Divide. Ladies and gentlemen, Legacy Genesis lose that, but only barely.
That was just off the back of them going for that siege. Suman pulling off some really fancy footwork, getting those assassinations off that he needed to get. And then basically, because those team members were down, they were able just to easily go for a nice push.
XL5, ladies and gents, I mean, that looked strong in the early game, looked a little bit weak in the mid game, lost 2 Barons to an Ezreal, one time to a Mystic Shot. What do you call it? What is
Mystic Shot.
Mystic Shot. Thank you very much. I mean, I can't believe a Q Ezreal Q. I know it does a lot of damage. But look,
he did have a Blade of the Ruined King, so you add the fact that you got a little bit of extra damage on the side for the Mirror Mana stack.
He doesn't like that.
And then you also add the fact that it's a Blade of the Ruined King, so percentage health damage. It packs a bit of a wallop towards that late game.
Absolutely does. I mean, ladies and gents, that's XL5 picking up a win. Unfortunately, Legacy Genesis not going to go ahead and move up the ladder. Instead, going to stay exactly where they are. I'm a little bit upset, Mendrix. I'm a little bit upset because, look, it looks like Legacy Genesis were powering ahead from the comeback. Everyone loves looking at a comeback.
That's right, yes.
But look, Legacy Genesis, they did fall off. That Azir was
they
strong.
had the team con for it. They had the team con to maintain and actually take that late game away. Like basically go, yep, no worries, we're here now. We can jump into it and absolutely end the game. But Fesh just coming up with that massive cask, allowing the flank from Suman to come through, meant they could get the team fight, finally pick up that Baron.
As messy as it was.
And as messy as it was, I mean, there was a lot of messy fights there. That was probably one of the cleanest fights they actually executed because they went through, they baited the Baron, that forced XL5 into a bad spot, and then from there they were able to take a team fight that they could win. Because every single time after that, they will just sort of say, no worries, we can just sit back, we're strong enough to take these objectives. We missed this. We missed that. And Legacy Genesis were able to come back.
I mean, you definitely have to give it to someone like Fesh, who played an awesome Gragas jungle. Medrix, I mean, does Kindred matter anymore? Like, honestly, just give this man Gragas. Those body slam explosive casks are just on point.
It's just, well, it's exactly the case. And he's just someone who's able to move with the meta, add his own playstyle twist to it. He was very aggressive for Gragas coming on through, basically instantly going to that top lane the moment he saw how much of a bully Minky Whale was trying to be. And he made it work. And it's just, they really took control of the top bot lane. Whatever you want to call it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw back to our host for that interesting game one with XL5 picking up a win.
Thank you so much, Hysterics. And interesting, definitely the right word for that one. It seemed that XL5 just had it from start to finish. Then all of a sudden, not one, but two Baron steals coming out of the Ezreal. That was insanity, Preacher.
Well, after the second one, we actually, in the studio, were saying, maybe this is going to be turned around. Maybe Legacy's going to pull it back. But in the end, it was that last team fight that actually pulled XL5 back and gave them the victory.
Yeah, we got a quick replay to show you guys of the early team fights that really allowed XL5 to get themselves ahead.
Okay, so if you take a look over here, Kulo is caught, which means that he's baiting practically his entire team to come along. Excellent divide, actually takes Blinky onto the other side, but he's actually the ADC, and Praelis, that tank, he's now pretty much in safety. Now he's going to channel his ultimate, but it's too little too late, and Legacy are going to pick up a pretty clean win coming off of this. Suman just coming along. Very last second. This is pretty much what Suman does. It is the essence of how he plays because he is just that assassin who comes in a little bit later in the fight, doesn't really do much damage, and then just cleans up in the end here. And then if you take a look at this, Fesh just manages to pick up the very last kill.
Yeah, that's basically the essence of the game, essentially. These guys are just butting heads at each other until someone comes out ahead. You saw it was Legacy that started the fight when they were able to try and get the catch onto Praelis. The Weaver's walls that Minky Whale were putting out on the Talia were on point, and I hate to admit it, Jimmy, but you were actually right about that one. When you said that he'll be playing the Talia spot, I was like, you're being ridiculous. You're being absolutely ridiculous right now, but he busts it out, and despite it not going so great in the early game, I think a few of his ultimates throughout the entirety of that game made up for the pick.
Well, that's exactly why he picked it, right? For the ultimate, because Talia, we've seen her ultimate just being so effective on the map. It's practically a Zia ultimate on steroids because it's just so long and it blocks off such a huge divide within the map. It was actually excellent of XL5 to play around that, though, because they fought before Talia got her ultimate and also when it was on cooldown. If you take a look at Fesh going into the bot lane, which was in the top lane, coincidentally enough, for the enemy side, he just managed to take down Zami every single time. Every single time he visited it, Zami had his flash. And we're talking about an Ezreal who also has an Arcane Shift, flash, Arcane Shift, still dead.
Yeah, he just couldn't get away, but he did make up for it, and we're going to take a quick look at a few of the Baron steals that he was able to get, one with the ultimate, one with the Q.
Okay, so here's the first one. I don't really think there's much to talk through.
It's just great to watch again. That's kind of what allowed them to keep that game going for as long as they could. It was just disastrous for XR5. They had control throughout the whole game. Then two clutch Baron seals were what Legacy needed to kind of come back, because you saw one side it's XR5 just attacking the base and they lose a few members, lose the Baron, then all of a sudden it's Legacy in the XR5 base.
And that's pretty much the point that you have to make, right? For all of the amazing ganks that Fesh did in the early game, come on, buddy, you got to pick up your smite game because Ezreal got it twice under your gaze. That should never happen.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the one of the Mystic Shot, because that must have been low. Mystic Shot only doing about 220 damage, maybe a little bit more with the Sheen. So, like you said, Fesh, you might need to work on those smite mechanics just a little bit more as well. They were able to skew out the Elder Dragon later on, but look at this one as well.
Here we go. Just going to watch over for Zami. The teleport comes along, but he's not dazzled by those bright lights.
120 health left on it, and that's just heartbreaking. And then they proceed to nearly get ace here, as you can see the Legacy members just all jumping on in, piling on essentially into that Baron pit, just causing chaos and heartbreaking for XL5 to lose 2 Barons that game. But regardless, they picked themselves up that W. They played an excellent early laning phase, completely winning. It was great to see Blinky on a utility carry other than either the Ezreal or the Lucian, picking up that Sivir, and he did a great job on it.
Exactly, and we have seen Blinky in the past just go for the full carries. We see him on the Lucian, on the Ezreal, and also on the Caitlyn, because he just loves those 3 champions. They stand back at long range. Obvious exception being Lucian, who just dashes in at the correct time, takes everybody down, mows everybody down in his wake, and now he's picking up the other champs like Sivir, which really means that he's adapting towards the meta, and he's giving his team what they need while still doing a lot of damage, because he was just critting and just one-shotting every single wave.
Alrighty guys, we are going to go to a quick break, but we'll be back in 3 with some epic League of Legends action.
Tell me a story.
There was once a pale man with dark hair who was very lonely.
Why was it lonely?
All things must meet this man, so they shunned him.
Did he chase them all?
He took an axe and split himself in 2.
So he would always have a friend.
So he would always have a friend.
I feel like Kindred needs to be a little bit more careful with that axe next time, cutting a lot of her power in the recent patch. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rogi, of course, joined again by Preacher, and we're going to be bringing you Alpha Sydney taking on Nuovo Gaming. And Alpha Sydney, they're currently sitting on 0-4, so this is a chance that they can win tonight, because Nuovo, they didn't look so crash hot last week.
No, they didn't. And Nuovo was one of the teams who we really were vying for top spot. I actually personally had them in, I think, either first or second position at the start of this split. So to see them lose last week, it was really a surprise. And if ever there was a time for Alpha Sydney to pick up a win, it is this week.
That's exactly right. They, unfortunately, as well, came off a loss last week, currently sitting on 0-4. But again, going up against Nuovo Gaming, I really kind of think that they have some momentum. They played well last week. A few of the other weeks, it wasn't so much. It was just lack of communication and coordination. But we're coming in to week number 5. They've had a lot of time together to gel as the team. So I'm hoping to see maybe some new things. Maybe these new carry top laner patches can really help them out here and kind of give them another win condition.
Well, that's exactly what they need behind them, right? Because they're currently 0-4. Like you said, I don't think we need to harp on that any longer. Individually, if you take a look at their players, they don't look the best within the current split, but they have got the backing of Alpha Sydney. Now, if you remember from last split, Alpha Sydney actually did really well. So hopefully from this name, they should be able to carry on their legacy.
That's exactly right. We're going to have a closer look at the team's lineups to get you guys familiarized with who's playing tonight in Alpha Sydney. You got Senex in the top lane, Mubu as the jungler, Ace taking it to the mid lane, Ramon and Harry in that bot. So now we got 2 Harrys, I think. One as an AD carry, one as a support. Hopefully that's not too confusing for you guys if should ever they meet on the Rift. And of course, opposing them on the red side tonight, it will be Nuovo Gaming. Jack Attack up in that top lane. The only jungle. Cheese in the mid lane. Stealthix and Starkle's a nice little tongue twister for you guys down in that bot lane.
Well, if you take a look over at Alpha Sydney, yet again, this is the classic crisis of the OCS where we see the bot lane being split apart. We've got the ADC staying and the support changing yet again. John Riggy is out, and that really does bring to question, does this new support give more than they take away? Because what they take away is the communication from their team that they've had for the longest time, but what they give could be a breath of fresh air, essentially, where they bring new strategy, where they bring possibly more shot calling, just anything that the team was lacking in terms of communication, hopefully they can fill.
Well, that's one of the things, right? I feel like support has been one of those roles that's changed a vast majority as of late. It used to be all about that Alistar and the Braum. Then all of a sudden people are picking Bard, they're picking Karma, Soraka is back into the mix. Hell, maybe we might even see a Janna later on down. So it does call for a kind of a different breed of support players. Not those guys that are used to getting in the front line and being the initiators, but more in that back area, just supporting from the sides, doing the damage, getting the CC, and essentially using shields and heals to keep your carries alive.
And even though I was right last game, I would have actually liked to see the Janna, because it would have just complemented the team so well. You've got the divide, sure, with the Talia, but with the pushback from the Monsoon, that's just so much better because you got a heal attached with that. That is definitely what supports want to look for. They no longer want to be the front line where they engage, but they want to be the back line where they're protecting their carries, and they also just enable so much more with their CC.
Look, that's enough harping on from myself and Preacher. We're going to send you over to Mendrix and Hysterics to get us in the Rift for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Rocky. I could listen to you talk for hours. I don't know what you're talking about. So Alpha Sydney, looking for their first win. They need this. They needed this to stay safe, to stay in the OCS. Of course, look, Nuovo Gaming do need the win as well. They need to get themselves up there, and they need to make sure that they're not relegated down. I mean, it's all about teams remaining in this position. The OCS is a massive thing in Australia now. We're seeing teams that coming through where their combat level, if you would, is so much higher. And of course, even some of the most skilled teams here, I think, have what it takes to go onto the OPL. You look at teams like Sin Gaming, you look at teams possibly like Legacy Genesis, if they can build themselves back up, like Exile 5, like Nuovo Gaming even, that can bring themselves back up. And of course, Trident, who were already in the OPL. Look forward to seeing them come through and possibly putting a spot forward for relegations. Ladies and gents, we'll be getting into game 2 of tonight very, very shortly. You can always get behind your teams, of course, throwing a tweet out there, throwing a couple of tags in as well for the OCS. Or you can just enjoy yourself and sit back, relax, and enjoy the league. Mendrix, I should probably let you talk one of these days.
No, you can keep going. It's fine.
Thank you.
This
like
is
Rogi,
this
you should be saying, like,
this is great.
I don't mind you talking, is what you should be saying.
Everything's good on that there, but
everything's good.
I mean, one of the things you need to mention is, as you said, some of these teams are probably good enough to get into that OPL. Only the best can go up, and it is such an important time as well. It's really one of those cases where, okay, am I going to be defeated by this team that's sort of in the lower bracket? So Nuovo Gaming really need to bring it up a step.
That's right.
Make sure they get into this game and take out Alpha Sydney. Sydney there.
Again, Vladimir.
But Alpha Sydney, you know, this is them saying, you know what, maybe you guys aren't the best. Let the other teams go up there because we want to get some wins.
That's right. So remembering that Alpha Sydney did bring in a sub last minute, so we will see all bans coming out of them. Unfortunately, Nuova Gaming going to take full advantage of that. Vladimir, the first thing off the board, so people still very prioritizing in this mid-top lane carry. Or should I say, control mage? No. Yes, no. Technically a mage.
He's technically a mage. He's a very interesting one. He's basically, he'd be considered more of a control mage, but he's very sustained focused. So you can't really throw it out there what he is in particular. It all depends on
bully.
The metal. He
Control mage bully.
He is a lane bully, and the fact that he will sit there. He was nerfed a little bit with one of those little changes that came across. Ended up hitting a little bit against his ability power, but he actually gets a little bit of extra health and compensation. So it's an interesting nerf nonetheless, but not too much. That's why he's still very competitive, very big priority pick.
That's right. So Zed gets picked up as well. Last ban coming through for Nuovo Gaming. And see if they ban something away from Ace, remembering that Victor is a bit of a potential keyhole for Alpha Sydney.
That's correct. Cheese as well. It also likes to go with the Swain there.
Kindred.
So that's interesting that they managed to pick up they decided to get rid of the Kindred there
Yeah.
after her power was sort of shaved away. Probably they've been seeing a lot of Mubu on Kindred, still using her to great effect. So something they wanted to get rid of. And now it's going to be interesting to see how Alpha Sydney respond to that.
That's right. So instead they get away something early. Alpha Sydney pick up the Shen there. First two picks coming through for Nuovo Gaming. See if we see a Trundle like we did last game. Remembering that Aurelia did get nerfed. So Shen does neglect a lot of those top laners, doesn't he?
He's just able to deal with the big flavor of the month, or what these carry top laners can do. I mean, even if you do pick up Nah, who's sort of starting to see a little bit of a comeback as well, he can still handle that as well because he can come through. He's his big time to trade. No worries. I'm going to nullify all auto attacks possibly coming through. And it's just one of those cases where you need to look out and go, Shen, he's just really strong at the moment against what people want to pick up. I mean, we saw in the OPL Paradise absolutely destroying Jax as well. So one of the things you really need to take into account there is that, is it going to be a Jax I need to worry about? Well, that's sweet. I've got a Shen to deal with it.
That's right. So Siva and Rek'Sai come through for Nuovo Gaming. Rek'Sai last game doing quite a lot for Babip. However, it wasn't kind of his playstyle. But only on the Rek'Sai, something I like to see. And there is the Lee Sin coming through for Mubu. And Ace goes and picks up the Brom, which we haven't seen tonight.
Yeah, Brom's one of those champions. Everyone seems to be going more towards these caster supports, really. I mean, hell, we even saw Talia before, so
that's right.
One of the big examples of showing the big advantages that they have for it. And I guess it's just one of those cases where, we got a Brom now. Actually, if we can throw him in the middle of the team fight and get him in there, we actually have a Shen to back him up on the, back him up as well, give him that little bit of extra durability and make sure that we've got amazing initiate.
That's right. So another couple of picks coming through for Nuovo Gaming. They do have, that's exactly what I was about to say. They do have the Karma open for the support. I mean, especially going against the Brom, that shield
seems to be the bot lane of choice at the moment.
That's right. The Sivir and the Karma, really, isn't it? So, I mean, what else are you going to do down there apart from possibly Janna, which we haven't seen in a while? But no, there we go. There is the Karma. Why have one shield when you can have 5? If that's how you want to look at it. And the Trundle up in the top.
And again, these guys are just going really strong standard champions here. So the Rex are just fantastic.
Yeah.
Really powerful pick. Amazing global pressure. Can sort of deal with the Shen at the back of it. And then you've got this really strong top laner that you're going to throw up there with the Trundle to handle that split push. You basically say, guess what? If you do want to use your ultimate to get away and actually start a team fight elsewhere, I will actually take the rest of the map because he has the capability to do that.
Good point,
and also that pillar does a pretty good job of stopping a Shen ultimate from range.
Really good teamfight CC, of course. And last picks come through. Alpha Sydney, they pick up the Talia. But I feel like this time we might see it in the mid.
That is definitely where it will be going, and it is interesting to see how Talia sort of like to come back into this and sort of saying, okay, no, she's been a little bit weak to start off with, but people are starting to figure her out, know how to use it. That Weaver's Wall is such a big ability, leaves that massive divide for such a long time in the game. If you manage to pull that off and actually half a team from where it needs to be, you're essentially cutting half the power out. You can, if you're losing the game, it allows you to negate their power and actually single out who you need to kill and then take out the others with your superior numbers.
That's right. And final pick comes through for Nuovo Gaming and a Swain. Although his ult does get pushed back to 20 seconds, still seeing the Swain.
Another thing they did to the ult as well was they actually made it the lockout time when you actually flip it on and flip it off. So if you flip it on, instead of it being half a second to turn it off, it's actually 2 seconds.
Ooh.
So it's something that, you really need to think about when you're actually going to pop that ultimate now rather than just, flicking, and I'm being hit right now, let's just turn this on, everything's cool.
So a little bit of time on the Swain, see if that pays off for him. We'll be seeing a Swain in the mid against a Talia. Not a matchup we normally see, Mendrix. Shed some light.
To be honest, I've never seen this matchup
That's
myself.
my
so
man.
That's the sort of things. It's something that we don't
move
see
away
that
from
much.
Me. Don't move away from me. I've been through this. Don't move away from me. Look, that's a very interesting team comp coming through for Alpha Sydney. I mean,
he's got such a firm hand. He's just
look,
knock me away.
All right. Leave the hand. Don't worry. I won't touch you ever again, I promise. Alpha Sydney, I mean, the Jin, the Talia, it's not two you see together, just like you don't see Talia versus the Swain.
Yep.
But Talia in the mid, I mean, what is a win condition there?
Okay, so one of the big things they do is they do have the Braum in conjunction with the Jin. So what you have to know there is they need this massive protection for him. On top of that, that Talia will actually be able to help out with the zoning. Again, if someone tries to jump onto the Jin, she's got an ability that can actually block them off and stop them from getting to him while he's free to continue with his curtain call. So it's very interesting, sort of protect the Jin, make sure that he's able to get that curtain call off and make sure he does the damage he needs to. On top of that, they've got a lot of kiting potential with those two mixed together. So it'd be interesting to see how it works. It's something that we don't really see that often. And I'll just like to see how it's executed by these teams. I'm really excited to get into the game and see how they pull it off.
So we see a Lee Sin get picked up. Now, my question to you is, why not something like a Gragas? Why not something Elise? How does this work with the team comp?
So it's interesting. It really comes down to the player preference. One of the things you can take into account is if you do go for the Rek'Sai, though they do have a little bit of a strong power spike between that level 2, Lee Sin's actually quite effective at really taking someone out and sort of snowballing lanes before Rek'Sai can get into the mix of things. So one of those cases where if you want to sort of snowball the lane quicker than a Rek'Sai can, you pick up the Lee Sin because he's got a lot more kill pressure early in comparison. So although Rek'Sai is going to have a lot more utility towards that late game, that extra global pressure, Lee Sin sort of beats him out between that 1 to 6 mark, or even say that 1 to 11 mark.
Really good point there, and we will be getting into game 2 of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Again, get behind your teams. What are you doing? Probably watching us, but that's all right. I mean, get behind your teams. Make sure you show your support. Alpha Sydney really need this win. I mean, more than anything. Reload and Alpha sitting on the bottom of the ladder. They get this win. They elevate themselves a little bit higher and avoid possible relegation down to the open ladder. And avoid not having some moral. What's the word I'm looking for? Not morals. No, what's the word?
Heart?
No. Team passion.
Team passion.
No.
The will of fire.
Rephrase it.
Rephrase it, okay.
No, you rephrase it.
Okay, Team Synergy.
Close.
Close, okay.
Team
Spirit.
Let's go with Team Spirit.
Right.
The spirit of that, I'm going to leave it at the door. I'm talking about, when a team...
How can you
demoralized?
How can you talk about something that you're not sure?
I'm sure. I just they don't want to be demoralized, Mendrix. That's the word I was looking for.
Show some
Game
team spirit.
Game 2.
All right.
I'm done with my word economy. I'm absolutely blown out the window there. Alpha Sydney versus Nuovo Gaming. Ladies and gents, Alpha Sydney need this just as much as Nuovo. Let's see whose desperation comes through first. Got a Rek'Sai versus a Lee Sin. A matchup that favors one, favors the other. Really, I can't see this going.
It's just strengths based off that.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at what these teams have put together. Alpha Sydney really have the sort of protect the Jin sort of competition in place. You've got the Lee Sin to pill. You've got the Shen to give him a shield if anything goes wrong. And on top of that, you've got the Braum to make sure nothing gets to him as well. So they're going to make sure that Raymond's doing the most amount of damage possible. Whereas Nuovo Gaming has this generic team fight composition. They want to get in there. They're going to use the speed ups available to them from the Siva, from the Karma, and get into the team fights. Actually shut down that Jin before he gets a chance to get that curtain call off.
And Harry comes in before Stealthix and Starkles can do anything.
Damage.
Look at this. The Boomerang Blade comes through, misses the Winter's Bite, and Harry...
That's a big mistake.
He doesn't have to back off that, but God, he's very weak after that.
That's a very big mistake, especially going up against such a bully bot lane as well. He shouldn't have taken so much damage. He'll be able to sustain using that Relic Shield, but it's just going to be one of those cases there. He's took too much damage to try to get that ward off, and just nothing's really going to benefit from it.
That's right, and already this bottom lane looks a little bit scary for Alpha Sydney. Starkles continues to harass. And you wait for that mantra to come up, and Harry going to take even more damage. Look, wait for it. There it is. No, this time goes Remen. Boomerang Blade sends him backwards. And this is one to watch out for, as Remen and Harry are already getting majorly harassed. Look up top, and Senex and Jack Attack going at it. The Shen goes a little bit deep too early. Jack Attack hits level 2, harasses him. And I mean, honestly, So far, Nova looking a little bit strong. A little bit stronger than they should at 2.5 minutes.
Jag Attack is also a champion who's extremely proficient with a Trundle, so not only is he someone who's probably high practice against Shen in comparison to other players, you have to note that he's just an absolute monster on him. Be able to remain in lane, probably sustain up a little bit better than what Kula did in general, and really take it to it. But they're jumping onto Ace.
Nah, flash on Burrow and flash from Ace too. 2 down.
Extremely worth on that side of things. The mid laner flash is much more valuable than the jungler flash, especially with how much more mobile Rek'Sai can be. So probably look for a return trip as soon as possible. You'll probably get a little bit more vision going for that Scuttle Crab at least in. He seems to be taking a little bit of a gander.
He is down there. The Never Move pressuring Ace a little bit. Awarded a spot out Mubu, but the first dragon is a Mountain Drake. So a lot of potential growth for the side of Nuovo if they can control this early. The ward control does suggest that. Mubu moving down the bot side now.
Going to see if he can get jumping down onto him.
Sonic Wave doesn't hit. That's right. So Mubu pulls back to the jungle. Starkles and Stealthix. S&S down the bottom. And I mean, look at Remen and Harry. They're half health. It looks like this is the continuous
Hey, it's
trend.
S&S versus ANA. Nah, I'm joking.
RNA. What are you doing? I don't.
I was even people who catch you off the back of that one.
I don't comply. Like, I mean, I mean, you could do better.
I could try.
It's still not as bad as Preacher.
Okay,
right?
fine.
No, that's all right. I mean, we could do worse there. And look, the Flourish going to get spell shielded by Stealthix. And again, the harass will continue for another 500-600 mana. This is a little bit bothersome down bottom as only since mid again. The Never Move forces Ace in the wrong direction. Arnburrow there. This is going to be first blood as the Ignite goes off. Power Shot trades 1 for 1. And the only difference there is no assist goes to Mubu. But, I mean, a little bit sloppy from Only.
Well, it was a first blood there as well, so an extra 100 gold going to the side of Nuovo, which is good to have. And especially with the fact that he's going to be missing out on that massive minion wave as well, whereas those camps will continue to remain for Only. So really a big advantage coming to the side of Nuovo.
Nuovo look to be in a little bit of a driver's seat. We say that very lightly as 700 gold nearly changes nothing. And see Catalyst coming through for the side of Aces. Bottom lane does continue to press this. Remen and Harry get lower and lower each time we look at them. The Bouncing Blade's going to get blocked by Harry's shield. And Brom and Jin lane. Again, look at that. I mean, like the Deadly Flourish, just so easy to read with that spell shield.
It's just, it does have a very long cast animation, so you can definitely see it coming. So Stealthix just being able to take an advantage base off the back of that. And really, it's up to Alpha City in the bot lane to sort of just stay safe, continue farming up as much as you can, remain relevant or remain relatively within the same amount of CS as your opponent. 32 to 36 is absolutely fine for Jin to be going on. And they're going again for Ace.
Here we go again. Ace, you're a bit far out. The Never Move goes down. The Crow doing some damage. And look, Chi's going to pick that one up. Swain goes into the bird form. Now he's going to toggle out of it. And that is, look, you can say that's a little bit of a cooldown, but still, I mean, it's still a low cooldown ulti. Chi's not going to have any problems.
Well, the thing is that Ace didn't even have his ultimate there as well to deal with that situation. So it's just more trouble going through, and Talia's showing a little bit of the weakness there. Once she doesn't have that flash, there's not much she can do. But Mubu found Stealthix.
Mubu is here. He actually doesn't have ult, so Dragon's Rage not going to come. Deadly Flourish and a nice Shadow Dash comes through. Alpha City gained back a little bit control. Teleport cancelled on the side of Nuovo. And that's 1 kill with 4 members strong down bottom.
Yeah, he didn't really want to complete that teleport there. He would have actually been walking into a blender of champions just to take him through. And now with that case there, it's just seems to be Starkles jumping.
The 1v2 Karma again. What are you doing, Starkles?
He should not have tried that at all. And now
he's no T-gun
coming across.
That's no T-gun Karma there, ladies and gents. There's no rep to that one, and Starkles makes a little bit of a mistake. I mean, that was a bit too sloppy for my liking.
I'm not sure why he went back in. He should have just, decided to back on out of there. Maybe he was trying to sort of hold that wave a little bit further out. Maybe perhaps get something back with Selfix when he did get back to lane. But he gives up another kill, and Alpha Sydney off to a great start.
That's right. And the knock forward not going to come through. Cheese remains safe. Only is back, but is actually on a ward there. I think he knows that one himself. Comes through. Bit of worked ground in the mid lane. Mendrix, his work ground spread out a little bit, but I really don't feel like Ace has a choice where he does it at the moment.
Yeah, it's just one of those cases where, you know, you use it up on one side and then use it again. It gives him a lot of extra movement speed on the side of it, but that means that he's not able to pick up that extra damage the longer that goes on. He has to wait for it to sort of disperse later. And it's one of those cases now that he's sort of used up all the points that he can really use in that mid lane, and Cheese is well and truly ahead already, so a bit of trouble for Ace.
That's right, so Cheese has the Catalyst, blue buff going to go over the side to Ace. Catalyst on both these mid laners. Who picks up the Rod of Ages first, or perhaps they go for a Hex Tech item instead. We have to keep an eye on that one. Remembering that Talias have actually been going for the Nova Fire, I believe. Was it Nova Fire or was it the Ice?
Was it the Proto Belt?
That's it. Thank you very much. Fire or Ice?
Fire or Ice.
That's it. So look, the Proto Belt might come through for the Talia. Interesting to see where that one develops as Slow comes through. Nice Deadly Flourish from Remen. He does have the last hit, but doesn't use his auto. Now Stealthix has the BF sword. Serrated Dirk on the side of Remen with 2 long swords. Damage not as extravagant as Stealthix, but still has a bit of an edge here. He has 2 kills in his name. I mean, for a side that was getting so harassed, Remen looking pretty good.
He will be going for the Yumo's Ghostblade on the side of that with that build. Wow, he's doing just so much damage there. Being able to, you know, pick off a minion, then also get that auto attack hit, does so much extra damage with the Serrated Dirk. And one of the big things you need to know about that is once he does pick up that Yumo's Ghostblade, it will give him all the everything he needs to really get into a team fight and get the damage off and get out before he takes a lot.
She's going to pick up this Bloom. Only moving back middle lane. Or it looks like they do find Mubu and he goes to half health. Remember that Swain, really good for his damage over time.
Oh, they all missed. Those throws.
A little bit depressing. A little bit depressing. Ace moves back down. And that pink ward, remembering that pink wards in 6.11, I believe, changed their face. Starkles gets the binding onto Harry. He actually does have the Glacial Fissure here. Mantra not up for a couple of seconds if they want to back out of this one. But 3-2 stands the score, 9 minutes in, almost 10. And Nuova have a slight edge. Again, slightest with the lightest touch. And Cinderhulk finally picked up for Only. It looks like Mubu actually rushes the Sightstone before going into possibly a Tracker's Knife, sorry.
Well, the fact that he's picked up that means he probably will not be getting the Tracker's Knife. Probably look towards maybe a challenging Smite instead. So that way he's actually able to deal a bit more damage, have a little bit of an extra hit, and as well making him a little bit tankier to deal with any sort of
blade. There it is.
Any jumping that he does that goes awry.
That's right. So has Boots Ruby Crystal coming through as well. Nuova going to pick up that ward before going to the top side. And a Trundle going very well against Senex's Shen.
As expected.
Jack attacks Trundle. I mean, something we should have noted in Champ Select is how comfortable this guy is on this champion.
He's been playing a lot to great proficiency every single time, so something that you shouldn't really be giving him effectively. Mind you, Shen is the one that seems to be able to deal with him, but just not in this case. He's had a really good ultimate on the side there as an engage beforehand. Oh, they might be jumping onto Cheese.
Classic Swain things here. Dragon's Rage comes through, but sends Cheech forward. That's an ult down for the Lee Sin.
I'm not sure if you really wanted to kick him back there as well, because Ace was a bit weak. There might have been a turnaround kill brought off the back of it, but Only's coming in now.
Only's here, gets the Chilling Smite. Flash unburrow Ace. I think Only could do this by himself, but no. Cheese way too low. Never move on him just in case. Sonic Wave not on him anymore, and Ace, look at him. Prey Seeker almost takes him out.
So right there, Senex actually used his ultimate to get into it, really have a powerful engage, but that must have been stopped by Jack Attack with a well-placed pillar. And that means that that's a little bit of breathing room that so Nuova need to worry. Don't need to worry about him coming in at any moment, except if he uses that teleport, they'll get a little bit of notice beforehand.
Tiamat picked up for Jack Attack. You can see why there's so much pushing power. The Subjugate is up for this Trundle against a Shen who's not tanky yet. I mean, scary lane as Jack Attack continues to push. That top turret has taken an absolute beating. And no jungler's really prioritizing up here.
That was a really nice stun off the back there as well. There's a Subjugate.
Yep, Subjugate. And look, Senex has misjudged this a little bit. You can get a nice stun as the flash comes through. Jack Attack has to chomp him down. And the heal's going to come through.
Here we come. Here comes the Lee Sin.
Sonic Wave. Oh, Chilling Smite. The ultimate disrespect.
He was not getting away from that situation there. He did a really good job with that tower dive, managed to get Senex and get out, but he was really in deep territory there. Mubu had an easy pickup. It is an advantage for Nuovo game on this side there, but more fights breaking out. Ace
only gets pushed back into the rocks, but Nuovo 3 members strong. You know Ace is going to go down here, and he does. Here comes the curtain call. Stark will get slowed, but Harry's there. Stand behind me, he says to Remen. But Remen is the person who's come into this fight. Only's going to have the Umbaro. Doesn't get 2-man. Flashes out of Remen.
Wow, it was well done.
And that's well worth. That's right.
That was well done by Remen to avoid Only's getting only knocking him up. Although they managed to lose Ace, there seems to be a recurring theme for them. As soon as they take away her mobility, they have to get that focus going. And Talia not having a good game.
Anti-Lee Sin material here in the Dragon Pit. Look, can't hit the Sonic Wave. Never moved to zone out. And what are you going to do, Mubu? What are you going to do here? Deadly Flourish doesn't hit anyone either. I think Nuovo have this dragon. There's no Ezreal on the map.
They're going to be conceding it from this situation there. No Zami Stills coming across there. A nice Mountain Drake being picked up for Nuovo. They did take a bit of time to get it. And we will have a cloud off the back of that. And now just sort of sit back and see how this game continues. They do have a monster on the side of Jack Attack. He will be absolutely powerful the longer this game goes. This Jhin, though, has an amazing scaling potential. And Cheese is going for a teleport.
Teleport up for Jack Attack. Look at him. He hasn't even used Subjugate yet. He does use it in the end a little bit late. Ace picks that one up. And look at Senex. He trades it off. Harry dies. Sorry, Harry gets Stealthix in the end down the bottom as well. Didn't actually see what happened down there, but across the map, Alpha Sydney get 3 for 1.
Yeah, Starkles and Stealthix going down there. So must have been a really nice engage on the side of the Alpha Sydney bottom lane. Really, that Braum has a lot of power across it. Jeez, what a monster.
Yeah, look, okay. So Swain gets a little bit of a nerf with the ult, but the ult is still just as powerful, isn't it?
Well, Cheese is just be able to choose. Like, I mean, it's one of those cases where you've opened up counterplay. It means you can actually go in there, find him when you know that Raven form is down. But the problem is that Cheese is just using it at the appropriate times, and he's showing us that Swain is still a force to be reckoned with.
Mountain Drake picked up for Nuovo Gaming 15 minutes into this game, and Gold is pretty neck and neck at this stage. The first dragon down, Only now looks to counter jungle. And there's actually not much ward control coming out of Alpha Sydney. Harry and Remen are there, but good disengage from the Karma Mantra. Rodave just picked up for both mid laners, but 4-0 is a lot different than 2-4. And that's Swain, ladies and gents. That Swain, though.
He's going to be a really big problem for Alpha Sydney to deal with. And now Stealthix seems to be caught out again.
Look, if the third hit, their fourth hit, there it is. Glacial Fissure comes through, forcing a teleport out for Nuovo Gaming. Now things are going to get very real as Remen is low. Only's there. He's going to get zoned off. He's going to go down. Only picks that one up. A 1-for-1 trade again. And I don't want to say this is a messy game, but we're getting to the stage where everyone's just dying so that they can kill someone.
Yeah, Nuovo Gaming are instantly going to try and see if they can actually make something happen with this inhibitor, but we do have Mobo as a little bit of backup there. So trading 1-for-1 and then forcing your top laner to come down means that you're going to open up the top lane. So Alpha Sydney getting the better of this trade. Although there's a lot of HP that Xenix needs to go through, so he's going to be sitting there going, no.
Go, buddy, go.
He's like, I can do this, guys. Trust me. I just need to keep hitting.
He's going to get some hits down on that turret. I mean, every hit counts.
Ever.
Those turrets do not heal up, so Xenix going to continue with that. Sadly, his Q does not stack on the turret for a very good reason. Cheese does pick up the blue. Well on the way to his second item. You see a 80 carry down bottom with Yomu's. Speaking, of course, of Remen. Ace. Wow, okay, so he's playing very cheeky with this one. Cheese doesn't get hit by the CC. But look, Ace manages to trade off. Of course, Cheese doesn't have birders. Down bottom, look, Stealthix again. That's the fourth time.
He's just trying to get there, get some farm there. But Alpha Sydney really have a strong bottom lane here. Just seems to be one of those cases where he thinks he's safe because of that spell shield, but there's just a lot of follow-up that Braum can put. And the fact of the matter is, if you do get a Ghost Plate on Jhin following up, that concussive blows will land. And it just seems to be the story. Stealthix getting picked off again and again.
That's right. Turret goes down. First turret of the game, in fact. 17 minutes in. And it looks like a bit of a slow-pushing game coming through. Ace continuing to harass. I'm really not sure you can do this, buddy. Because Cheese is 4-0. And sure, you do have the same items. But this Swain is massive as Jack Attack. Nice pillar onto Xenix. He actually has used the Subjugate. So instead, he's like, yeah, I'll just take the turret. Take it down. Another turret.
Why chase the kill when you can get the turret? The whole point is to take those infrastructures down. So if you can force them out and get the objective, everything is peachy for Nuovo. And they're going to just be backing away now. Look at the amount of tunnels they've got down in that bot lane as well. Just seems to be a network set up by... Oh, my cheese is going in.
He waits for the never move.
Wow.
There is the stand behind me. The turret's going to help with this one. And a nice shadow dash secures the kill. I really feel like Nuovo Gaming are underestimating Alpha Sydney.
So they're really trying to bully out Ace. It's just saying, cheese is going, this is like, you know, everything seems to be falling apart everywhere else. I need to actually make something happen this mid lane, get stronger than they can deal with, and that way I can carry my team off the back of it. But Alpha Sydney showing that, you know what, this is a team game, and really with the Shen using that ultimate proficiently is just been great. And
Run, Stealthix, run.
Oh, he's
just
fine.
Look,
absolutely fine.
Just looking after him because he has been bullied down in this bottom lane. Essence finally built for the AD carry, but you got a BF sword and a serrated Dirk up.
Mubu needs to be running.
That's right. So Mubu actually avoids the Sonic Wave, or should I say misses the Sonic Wave there. I want to land it anyway, but Ace, again,
what are you doing,
bully
buddy?
comes through. Unburrowed. Here comes the 3 rotations. Weaver's Wall, a little bit unnecessarily used, but I mean, going to go down. Why not do it in style? 5th death for Ace. Picks up the Morellos, but only picks up yet another kill.
That was a bit of a silly death there. Ace could have actually gone back afterwards. I mean, they managed to take out Cheese. You've already pushed the lane out once. Just get out, take a bit of your advantage, and come back to lane. Ace sticks around and only seems to be going, no worries, I'll just continue this deja vu train and get as much gold as I can.
So Stealthix sitting mid, takes a Deadly Flourish, which is actually doing quite a lot. Curtain Call comes out, knowing that Stealthix doesn't actually have the spell shield.
Whoa!
Oh, Death by a touch.
No.
Nice shield from Starkles, though. I mean, the Death by a touch, you never know. Deadly Flourish misses again. Remen actually on point with that Curtain Call, and that enables them to possibly get this mid turret.
It also looks like he's
Or does it?
going to pick up the Dustbringer off the back of this as well, but Cheese is in!
Never move on 2 carries there. Unburrow again. Dragon's Rage has to be used defensively as Mubu wants to get out. Xenex there with the Shadow Dash. He gets locked down. Looks like he's going to get bursted, or does he, as Cheese pushing into this back line. He does get the burn onto Xenex. I think Xenex survives this one. No one dies, but nice collapse from Nuovo. Unfortunately,
very well played.
Instead of Alpha Sydney get mid-turret, Nuovo now pick it up.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Remen's sticking around for, but they're going for another fight.
What are you going to do with a mobility AD carry that doesn't have exactly that? Remen has to force out something, and that is to stand behind me as the turret goes down. Never move on to Ace. But look, Cheese goes down to Remen, and that is karma. Well,
Really,
apparently not, but that is karma.
So, I mean, one of the things that they do get the objective that they're after, they pick up the mid lane. They push the ladder a little bit by sending Cheese in. He does do so much damage, and it looked like they were actually able to pick up the tower. On top of that, get some kills, but a nice stand United keeps Remen alive, and it means they're able to pick up Cheese off the back of it. But Nuovo Gaming, that middle turret is a big objective for them to pick up. It means that it opens up the buffs on the side of Alpha Sydney. That means they've got more access to Dragon and no real retreat point for Alpha Sydney now.
That's right. Ace going to pick up this blue buff as well. Gold, again, pretty even. Just when you think Nuovo get a little bit of a lead, Alpha Sydney catch back up. And in fact, they're doing quite well for a team that's on the bottom of the ladder. Nuovo realistically should be fighting this a little better. But Alpha Sydney proving that you cannot underestimate them. Because Ace is getting quite large.
Not at all. And
that's right.
It's just one of those cases as well where Alpha Sydney do have that strong global pressure purely from Shen. He's been using it so well throughout the entire game, either to save or to re-engage on. So being proactive and reactive with it means he's actually using it to its fullest potential. And Nuovo Gaming, now they're sort of hit this point where they're beginning to group up. Both these teams like to fight. They would like to brawl. Both of them just want to go through. They do have the split push potential on Alpha Sydney, but the big thing they need to worry about is that Trundle
I hear the
doesn't
Weaver's
have
Wall.
that, but they're going for it.
That's right. Doesn't get knocked back. Jack Attack just walks out of this. Is he going to get away free? No. Sonic Wave is there. Resonating Strike. Waiting for Mubu to come through with a Dragon's Rage. Actually flashes for that one. Xenix is there. Nice little Shadow Dash.
Huge.
Jack Attack 1v3ing. The Subjugate goes down. There's the pillar as well. How many resources are you going to use for this Trundle? Because Nuovo are mid. They're pressuring it. Curtain Call comes out. I think Stealthix misses out on the spell shoot as well. On the hunt, gets popped. There's the Glacial
nice
Fissure.
flash.
Really nice flash. That's right. Winter's Bite not going to find anyone either. Mubu doesn't have the Dragon's Rage. But Nuovo get out of that scot-free. We're almost.
At the end, all those resources meant Nuovo Gaming pick up the turret in the bottom lane. So, very well done by them. And Jack Attack, that was just amazing for him to actually stand up to 3 members and really showing us why you do not want to give this man the troll.
That's right. So, Alpha Sydney try to capitalize off a bit of an out-of-position Trundle, but Jack Attack's already very, very large. Spirit Visage, second item, has that Ninja Tabby as well to neglect a lot of the Mubu Remen damage. That's quite a good name for a band. The Mubu Remen. We are the Mubu Remens.
We are the Mubu Remens.
That's it. People
Ladies
love
and
to say
gentlemen,
that.
I'm getting ready to jump into Summoner's Rift and give you a show
Oh, God.
that everyone wants to
I
see.
said band name, not like
There'll
team
be
name.
a band that plays on Summoner's Rift.
A band that plays on Summoner's Rift.
That's correct.
What
You
is
know,
this,
At
like-
the moment, they don't have their lead singer, John Riggy, but that's okay.
John Riggy. John Riggy, the lead singer. But look,
Sounds
I mean,
great.
lead singer Harry still doing just as good.
He's
1,
doing
0, and 6.
perfect, yeah.
He has the Aegis built into the locket.
Really, really good covers.
Yeah, that's right. So 7 out of 11 kill participation, not bad. As Nuovo do pick up that Cloud Drake. Next one, not going to change. Cloud again. So 2 dragons to the side of Nuovo. Look, Jack Attack fully pushed again. How much resources are he going to put this time? We have
They
a
don't
look.
have the flash, they can actually probably re-engage, but
That's
they seem to
right.
be too far enough. Nuovo Gaming have a lot of ground in that bot turret, so Alpha Sydney really even need to give up on this, otherwise they're going to lose a lot.
That's right. So Alpha Sydney do look forward to this one a little bit better. Mid is defended, but bottom side with Stealthix, whose Sivir is 041, sure, but does have the Zeal, attack speed and damage coming through. Nuovo now rotate back middle, an easy bottom turret.
And that was just created off the pressure of Jack
That's right.
Attack. I mean, he's just sitting there, no worries. We'll send a bunch of players, and he's like, send them at me. I'll just sit here, survive, no worries. The rest of my team is going to get back into the game. They've got a gold lead.
Yep, there is on the hunt, popped Karma Mantra as well. Harry takes a bit of damage. Cheese has to force the Zonyas with all the crows. Only is there Mubu. He does have the Dragon's Ray. Actually used it already.
Damage.
That's massive coming through. And Cheese picks that one up. How is he even still alive? Stealthix comes through. And look, there's a Shen on the back line who's not taking too much. Jack Attack doesn't have the Subjugate going through. But Remen takes a big Sivir damage. And Stealthix doesn't. Oh, he doesn't pick up Remen. Somehow Alpha Sydney have turned this around. Weaver's Wall comes right in the middle. There is Ace to join into the fight. Only's going to go down as well. And I feel like that is all off the back of a Shen.
That was just ridiculous there. So Shen was actually able to use his teleporter. Actually got interrupted somehow, never really teleported through. So he had to actually use his teleport to get to back into the end of the line and then come back into the fight. Maybe he initially wanted to say, you know what, I'm going to use my shield, get that protective ability off, then cancel it, then teleport from behind to get that flank. Really allowed Alpha Sydney to get to it. A bit complicated to get there in the end, but Alpha Sydney back in control of the game. They're evening up that gold, and they've got a lot of standing gold for them to pick up on the back of it.
That's right, Randall and Zoman picked up for Mubu, who's now looking like a bit of a team fight king coming through. I mean, the Dragon's Rage used very nicely. However, the harass in that team fight was disgusting. 3, 5, and 4 now from Ace. Who you got to give it to him.
He's doing well.
He
He got bullied, but he's made himself back into the game. He's being useful.
That's right.
Another thing about being useful, we've got the Executioner's Calling picked up as well by Rem, and that means that Cheese can't sit there and sustain in the middle of the fight. He's actually going to be copping a little bit of a healing reduction, or a lot of a healing reduction, and that means that's going to make him a bit more vulnerable if he decides to be that front line. Should probably let Only be in the middle of it.
The Only's there, and look, Alpha Sydney ready to engage on that one. Give Alpha Sydney an inch, and look, they will take a mile. They were behind in this game. Nuovo picked something up, but then whatever they pick up, Alpha Sydney just take back away. Baron, the next objective on the board, if the teams decide to choose it. Mubu's there on the left-hand side, but he's going to meet Stealthix and Starkles. Deadly Flourish comes through, Only there to retreat. And it's another tense game for us. We do see bottom lane, Senex and Jack Attack. It looks like a repeat of last game, a Shen versus a a Trundle. No one really wins unless the rest of the team commits their resources to one of them.
That's right. There's Mobo. He's jumped into it.
So Weaver's Wall comes through. It doesn't do much except get Ace in the fight, and that's all it really needs to do. Teleport comes through from Jack Attack. A double kill goes to the Talia, who's in there. Nice Shadow Dash. Ace is just free in this fight, and look at all the damage he's doing. As look, there's the Trundle who has to back out. Cheese is ulting in the middle of this. He gets some of his health back, but I really don't feel like it's going to do anything as Remen almost goes down from the Crow, but Alpha Sydney picked 3 up clean off the bat.
That was so well done there by Mobo. He came in from the flank, absolutely disrupted. They're picking up Jack Attack as well.
That's right. I don't know why Jack Attack is still there, but nice from Ace. Harry picks that kill up. That's going to be mid-turret and possibly a Baron from Alpha Sydney. Mendrix, they could do it here. This could be their first win of the OCS.
And what a win. What a time to pick it up as well, right in the middle when we need these people to start differentiating themselves from the pack. Alpha Sydney coming into it.
If they can do this.
If they can.
They need to keep up the pressure. Look, they're 2K in the lead, 28 minutes in the game. And you feel like it's a bit late game here with the team fights that are going on. Only's very tanky, but look at these team fights.
Well, it's just one of those cases. I mean, time and time again, you seem to be losing your damage dealers. I mean, Stealthix and Starkles were instantly taken out in the beginning of that fight, and that was off the back of that beautiful engage from Mobo. You take that out, there's not really much you can do to actually deal with Remen, or something that you can use to deal with Senex, who's able to just sit there front line, taking all the damage up, while Remen's able to shoot on through, and just beautiful curtain calls across the board. That's really why Stealthix and Starkles were taken out so quickly.
That's right. Ace picks up the Rylai's 3 items strong Talia.
It's all good.
Tomato, potato. As Alpha Sydney looks to be grouping around this Baron side. Ultimate comes out from Only to reposition himself. Nuovo sit there in the brush. And see what Alpha Sydney do from here on as they just do a bit of ward clearance. Stealthic's doing quite a lot of damage. He is down quite a lot. But, of course, almost into his 3rd item now. Nice little rapid fire cannon picked up for Remen. Does have that executioner's calling.
I really do like to pick up as well. It means that he can go through, get those extra hits that he needs. Probably try to save it for that last 4th shot and just do a ton of damage off the back of it. Means he can also get in there, get a little bit of free extra pokes safely.
That's right. Mubu comes back into mid. Sonic Waves have been hitting their targets. Resonating Strikes well picked as well. 2K in the lead still. Alpha Sydney Dragon is now live. It is another Cloud Drake. This is the first time Nuovo might have struggled, a little bit of trouble contesting this.
Well, it seems to be the case that Nuovo just had position on the Dragon as it came up. Whether it was off the back of a team fight that Alpha Sydney recently won, but it just seems to be that they have no way to really get to it. You've got a giant team in the middle of your map stopping you from actually getting through there, so they don't have the positioning to go for it. Alpha Sydney do have a bit of a choice between setting up, either baiting that Baron or just picking up the easy Cloud Drake. So these guys playing a bit of chess at the moment, trying to get some extra ward coverage as Harry's just walking in there, ever so brushless, saying, yep, this is my jungle now, I've got the ward down, yours is gone.
Look at Alpha Sydney, Ace and Mubu sit there in the brush. And you know exactly what this means. They're going for an ambush. Remen sits there with Harry in the middle lane. And they're going, are they at Baron? What's going on? But ward coverage from both teams. Of course, Alpha Sydney do clear out most of this here. But still got to see who initiates it first. I think Mubu is around the pit.
It's really going to be based off, like, in terms of looking at your initiators, you've got Only, he's going to be really the one that sort of starts something if a team fight's going to go through. Mobu on the other hand, so it's up to these 2 junglers to really get the ball bowling. If you see Mubu go in first, you will have a Shen ultimate following up immediately off the back of it. Basically meaning he'll be able to survive any initial burst that comes through, and then you'll have a big Shen right in the middle of the team fight.
Weaver's Wall can be heard across the map. Jack Attack gets sent on the right side. I think Ace actually cornered himself off a little bit, but that wall is going to zone off the rest of Nuovo. It actually backfires him a little bit. Boomerang Blade gets some damage in there. Now Jack Attack frontlining this. Disengage comes through, and On the Hunt has already been popped. Cheese is in there. He's frontlining this fight.
Here comes
a nice Dragon's Rage. CCs, but Unburrows comes from Only. Now that's a really nice Glacial Filler. Unburrow again onto Ace, so Nuovo really engaging into this one, and they get the right engage coming through here. They're fighting back with a massive Trundle. Senex going to go down or not as he shadow dashes across the wall. Nice pillar comes through. Only going to Unburrow in this one. Senex going to lose his Guardian Angel eventually. Oh my God.
He got the kill off the back of it though.
Don't know why they were kiting so around the bush to get Senex there. Deadly Flourish locks down only.
A lot of damage there.
That is a 2-for-1. Nuovo do kind of get what they want off a messy engage.
And I really don't like what Ace decided to do that. I think he thought he saw an opportunity, but you really should be letting the Lee Sin go for the engages. He's the one that has the abilities to get out if it does go array. Add to the fact that he's also a bit more tankier, so it's a really good teleport target for the Shen to get into. But in the end there, Ace had to back out. He was going down quickly, so Senix had to throw his ultimate onto him instead. Meant that he wasn't in the middle of the team fight, and then again, you're fighting in a choke point. That's exactly where Nuovo want to be. Extra ricochets. You got Cheese being able to do more AoE damage. It allows only to get extra knockups off the back of it. And Starkles can sit there, got decent amount of AoE. You need these wide open spances. That's where Alpha Sydney have been winning their team fights. Off the back of Nuovo coming down coming down a lane, and then using that wide open space to keep Raymond safe, to keep the extra the major damage dealer safe. And that's why Nova Gaming now managed to get a little bit of a respite.
Cheese finally getting what he wants. And what he wants is blood coming through, only backing off, clearing some wards. This Baron very opportunistic of both teams. No one really having the heart to engage it just yet. Ward coverage from both. But Alpha City do have the pink. As finally Nuovo do actually go for this Cloud Drake. Possibly going to be looking at something a little bit better. What do we see? Okay,
the Elder. There we go. So the Elder's back into it. So that is definitely a better Drake to have. Worth a lot more on the side of Nuovo, meaning they'll be able to pick up a lot of extra 2 damage, 45 plus for each dragon they've got in their pocket. So they do happen to have 3 available to them. So that's a lot of extra true damage burn. So I'll look for Alpha City to really contest that Elder Drake, or really have to make a tough choice between either that Baron or giving it away.
That's right. So Alpha Sydney still have some form of control in this game. The gold is actually shortened to an even once again. And Ace is still doing a lot of damage, but Cheese's sustain is still immense. Curtain Call comes out. I think Cheese going to be the target here. That third one is not going to hit. Neither is the fourth. Nice Zonyas comes through. Ace picks up that kill, and that Talia, I mean, finding her footing in the game as Ace and the rest of Alpha Sydney look to be roaming mid, pushing it down.
And it's exactly where they need to pick up their kills, in the lane. They're able to keep their damage dealers safe. Ace was able to sit there, just easily kite away. No big deals for him to worry about, while Remen was able just to shoot from afar. And you had a really strong Brom coming on through. Now they're starting up this Baron. Very ballsy move.
So we're seeing and waiting for this to happen, but the damage comes through and it's just falling down. Starkles is there on the side. Tries to hit it a couple of times. You see Only's there as well, waiting for this fight. Comes through there. Blue team does get it in the end. That means Alpha Sydney flashes out. Only's out of the pit. No one dies. But good try from Only. However, you are not zamming.
It was just one of those cases. He got in there, wasn't able to do much, and that was off the back that Cheese had died. Meant they opened up that objective for them. There wasn't really much Nuovo could do. There was a teleport available for the Jack attack, but they didn't want to risk giving up the Baron and then possibly the team fight on the back of it too. So, Senex now has got a massive advantage dealing with this. We'll be able to pick up the red buff. Come on. No,
he does actually get it. A Weaver's Wall comes in to zone him off, flashes over the side of the Krugs. Okay.
He's just going off the back there. So he's just like saying, no worries, guys. There's minions down here. I'm just going to keep walking that way. And Senex just really wants to deal with him. So here's the fight.
They're like, okay, we got to ignore Trundle. And then Ace is down here. Ace wastes a little bit of time. Cheese is there in the middle, takes a Sonic Wave.
Jack attack, bringing it back.
Comes through here, gets the slow. Doesn't look like Cheese is going to go down, or maybe he will, as there's a Curtain Call coming through. He doesn't have much ways of resistance. Flash comes through there. Movement there with a Dragon's Rage. That's what's done it here. Cheese still lives on, but not for very long. 2 members down on Nuovo. And Alpha City have the means to push this middle.
And here we go again. That's that long lane sort of situation. Alpha City take their favorable fights when they're able to keep Raymond safe, allow him to shoot from afar. And even though Jack Attack was causing all that extra pressure, Nuovo couldn't find a favorable team fight off it. And Alpha Sydney now finally able to push on through and take a massive advantage off it.
Smacking this one down. They don't even have the Mountain Drakes, and you can see the damage coming through. No, he didn't flash. Okay, I just thought Jack Attack flashed into that trap there. Maybe I'm just seeing things. But of course, Jack Attack wasting a lot of time bot, but it doesn't work out in the end. Teleport was used, but Senex on point with those Stand Uniteds. And Thornmail comes through, and that's just got to be a bane of existence for Stealthix.
It's going to be a lot of armor for him to chew through as well. He has got a lot of sustain. Add to the fact that you do have that Spirit Visage with the Hydra, he should be able to sit there, no worries against it. But it means it is a lot of trouble for basically even only as well, all the AD damage dealers. So Shen, he's going to be having no problem. He's going to sit up at that top lane with the empowered minions. And the fact that they're able to pick up an inhibitor so quickly after that Baron off the favorable team fight means a lot of trouble for Nuovo.
That's right. Ace comes through onto Jack Attack. Jack Attack does have the Guardian's Angel, but look at the Subjugate. Oh,
That's ridiculous.
We're still not used to it by now. Curtain Call comes through, but I'm not sure what it's really going to do for Subjugate. I beg your pardon for the Jack Attack there as the turret look to be taken down. They're taking a lot of turret aggro. That's Ace in particular, but they do get it in the end. Nice Deadly Flourish. But Alpha Sydney rotating maps around Nuovo at the moment. 3K in the lead, moving to the late game stage. I mean, is this Talia going to fall off?
Well, it's just one of those cases where she doesn't need, like, even if she does fall off, it doesn't matter. Remen is big enough. He's one of the few ADCs that really picks up towards that late game, getting a lot of extra gold, or a lot of extra gold utility purely off his passive. So he's really going to be hitting like a freight rate train now, and look at them set up that siege continuing down the line, and it's just going to be so hard for Nuovo to really find a point of attack, as long as they keep it within the lane.
That's a very good point. Mubu is there. He's tanking up as well. Has the Hex Drinker. Spectre's Cowl there for 2 members. You're looking at Senex as well. In the mid, Talia. Brand new onto Summoner's Rift. Well, not really. If you look at the international scene, you look at Australia as well. You can also say that she's the latest champion, proving magic for the side of Alpha Sydney, of course, massive damage coming through. Mortal Reminder on the side of Remen. I mean, it's really got to deny Cheese, and he's really struggling in these team fights. Has to wrap it on.
Deny Jack Attack as well. If he manages to get that off when he decides to use his Subjugate, he's going to get half the healing back.
Exactly right. Good point there, Mendrickson. Still waiting for Alpha Sydney to put the crux in this. We saw Nuovo have a little bit of light in the sun, but it feels like Alpha Sydney always bring it back. As the Elder Drake comes up here, and Alpha
They really need to deny this from them.
They surround this, so I'm not sure what Nuovo can do. He comes through here. There's the stun. Curtain Call as well. Jack Attack not going to take his final hit, but he's still taking a lot of this. Does hit Starkle's Winter's Bite there. Dragon's Rage onto Starkle's Mubu very deep. Actually flashes over. Here comes the Stand United. Over the wall. Flashes onto Stealthix. Double knock up from Harry. Nice Glacial Fishes. What does it? Starkle's in the background. And there's a Shen who's just doing basic damage. Cheese does a lot. And Nuovo, I think they might have this. Or can we say that really with a Shen in the back? But Nuovo, I feel like they met every condition. Jack Attack very deep. Remen's there. Nice work from Mubu there. Sonic Wave goes on. Resonating Strike going to come back in. Remen picks that up. The Smite onto Cheese to slow him down. The final hit. He's not going to go down. Nice help from Karma. What is this? Karma! Oh my god, the Never Move comes through. Cheese!
He's out of mana.
He is out of mana. He actually has the bloom up. Harry takes him down. The Never Move on to this Brom. And the fact that Cheese survives that is a 3 for 2. Nuovo actually win the team fight. And I mean, you got to look at Starkles through all that. There was a lot of knock-ups, a lot of knockbacks, a lot of explosions.
A lot of back and forth in general.
I can pinpoint, I bet you the Karma was the saving grace of that team fight.
One of the big things that was also the saving grace of that team fight, Remen walked into a Never Move as
Probably
well.
Not what you want.
And it was just one of those situations where even though he does so much damage, as soon as he walked into it, Cheese was like, no worries, jump into my snare. It's great. I'm going to throw down the Decrypify as well. And that was all she wrote for Remen. And that meant that allowed Starkles to get in there with Stealthix and really do a lot. Oh, sorry. Allowed Starkles to get in there with Cheese and help out.
That's right. So Nuovo hold on for now. Gold pretty much even again. I mean, this is a tense game. 41 minutes in. We're seeing a Trundle who's just rushing to this backline, destroying a lot of confidence from Remen. And Harry's got to sit with him as well. Jack Attack doing a lot of work. This Trundle, I mean, honestly, you've seen him, never seen him so comfortable on a champion, known best for his Trundle. Harry actually going to get caught out here. There's the Unburrow. He's going to get hit on the hunt pop for a good reason, but
Wow,
Stealthic's
so
the
much
one taking
damage.
so much damage. There is the curtain call coming through. They're looking for Stealthix, but not going to find him. Chi's going to be the next target as he gets knocked back there. Dragon's Rage, I believe it's not up anymore. Weaver's Wall comes through, zones off quite a lot. Stealthix is out of the fight, and you got to think that this is a very, very good wall as it comes over the wall. Only backs out of this. And Jack Attack, you can't 1v5, my friend. MVP for Ace, because that Weaver's Wall was a saving grace.
It was just sitting there. They were trying to disengage, but it came through and just stopped them in their tracks. Also got rid of one of the biggest damage dealers. Stealthix had to retreat, and then off the back of that, they had Ace just sitting there poking them on the other side, actually disrupting them as well. And there was not much Nuovo could do in that situation. They thought they had caught Harry, but in the case of the matter is you're walking deep into a jungle they've got wards of. You need to watch out for it. And Alpha Sydney going for the jugular.
That's right, triple knock up on the side of Only. Xenix goes very, very deep, but Stealthix is the target. Spell Shield goes down. Xenix picks that one up. He goes down himself. 1-for-1. Dragon's Rage onto the... Oh my god, perfectly timed from Ace. He's going to continue on to Only. And I think Alpha Sydney have it, ladies and gentlemen. Only can't do much here. No one's up for another 10 seconds. And Alpha Sydney outplay Nuovo, which should be one of our much higher tier teams, and pick up their first win of the OCS.
Congratulations to Alpha City. That was extremely well played. And another thing to note, Talia off the back of that, she was actually 1-5. Now she's positive 8-7-10. Just really coming out big towards that very end of that wall. As you mentioned before, just MVP wall, really stopping everyone through. So talking about before the wall from Walaris, that was a new one to come across.
That's right. And I mean, someone like Starkles who tried their best, I mean, those Karma Shields with the Mantra was absolutely overpowering in those team fights. And
Helping out so much.
Yeah, look, that's right. Nuovo looked so strong with Cheese, but I felt like they struggled a little bit in those team fights, and Alpha Sydney just capitalized well.
And they were struggling because they were behind. The entire time, Alpha Sydney were the ones dictating the pace of the game, in control. They managed to sort of come back a little bit towards that end there and become a bit stronger off the back of Jack Attack and also with Swain. But you have to take into account that at the end of the day, they've managed to pick up this goal lead. Talia was able to come back as well. And Remen was just an absolute menace. I mean, the amount of damage he had towards the end of those games were huge. Every single time that fourth hit went off, even the tanks were getting down to about half HP or losing a massive chunk. And it was just one of those situations that managed to hit that fourth hit on one of the squishies, they were dead.
So Alpha City pick up their first win of the OCS. We're going to throw it back to our hosts, Rogi and Preacher, for their breakdown of that game.
Thank you so much, guys. What an exciting game. Alpha Sydney finally picking themselves up the first win of Split 2.
And that was just for you guys, because we delivered it from the start. We said if ever there was a time for Alpha Sydney to pick it up, it was this game, and in great fashion.
They did an excellent job. I was kind of skeptical on that Talia pick in the early stages of the game. They tried their best to keep her down. Camper in the lane, the Swain was getting strong and strong. We saw the second last team fight, actually. He was nearly unkillable, Cheese.
Yeah, Cheese was just walking through 1v3 into enemy team saying, come on, guys, you can pick up from behind me, because I'm just sort of zoning off everybody in front of me. But that actually wasn't Talia's power. We normally see Talia do damage early on, if ever she was going to do damage, but you pick her not for that, but for her late game potential, catching people out with that divide.
It was an excellent game just from start to finish, and I'm very stoked just for Alpha Sydney to finally pick themselves up on a first win. So just looking at you guys now, Reload Esports, to get yourselves one, but they have quite a battle ahead of them with the Trident later on tonight. But to talk a little bit about that game before we go to the break, just pretty much an upset here, essentially, because Nuovo, we had them pegged at either number 1 or number 2.
Yeah, and to have Alpha Sydney come in with a new support, somebody who we don't really know, and to just completely take this game, it was completely by surprise. It took you by surprise and me as well, and we were watching through that game, even though they were in the lead in terms of kill and gold as well, we were thinking, maybe this isn't their game to win, because while you do have a lead in terms of gold, going into the mid and late game, you really want more team communication than just a lead.
Look, and to show that Alpha Sydney really had a plan with this Talia pick, we've got a quick replay available to just show what that Weaver's Wall can do when used correctly.
Yeah, so right now, Ace isn't actually that fed, but the team fight starts without him, and he sees a perfect chance to just completely split the enemy team. Jin's firing off his curtain call, and right about now, Ace should be jumping in, does a little bit of damage first. But here it is. Completely divides off everyone. Stealthix, the ADC person who's meant to be doing damage from the side, right over there. Completely divided from the rest of the team. And Ace, for somebody who wasn't actually that fed at the start, man, he pulled up strong, and you can't even buy those skills, not even in Walmart.
That's exactly right. Anyway, you could see he was just able to completely zone off the 80 carry, and the remainder of Nuovo had nowhere to run past the Weaver's wall, and off that they were able to just go through and win the game, essentially.
Exactly, and by dividing all of their tanks from their damage, it really just puts them in a situation where even though it takes you a long time to kill them, you can just take as much as you want because you've got this wall between you and them, and they just can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, we will be looking over the schedule once more to give you guys a sight of what has happened today and what to expect later on tonight. XL5 took out Legacy Genesis in game number 1, so really utilizing their new support here. And Alpha Sydney with a big upset. If you missed that game and are just tuning in, go back, go to YouTube, go back, scrub back a little bit, find that game, and definitely watch it. One for the ages. And up next, we'll have Sin Academy taking on Fortnite. Then to round out the evening, it will be Trident Esports jumping onto the Rift against Reload Esports.
And what a game to be coming up to you and me casting, Sin Academy versus Fortnite. Because
two of our front runners again.
Yeah, exactly. Once again, these are two people who are ahead within that bulge at the front, and now they really want to define themselves. They really want to find their identity, not only against their enemy, but also within the league.
Look, I know you guys don't want to be kept waiting, and neither do we, so we're going to jump to a quick 3-minute break, and when we come back, more League of Legends action.
I can't believe it's falling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. What did you do to me? I killed alone, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe it's falling.
follow this path until the end.
Talia, right? Am I right?
Off the back of it, it's amazing like what she really had with that wall at the very end, basically saying, yes, I am home and I am taking the win as well.
Okay, you talking about the video or are you talking about Ace
I'm talking
last
about
game?
both. Talking about both.
Let's talk about
Ace and that.
Ace last game. Absolutely fantastic on the Talia. My name is
Ari
Jake.
amazing as well.
Let me introduce myself. Don't worry about Ari, all right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Hysterix. Next to me is Mendrix, also known as Nathan Mendez. There's a full story. That's it. Ladies and gents, our next game will be Sin. See how, like, you know, you point and it's always wrong in a mirror? That's right. Fornot versus Sin Gaming. Now, Mendrix, both these teams coming off a win last week. Fornot looking very strong. I think, was last week the Yi?
No, that was two weeks before
ago.
Was the Yi.
Thank you.
Which really just
Ooh,
absolutely was
Swatherus.
amazing off that. So Swaff, hopefully he will maybe bring it out again. But, I mean, one of the things to note from last...
Hopefully. Did you just say... Ladies and gentlemen, Mendrix,
Yi.
2016. Hopefully see Yi again.
Hopefully we'll see Yi
interesting
one
champion.
Again.
A very interesting champion. Of course, doesn't fit the meta at the moment. Does it?
Not really, no.
Thank you.
He doesn't really fit the meta. However...
Do not encourage Preacher.
However,
he thinks Yi needs blue. However,
Anivia off the side there from last week really showing us
That's
Willaris being moved that one wall is absolutely turning the pace of the game and it just allowed them to completely destroy it.
Was fantastic last week. Got us all in a hype train. Of course, Willaris playing those Anivia walls exceptionally, of catching a couple of people out from Legacy Genesis, and you just thought Stealthix and Starkles just falling behind there. And I mean, what else can you do?
Well, they were getting caught out a lot, you know, throughout the entire point of the game. And then as soon as it went to team fights, they were just getting absolutely obliterated by the damage from Remen and the really good engagers on the side of it. I mean, every single time there was a falter, it really was when there was a reactive sort of response from them. I mean, the last team fight was a reactive response from Legacy Genesis, but they managed to pull it on through. And it was because they were really tunneled onto Harry at the very end there. And just every single loss they had before that was just in these close quarters combats. They had either a bad engage or they just weren't in the team fight they wanted to be. They needed to keep it wide, needed to keep Raymond safe, and they came out with the win because of it.
And we'll be seeing the team lineups very, very shortly there as we do come through in Sin Academy. Your favorite players coming through, 5 to 8. Dan, who plays a beautiful Rek'Sai there. Had to put a bit of emphasis on that. Badoink, Yasuo. First week. I mean, it's been like 4 weeks. Hysterics, get over it.
Just need to keep going on the Yasuo.
That's
there.
right. I mean, like, Badoink is absolutely fantastic on this. Doesn't matter who he plays. His champion pool is huge at the moment. Man, Lala and Glapify making a very, very strong bottom lane. Do not forget about them. On the side of Team Fornot, Kanade up in the top lane, who does like an Aurelia. Swatherus there, who, Yi.
He's just going to be
champion pool
the
as
whole
well.
time.
Champion pool as well, though.
Yep.
Fantastic. I mean, he plays a very aggressive jungler. Willaris there, who in the past we've known to play those support-orientated style junglers. Sorry, mid laners. That's right.
I mean, Lulu was one of his favorites that used to have. Probably not as effective to put in the mid lane now, but he still has a wide variety pool. There's control mages, the Victors, even the Orianas if he really wants to pull it out, or perhaps even Azir.
I mean, you do see Melon there coming through, and Baksu for the side of Fornot. Now, Sin Academy last week, of course, looking strong as well. Beat XL5, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. I mean, these guys both came off the back of wins, but Sin Academy's really been showing it to those higher point teams, the ones that we consider to be probably at the higher power rankings, but Sin Academy is really up there now.
Yeah.
Team Fortnite, though, it's meant to pull out a few upsets, really shows us that they can play from behind. It's one of their big key strengths, and if they can actually put together a really strong early game, they're going to be hard to deal with.
So, a team that has been ex-OPL does have the backing and the... What is the opposite of being demoralized?
Team spirit.
Okay. Does have the team
You're the opposite of demoralized.
Is moral. No,
it's
that's
not
moral. It's not moral.
They are enthusiastic.
Thank you. It's not what I wanted, but that's all right. They are very enthusiastic for a win here. Both teams, like we said, they've come off a win. They're hungry for more. Sin Gaming, possibly the top team in the OCS. Possibly one of the top 1-2.
Definitely one of the strongest.
Fornot could easily be up there as well. They have surprised us off the bat. And with the lineup we don't know as much about as we do with Sin Gaming, Be very surprised to see how this game goes. Ladies and gentlemen, game 3 of the night. We're going to throw it over to Rogie and Preacher to take us there.
Thank you so much, Hysterics, myself and Preacher. Very enthusiastic as well to cast this game.
Not only am I enthusiastic, but yes, all yeas do need blues. So continue on with that thought.
They do not. So getting into this game, what do we expect out of these two teams? Both very, very strong in their own right. Last game, we saw Fornot pull off a very cheeky Anivia composition with Siva on Harry just going off the wall.
Well, I absolutely hate to only have one thing just to be a catchphrase, but if you take a look over, it's got to be Dan Dane, right?
Oh,
he's just had so much control in the jungle with that Rek'Sai mainly, but also with other tank champions such as that Gragas. Just having that team leader sort of vibe about him where he just goes into the front line and he says, I'll just scout out for my team. I'll also make all the calls. We're going to take these fights. We're not going to take these. And I'm either going to engage or disengage for my team.
I really agree with you on that one, that Dan Dane, the meta, definitely favoring his champion pool. So a great asset for Sin Academy right now. They've been utilizing it quite well, playing those tank-esque junglers like the Gragas and the Rek'Sai. But Rek'Sai, very high priority champion at the moment, could potentially see some target bans or else taken away from the hands of Dane Dane.
Oh yeah, more or less we've seen that Rek'Sai being completely either picked or banned throughout the OCS, and it's to no surprise because she just does pretty much everything that you want. She's got a gap closer, she's got CC, she's got that early damage, she's got that regen. What more do you want off of a champion who's even got a teleport in the jungle? That's just crazy.
Look, her ultimate, such a great ability, unless of course you are Carbon. No, don't worry, Carbon. I saw the clip. I know it was a bug, but it was definitely hilarious regardless.
On the spot, you know? If you don't do it on the spot, then it works just fine going into the enemy.
All right, guys, we are in to pick and ban phase, so these guys should be getting underway. We do see all teams having both teams having all of their bans here. So on the side of Sin Academy, you've got Master Yi, Graves, and Gragas getting taken off the table. Then Fornot with the rebuttal here. Twisted Fate and Yasuo. So the Yasuo, the Master Yi, definitely two target bans here, especially the Gragas as well.
Not only that, but also the Twisted Fate, because we've seen Between do so much with that. It's just completely crazy to see that last game we were losing 3 bans, but those 3 bans, assuming that they went through, would have just been really generic meta, possibly even going over onto the Swain that we saw Cheese on. Now that we have these 3 bans from both sides, they're really targeted.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Shen going to be the final one up here. So first pick for Sin Gaming is going to be that Karma, following up with the Vladimir, who actually slips through the cracks. Very surprising to say, and an insta-lock Rek'Sai for Swath.
Yeah, exactly. That Karma is just such a strong and important first pick. You get it on your team, and naturally the reply on red side now is to pick up 2 extremely good champions. Vladimir is one of them. Rek'Sai, we've already talked about, is the other.
And so it's a little bit dangerous here, letting the Vladimir here and 3 jungle bans all targeted at Swath. So a little bit questionable coming through this Sin Academy side. Interesting to see if they have a strategy around kind of shutting down Swath, but he gets to Rek'Sai anyway, so 3 jungle bans, but then you also first pick Karma and give up the Rek'Sai.
I'm glad that you actually mentioned that, because that is really strange. If you want to take off all of their junglers, take the Rek'Sai for yourself, because if you don't, then what were those 3 bans for? It looks like it's completely gone to waste, but now we do see Dan Dane on the Nidalee.
Yeah, he's going to be defaulting back to that Nidalee. We saw him playing Nidalee in the OPL once or twice, and not to as great success as his Gragas or Rek'Sai, but again, won't have the choices. Elise was still available, one of those high-tier junglers, but obviously still feels a little bit more comfortable on the Nidalee and the Sivir. So you do see that standard Sivir Karma bot lane. A lot of movement speed, a lot of initiate and escape potential coming out of those 2 champions.
Well, that is really the divide between your comfort and also your identity. As a player, Dan Dane's identity is the tank, the engage, and the disengage. Nidalee does none of that. She is the gank, she is the execute, and she is just the long-range snipe. So going on to something that's comfort, sure, it's really good for your team, but it may not necessarily mesh well with the plans that you've been playing with.
It looks like Fornot answer with the Ezreal and Braum locking in their bot lane here. Very interesting to see. We have seen a little bit of Ezreal tonight, of course. Stealing away 2 Barons might be a hype enough play to get some guys on the OCS excited to give that one a whirl.
Hopefully Dan Dane knows how to smite this time, but you know, Melon on this Ezreal is really good because it allows him to be more self-sufficient, and it also allows Baxu to really help the other members on his team. Remember back to the game where it was both Taric and Yi? Yeah, he was just completely ignoring Melon and helping out the rest of his team, so hopefully we should be seeing that once again. Braum has the ability to jump ahead to the rest.
Look, I'm already going to say this Sin Academy lineup is looking very, very scary. Not only do they have the movement speed enablers from the Karma and the Sivir, they've got Cassiopeia and the Trundle, two non-gap closer champions that need that movement speed to really get in range and start to deal out, to dish out the damage rather. And Cassiopeia has some of the highest DPS even to rival Ryze.
Exactly, and Cassiopeia's one downside is above the fact that you can't buy boots, sure, it opens up a slot, but that's really late game we're talking about. From levels 1 all the way to 18, you're going to be slower than somebody who can just buy boots by themselves, but you're even slower because you got to cast the Twin Fangs every single time it's off cooldown. So with that Sivir speed up as well as the Karma one as well, you're just going to be catching up to everybody on the enemy team.
It is a shame they weren't able to pick themselves up the Rek'Sai in the jungle. I feel like they are lacking a little bit of a front line on the side of Sin Academy, only really having the Trundle, but they've got that movement speed and the Petrifying Gaze should they ever need to back off and run away from the Fortnite squad. Fortnite hovering over that Aurelia, going to lock it in the final seconds here. So Vlad goes down to that mid lane and Aurelia up in the top.
Yeah, it's actually really dangerous for Sin Academy because like you said, they only do have the Trundle as the front line. That's not really great because if you think about the team composition going into, let's just say, 5v5 team fights, you're going to imagine the Trundle right in the middle of the enemy team, maybe doing damage, but into an Ezreal, potentially not. So he's going to be kited around a lot, especially with an Iceborne Gauntlet on the Ezreal. He's just going to be taking damage essentially for his team. And nobody else can really stop their damage dealers from moving forward because sure, Trundle has a pillar, but that's one direction. They can just go in a completely different one and nobody can really block it off.
And not to mention they're going to be running head first into a Vlad. Not really something I consider a wise idea, especially seeing the current state of that champion Aurelia. It's very, very hard once she gets in your backline to really deal with it. So it's going to be up to Sivir to ensure that those spell shields are on point to avoid that equilibrium strike.
Yeah, of course, because she's really one of the huge damage dealers on the team. Obviously, Cassiopeia is the other one. That is really nice in the sense that you do split priorities on your carries. If you take down one, the other one's still going to be doing massive amounts of damage. We are talking late game, of course. But still, if you split the priorities, then it means that your enemies at least have to target 2 people instead of 1, puts a little bit more pressure onto them, kind of alleviates the fact that you don't have a solid front line.
It's really looking like Sin Academy. They're going to have to get the ball rolling quite early on. Hopefully, we see Dan Dane on the Nidalee getting lots of early ganks, lots of early pressure on the map to ensure that his team never fall behind. Because when you're behind and you're running head first into an enemy team, it just spells disaster.
Not only that, but on the Nidalee, if you get behind, you're not going to be doing a whole lot because half of your kit is jumping in and executing people. What do you do if before you even jump in, you're essentially dead and on your pounce, you just die to a shot? It doesn't really work out well, so you really need to get ahead on that Nidalee.
Yeah, interesting to see what these teams end up deciding to play. Will they lane swap? Will they go for standard lanes? There's a whole bunch of varieties that these guys can do. Interested to see that Vladimir Cassiopeia lane. It's going to be a little bit difficult for Cass early on until she starts getting that tier, a nice deep mana pool. The Twin Fang now works a little bit differently, gets damage amplification off its Q rather than the reset. The reset just comes as part of the kit. Still a little bit of mana back should she get the last hit with it.
Yeah, of course. So it's just some quality of life changes during the mid-season mage change where she just can last hit a little bit better. But otherwise, it's going to be a pretty standard lane in the mid.
Alrighty, guys. We are jumping into game number 3. Sin Academy taking on Fortnite. Both these teams currently sitting on 3-1, looking to get themselves ahead of the pack. And judging by both the team compositions here, we're in store for a bloodbath, and already we might be seeing a 5v5 at level 1. Skill shots are out the pillar, blocking off Swath. You see the heal coming down 5 to 8, might look to flash over this one. There's Badoik going all in, gets the ignite onto Swath. First blood, Baxu! He misses the flash. He's going to go down. A kill over to Dan Dane and Preacher. This game is already delivering 2 kills to 0, 900 gold in the lead. Sin Academy, they want that #1 spot. They want to do their boy Preacher proud.
Oh, and if you take a look at that, it was so heartbreaking because the flash from Bedoink, that was well played on his part. But the flash on Baksu just, he tried to flash one of the fattest parts of the wall, and he just face plants straight into it, delivers a kill onto the enemy team. Starting off 2 for 0, that's going to be such a huge advantage. If you choose to do a normal lane, if you choose to lane swap, either way, it's an advantage to you.
Yeah, look at that. Dan Dane went back, bought himself that Hunter's Potion. He's going to have such an easy time clearing out this jungle, starting the Gromp for free, and Bedoink got himself a Pink Ward and a Fairy Charm. So we mentioned those early mana issues he's going to face on Vlad. Not as difficult now.
Yeah, of course. And if you take a look over at the start for the Nidalee, it's just going to be so strong because one of her downsides is that after her initial clear, she does need to go back to get the health back and also to buy whatever she can with her gold that she's picked up. Now that she's got the Hunters, she can go and gank wherever she wants. And that just puts so much more pressure onto Fornot's laners.
Down in the bot lane, we see Manlala already hitting that level 2. Melon as well. They did do their respective jungle camps here. Nice little bit of experience, but Manlala and Golbify both sitting on 2 assists. So a nice chunk of XP going over that. Should see Golbify hitting level 2 any minute now.
There we go.
Like clockwork.
Yeah, of course. And Karma hitting level 2, that is just so much zoning potential for her because not only can she poke out the enemy with her Mantra Q, but also she can shield herself so she doesn't receive anything essentially from the Ezreal using his missing shot right back.
And being able to negate that damage, always a useful tool. But Doink just playing up on Willaris right now, trying to get in damage. But it's very, very hard to poke out of Vlad once that Crimson pack is stacked. Going to get an easy transfuse off for a nice chunk of health back. Shouldn't have too much of a difficult time laning against this Cassiopeia.
No, of course, and this is Vlad's strong point. If you go into a fighter, then you do sustain up the mana. Oh, Swatharus is looking topside.
Remember that 5 to 8, he doesn't have a flash available. The knockup comes through from Swath. Kanade is quite low though, looking to fight it. Forces the flash, but that's going to be a kill. Going over to Fornot Swatharis.
Excellently baited over there by Kanade. It actually looked like 5 to 8 because he was flashless, was going for the desperation kill onto Kanade, at least to trade 1-for-1, flashing back, knowing that Trundle cannot follow her with the flash of his own. Secures that kill very nicely for his team.
Great heads-up play by Sin Academy. They realize that the Rek'Sai is on the top side of the map. They do initiate a blue seal, giving it over to Bedoink, so he's going to have a great time just bullying out Willaris, forcing down the pool. Now, a Cassiopeia blue buff this early on in the game, really just bullying out Willaris. He has his flash available, forced to use it with no pool available, but Doink just taking complete and utter control of this lane and sitting on a blue buff right now. This lane is looking good.
And not only did you force the flash from your enemy laner, you also know that your flash is going to come up before his. So while it was a small advantage to get the summoner spell, it's going to be even bigger because we know exactly how much damage Bedoink can do on this Cassiopeia. Once she hits level 6, even before level 6, heck, with the flash up, she can just dish out so much more onto Willaris and maybe even kill him without his flash.
That's exactly right. We see Willaris, he goes back, buys himself the Null Magic Mantle and the boots to accompany that one. So definitely needs a little bit of magic resistance. Also the movement speed, trying to take any advantage he can in a very desperate lane. But Doink's flash, still about a quarter left on the cooldown of it. Manlala quite down in this bot lane, just using that ricochet to keep the lane pushed up as a Sivir likes to do. Gets a nice little free chunk of mana as the Winter's Bite gets shielded away. Might be seeing Dan Dane and Swath actually crossing paths here. Dan is spotted out. Remember, the Tremor Sensor is going to be spotting him. Wolf Spirit actually pings on the way on top of Swath, so he has to tunnel his way out of there. Heads up play from Dan to get rid of them ASAP.
Well done to Swath to get out of there because he did see that he was being enclosed on by both Dan Dane and Bedoink. So to get out of there with relative safety, pretty nice of him. Take a look at Willaris, though. This is textbook what we were talking about. Cassiopeia, she knows exactly how much damage she can do into a Vlad. Now that she almost has her flash up, if she can do this again, get that level 6 or Kanade.
He might be dead here, but luckily for him, the pillar actually blocks the pursuit from Dan Dane. So good attempt, walks on out.
Yeah, and right there, Kanade, he is so lucky because not only did he get an assist from that kill that was initially received from Swatherus visiting his lane, but also he managed to survive. And not only that, but Swatherus is now over on the top side just to give her a little bit more comfort.
Yep, these junglers in the right place at the right time. Kanade currently down about 10 CS, and with a huge wave building towards 5 to 8, this lead is just going to grow exponentially right now. If you take a look at the gold, Kanade just has a slight edge at the moment, as 5 to 8 did get killed early on by a nice gank from Swath.
Yeah, but if you take a look over the mid lane,
Yeah,
that is really the big discrepancy in both gold and CS, and that is no small part due to the fact that Badoink is just applying so much pressure. And if I were on the side of Fortnite being pushed in all the time to my turret, I might be calling Swatherus along saying, hey buddy, help me out a little bit because I'm being pushed in, I haven't got flash, and this could be really deadly.
Yeah, I think the gold count when we checked was 2.5k to Badoink, 2.7 to 1.9. Willaris just really not finding his footing in this lane at all.
Yeah, and this is just the power of Cassiopeia because she's going to be stacking up so well. She is a late game champion, so to have a first blood and to also have an assist of the second kill of the team really early on, that just spells disaster for your enemy laner.
Not too much going to happen for a little bit as Fortnite. They do recognize that they are behind currently by 1,000 and a bit gold. First dragon will be the mountain. Probably the best dragon to have spawn this early on in the game, considering that all turrets still do stand. So any little advantage can help. A little bit of alone time. Maybe in one of those lanes getting those true damage auto procs can be the difference.
The Mountain Dragon is actually really effective for Sin right now if they want to push in the bot side and go for it, because not only do they have the gold advantage, they also have the push potential. If you take a look over at the Sivir, she can ricochet the whole lane and push it to the turret and then start hitting the turret as well as the minions behind it. On the other side though, Fortnite, they can't really do too much with it because they haven't got really anything that they want to take on the map. They haven't got the Herald that they need to take, and they certainly can't push it into the enemy turrets.
Dane up in the top lane, just going to be clearing out the pink ward. Spear goes wide, Swath is also there. So both teams really focusing their attention on this top lane. Badoink actually slithered his way up here.
Willaris is slow.
Well, Willaris has no teleport, so they might just have to concede this tower. Three members of Sin Academy just barreling down on it. Yeah, Willaris, he's just going to stay in that mid lane, but good Transcendent Blades from Kanade. Stops the push, but remember that cooldown is now 40 seconds longer.
Exactly. I was about to mention how that 40 seconds is going to be so huge. Not only did you have to blow it by clearing the wave, but also you're not going to have it if 5 to 8 wishes to trade with you. Now he does have the flash up, so the Trundle can easily trade with this Irelia. It's going to be so dangerous here.
Yeah, looking grim right now, Badoink. Wise move. Going to be going for that Morellonomicon quite early on to ensure that Vladimir does get that healing reduction should the Ignite not be available. As you can see, Sin Academy actually only running one Ignite here tonight. Funny. Gulpify actually has that exhaust. Petrifying Gaze goes down, not going to land though, and Willaris just jogs his way out of here. So Badoink, very, very aggressive.
Heartbreaking to see that missed on the Cassiopeia. Willaris must be laughing right now because not only does he get the blue, which gives him a little bit more AP than he usually has, but also he should just be spamming out his transfusions so much more. Standard builds though in the mid lane, because if you take a look over, you got the Morellos, because if you take a look over at Vladimir, you just say, we don't want this guy to be healing. No. Take it off of him. Give him some less healing. Also works on Kanade in the team fight because she will be getting so much health back from her hidden style. But also on the other side, Willaris, he's desperately trying to rush an Abyssal Scepter as fast as he can. Not only for the cooldown reduction, but also for the magic resist.
It's a great point. As you can see, Willaris, in the mid lane, Willaris, he does pop the Ghost, has Flash available as well. So looks like they just want to get some damage down on top of him. Hemoplage used in response. Not going to do anything though, just a countermeasure to kind of dissuade the dive, but Dragon has been started by Sin Academy. And actually Rexley ulting up in the top lane, so kind of a bad move here. Maybe a little bit of lack of communication is not going to be available to contest this Dragon, so Fortnite just going to give it up.
Yeah, and Sin Academy, we just said they are the main beneficiary of this dragon because they can just do so much more with it than Fornot can. Now that they've got the pushing potential, they may seek to get some early turrets in standard lanes.
Ooh, Bedoink might be in a little bit of trouble. Willaris does have that pull to keep him safe. And remember, when that miasma is down, you are unable to flash, as poor Rhymeister learnt last week.
Yeah, that is just so painful because you think that you can and you've got all the calculations in your head and all of a sudden, wait, why aren't I moving? And then you're dead. But luckily for Willaris, he manages to escape to safety and get some heals. Fight though.
Yeah, surrounding that Rift Herald, but it is Bedoink the first one to answer. Flashes through Kanade, no way to get over the wall. The miasma blocks any movement spells here, so they get themselves a kill. Swath does pick up that Rift Herald, but it is not on the optimal member.
Well done to Bedoink to put that miasma down right on top of not only Kanade, but where Kanade was planning to run in order to flash over the wall, completely cutting off all parts of exit, and they just pick up that kill so smoothly. Doesn't matter if you have flash or not. Like you said, it roots you, and Kanade just went down in that.
That's exactly right here. So poor Willaris gets pushed out of lane and then gets out-roamed. This Vladimir pick really struggling right now. Maybe why Sin Academy chose to let it slip through the cracks. We usually see that as a mistake, but maybe they had this planned all along because they are dealing with it so damn well right now.
Of course.
A kill and an assist in lane does help at level 1. I will give you that.
It most certainly does, but if you take a look over at the effective combat of these two mid laners inside of a team fight, you've got the Cassiopeia who wants to be as far back as she possibly can while still being in range to hit, but you've also got Willaris on the other side on the Vlad who just wants to be in the middle of your team, Sanguine pulling everybody and regenning health under that. So it's completely different playstyles from both sides.
That's exactly right here. Cassiopeia just doing what she can to get those last hits. As we see the blue buff going to be up any minute now for Bedoink. Should slither his way over and pick that one up. Willaris just trying to push out the lane as best he can. Gets the empowered transfuse off the movement speed. Looking for the kill. Actually goes for the transfuse. I don't think it does enough damage to fight this one. More or less trying to dissuade Bedoink from prolonging the engagement here. Up in the top there is the Blade Surge used to get in the fight. Kanade, does he have an escape out of this one? Flash available. Dan trying to go for it. Do they want to dive? The spear connects. Dan, he should go for this one. Actually, gets Blade Surged away. Goes for the Equilibrium Strike, but it's not enough. But here is Swatharis. Remember, he's got that Rift Herald, picks up the kill, a 1-for-1. But Kanade had no right to play that damn good.
No, because for a while we actually thought that he might have actually outplayed it. All he needed to do was step back towards his turret, and he could have potentially avoided the execute coming out from Dan Dane. But unfortunate there. Lucky for him, though, Swatharis was by his side, picks up that kill, gives him an assist. Not the worst thing.
Exactly right here. Down in the bot lane, we see Batu just getting stunned up, has that shield available. So in no real danger. Manlala almost completed his Essence Reaver, while of course Ezreal going for that early Iceborne Gauntlet here. Gulpify got himself that Ruby Crystal along with the Sight Zone, maybe looking to upgrade that in the Ruby Sight Zone, as it does give you a little bit more cooldown on your active items and is considerably cheaper.
Yeah, it's 1,600 gold compared to 1,800 in the previous patch. That's great, but if you put down 10% more cooldown on your active items, that's even better. So why not pick it up? All supports are looking at that item now saying, this is pretty great, isn't it? But looking over at Willaris, in this mid lane, I know we're focusing a lot on him, but that's because he's having such a hard time in this lane against the oppressive Bedoink on the Cassiopeia. He's opted to go for the Spirit Visage instead of the Abyssal Scepter. He doesn't need that damage. He needs more sustain and healing.
Well, unfortunately, guys, it does look like we have a pause. We'll work our darndest to get you guys back in their game post-haste, but as we saw, it looked like the bot lane from Sin Academy did take out that tower with the help, of course, of the Mountain Drake, Manlala, and Gulpify, getting themselves the gold for that one.
That's what they really want to do. The whole aim of Sivir, especially into an Ezreal, is to push as hard as you can and to take down as many objectives as you can. They weren't really going for it before, because without a Mountain Drake, you're just chipping away at the turret, not doing too much damage, and also you're putting yourself in a really dangerous position where the enemy, especially a Rek'Sai can just come in from over the side and gank you without any notice. So with the Mountain Dragon, it just really enabled them to push up 1 or 2 waves and just to take the turret out from there.
Look, while we've got a little bit of downtime, let's just have a look at the state of the game right now. Sin Academy, they are in control, but I've seen this many a time versus a Vladimir. You're in control and all of a sudden things just spiral out and Vlad just gets huge, goes into the fight and completely destroys. How can Sin Academy kind of stop him from getting to that stage?
Well, this might not be as deadly as we've seen in the past, because in the past, Vladimirs who've rushed Spirit Visages have done just so much in the middle of the team. I'm thinking mainly of Pabu on Trident, where he just went in and practically 1v4 cleaned up the entire enemy team. But now that the changes to Vladimir have come through, he's got less scaling on his passive. You know, the passive where you get health for AP and also AP for health. Now that's gone down for the side of getting AP for health. So you need to be building more AP. With the Spirit Visage by itself, you're still sitting on pretty much your base stats.
That's exactly right. Just getting word from production that it was just a client crash issue and he's rebooting. Should be back in no time. So not too much to worry about. These guys will be getting back to kicking each other's ass.
Well, of course. And looking in the mid lane, it looks like Badoink is just going to get back to scaling old-fashioned because...
Scaling on Cassiopeia, I like it.
Yeah, exactly. Because she needs all of the scaling that she needs. She's got the tier and she also needs about 2 or 3 items in order to do a true potential. Also, they're looking to wait it out as much as they possibly can because she does need to wait until level 18 to get that full movement speed.
Speaking of waiting, wait no longer as we are back into the game. Kind of catch you guys back up to see Speed Sin Academy currently sitting 4 kills in the lead. 2 kills in the lead, sitting on 4 total at the moment. About 2,000 gold lead, maybe 2.3. As a matter of fact, bot tower for Fortnite has been destroyed. So only 1 structure down just right now. Dragon spawning about 1:30.
Yeah, and this gold lead is in part due to the kills that they got, the 2 at the start of the game, and also in part to the Dragon, because the Dragon gave them the turret, and that turret just gave them so much extra gold. With another one spawning at 1:20, both teams should be looking at it as their top priority.
Oh, Dandan gets a double destroy on the turret, playing very aggressive up in this top lane. Looks like Sin Academy want to swap this one around, send the Sivir, send the Karma up top. As what does Sivir do best? She pushes lanes, and she pushes them well. So very smart rotations out of Sin Academy and causes Fortnite to answer with 3 members of their own.
What's the point of staying bot side? If you push towards their inner turret, you're just opening yourself up to be ganked. If you move yourself to the top side, though, you've got an outer turret that you can take with relative ease, and they're sieging it pretty well.
Could potentially be 4 members actually from Fauna, as we do see Willaris hanging around the wings. But that means 5 to 8 has a free lane right now, and he's going to push to his heart's content. Kanade does get his recall interrupted here, so that's just more alone time for young 5 to 8.
Exactly, and Fortnite, they really have to watch themselves because right now, Sin's sitting very comfortably. They're just sitting here saying, look, we're not really going to fight. We're just going to siege as much as we can, poke when we can. Oh, Dandan caught.
Oh, he might be in trouble. Gets hit by the Glacial Fissure. 2 procs of the Braum passive on him. Turning it around, though. Backsuit actually very low. Can Sin Academy answer with any kills of their own? No. Just going to force Fortnite off the tower, but Dandan maybe going for a flank. Decides against it. The tower, worth it in the mid lane. The fight starts once again. Willaris forced to use the Ghost. Gets a transfuse. Massive heal here. Dodges out of the poison. Flashes in, trying to go for it. Not going to happen, though, as both mid laners flash on the spot. Neither one going to get away. These guys just love to brawl.
Not only that, but Dandan is coming out through the enemy jungle. Swatherus.
Oh, it's not over yet. The spear nearly connects. There is Dandan in the back looking for the execute. Not going to happen. Swatherus is there in time to deny another kill to Dandan.
Excellently done by Swatherus to ultimate all the way down the mid lane and to protect his mid laner who was low, recognizing that Dandan was going to rotate from the top to the mid. Denied that and killed Dandan in the process.
Yep, looks like it will be a second Mountain Drake spawning here as Fortnite actually the first offenders on scene to take out this one. Melon has rotated up from that bot lane to help out Swath to make sure they get this one with no real issues. As you can see on the minimap, no one from Sin Academy are in any close vicinities to take this one. Ocean will be the next one spawning.
Yeah, and if you take a look over at the side of Sin, yeah, we said that they were really the people who wanted the Mountain Drakes because they could just push so hard into the enemy turrets. Not only the Sivir, but also the individual lanes respectively, winning the lane so hard, pushing it into the enemy turret by just killing the minions and denying the enemy experience and gold. But if you take a look over now, Fortnite, you need to have something to do after you win a team fight, and turrets are really the objective to look for.
See, Dan Dane just scares out Swath from his jungle with a little bit of help of Gulpifier's Karma, of course. Dan just going to be picking himself up the red buff. Nice denial of vision. Good pink ward placements by the Sin Academy squad, and they love their pink wards. We've said it time and time again, but just look through their inventory. Pink wards galore, of course. Few also on the map here. Everyone actually situated around this mid lane. We see Manlala going to be making his way up from the river to follow suit and join up with the squad.
Not only them, but pretty much everybody in this tournament now has the priority for Vision. Swathris goes in.
Oh, he's looking for Manlala. Not going to land. The Glacial Fisher actually gets the knock up. A beautiful 3-man Hemoplage down on top. Dan, he might pop. He's gone down. That's a kill for the Vladimir. The fight's not over yet as Fortnite looking for more. 5 to 8. He's so damn tanky. He still has the ultimate available if they choose to dive. Sin Academy on the back foot.
This is exactly what Fortnite wanted, because while they lose their lanes individually, they prosper when they group up as a 5. They win that team fight. Sure, it was just 1 kill, but 1 is all they need. With the Mountain Drake behind them, they might want to get as much damage as they can onto this mid-outer turret.
Yeah, it looked like it was just very, very greedy pathing from Manlala. He walked up through the river in vision, then just through the side there, and that was all they needed for Swatharis to get the knock up, and poor Dandane had to be the sacrificial Cougar to avoid anything extra.
This is the power of the Rek'Sai that we say time and time again. She just has the power to pick out, to say, wow, they made a mistake, so I'm going to go in straight now. I've got CC as well after I've got the tunnel to close the gap, and I'm just going to catch whoever's out of position completely out by storm.
Remember, that's a lot of gold going in the pocket of Willaris as he was able to pick himself up that kill. So the subpar laning phase starting to matter less and less. He is about 30 CS still behind of Badoink, who's controlling the lane well, but Vladimir can spiral out of control very, very quickly.
And even though they lost the laning phase, now that they're grouping up, they're finding a lot of strength. One of the downsides of this group, though, is even though they're winning the team fights, they're not picking up any objectives. So still behind on some gold. Would like to even that out with some turrets. That is the best way, of course, for them to come back into the game.
Yep. Melon, he's got himself the Muramana, got the Iceborne Gauntlet, heading over to that mid lane to ensure that Sin Academy can't get that tower for free. Really wants to get this blue buff, as no one on the team really has as much priority on the mana and cooldown reduction as young Ezreal. Should be seeing Sin Academy. They really want to focus on getting this mid tower, as it is the last outer that Fortnite have to defend. Fortnite still sitting on 0 towers, so Sin, all their structures available to be taken.
We've seen this before, and we're seeing it again right now, how Melon is actually on duty as the split pusher in the bottom lane. Oh, they're on the hunt.
Yeah, fight has been started in the mid lane. They really want to get this tower. Manlala maybe staying a little bit too long. Gets taken down to about half. Good defense coming out of Baksu and Willaris. Glacial Fissure popped, but Subjugate and Petrifying Gaze still available. Only the On the Hunt being used out of Manlala. Willaris
taking a lot of damage.
Has to walk his way out of there. Still has Ghost and Flash available, so no danger just yet. But Sin Academy, eventually this tower's going to go down.
Well, eventually, but one of the downsides to sieging this mid lane is you force your enemies to all group around it. And while you have a Cassiopeia and a Sivir clearing the waves to this turret, nothing's going to be crashing towards it.
Looks like Willaris, he's got the makings of that Hextech Proto Belt, so we'll be seeing the little dashing Vladimir. Should this game, well, of course the game's going to last that long. He's got bloody 2 of the items now. When he gets to that stage, will be great to see. Gives him a little bit extra chase potential along with that Flash and Ghost. But looks like Sin Academy do just back off for now. They want to go and push out their waves. Bot lane starting to grow in favor of Fortnite. Sin Academy have said Badoink down there to catch that one.
One of the huge downsides of building the Proto Belt into Sin Academy's team is the fact that the miasma out of Bedoink can just completely root you in place. Not only can you not flash out of it, but you also can't proto belt out of it either. So if you thought that you were safe, potentially you aren't, but you got to be standing in a really bad position to be receiving the worst of that.
That's exactly right, as he has now picked it up. Still, Sin, they're leading very well, getting massive CS leads out of their bot and mid lane. About 30 apiece for each of them. The Sivir has picked up the Essence Reaver and the Static Shiv. Ezreal, 23 minutes, completely stacked his tier. Now has that upgraded Muramana. Going to be feeling very good about the pace of this game, despite being behind a bit in terms of gold. Has yet to die, so it's not the end of the world.
Well, that is really Melon's goal, right? We never expected Ezreal's to win lane per se. They just really wanted to farm it out, stack their tier, and also get the Iceborne Gauntlet before they're ready to go. Now that he's got... Hopefully he should be getting Lucidity Boots on this back. If he does, he should be roaring to go into any team fight now.
Ocean Dragon spawning in about 3 seconds. Sin Academy, they do have a small gold advantage. Bedoink has completed his Rylai's along with Dan Danes. Morella Nomicon finished as well, so Willaris going to have a tough time getting the maximum efficiency out of the heals. Teleports up for both top lanes, but looks like 5 to 8 is actually walking down. Kanade making the trek down now.
Yeah, and with the Scuttle Crab going over to Fortnite, this could be in their advantage. It's running out, though, when Sin Academy, they're poised to strike.
Well, the Sin Academy, they go for the mid lane tower instead, but looks like they want the fight as well. Not going to get the Dragon Steel. There is the Mantra boost going in. Their focus is Willaris. Baxu trying to block as much as he can. Willaris, he proto belts in, but there goes the Braum. Looks like Ezreal gets the 1v1 in the back. Kanade falls Willaris. He's still alive somehow, but Doink looking for that one. The fight is going from all over the place. 5 to 8 Swatharis just trading blows here. Melon got the kill on Dandane. Gulpify did fall, but look at the health on Manlala. Nice and healthy. Should have an easy time pushing down this tower. Don't know how long Willaris can defend.
This is so painful for Fortnite because both 5 to 8 and Manlala, they stayed at more or less full health throughout that entire fight. You got a Trundle who's bearing down on you, stealing your AD, stealing your armor and magic resist, and you've also got a Sivir who's hitting you. Not the strongest ADC in terms of damage dealt, but if you have a Trundle stealing your armor, she's going to be doing more than you expect.
Yeah, no one could really get to Manlala, but Doink just guarding him. Anyone that comes close turns to stone in a heartbeat. So great job out of Sin Academy. They didn't get the dragon. That was taken by Fauna, but they get the mid tower, the mid outer, the mid inner, and also 2 kills for their trouble. Trading 2 for 2 in that fight, losing, of course, Gulpify and Dandane. Crab goes in favor of Fortnite here.
And Bedoink, he's just using this Cassiopeia in the team fights to their advantage because for all that they're lacking in a front line, this is really what they made up for in the back line. They've got the Petrifying Gaze on the Cassiopeia ready to go to be a sort of insurance line to say, okay, sure, we might not have a front line that's capable of stopping your front line from jumping into us, but if you do, you're going to be met with a stun.
You can see across the squad of Fauna, a lot of magic resistance on this team. Swatharis and Willaris both picking up their own Spirit Visages. Spirit Visages. I don't know the plural of that one, but they got 2 of them.
Yeah, they got 2 of them, double the healing. Really a shame, though, because there is the Morellas out of Bedoink doing so much AoE just with the miasma, if nothing else. It's going to be cancelling pretty much everybody's healing on that side of Fortnite.
Not to mention that Manlala, he's almost got an infinity edge here, and with not much armor to speak of, he's going to be just slicing through them like paper.
Yeah, and that is the power of Sin's comp. Not only do they have a small amount of damage coming out from their ADC, he's just building full damage and going on to 5 to 8 to say, look, I'm just going to pretty much ult the tankiest member of the enemy team, and you're just going to have free reign through all of them with your crits.
Right now, I think it might be Ezreal with the most armor, as he does have that Iceborne Gauntlet, whereas Kanade is only sitting on the Glacial Shroud right now. So, yeah, look, he's on 134 armor. I'll just wait and see who else has some.
Well, I'm not really surprised because the main focus in terms of damage on Sin is both Bedoink and maybe Dandane with rogue spears here and there. Just throwing them here and there, potentially hitting, maybe not. But you've got, while you're caring about all those damage sources hitting your team, bearing down on them, you're completely ignoring the Trundle, who's just biting anybody who's in his range, and also the Sivir, who's more or less going to be able to hit anyone because she just runs so fast.
Trundle definitely a menace to deal with at this stage. Spear goes onto Alaris. Not a lot of damage, though, as believe it or not, he's got a lot of magic resistance, as we've been harping on about it for about 3 minutes now, but Sin Academy doing a great job of controlling vision around this Baron, constantly forcing Fornot to go and check. And when you've got the Cassiopeia, you can just melt it like butter. So it's always going to be an actual and real threat. Luckily, they do have the tremor sensors that Swath's Rek'Sai does provide them with, so they don't need to get too close in range to check that one out.
Not only do you deny so much vision from the enemy team with the Cassiopeia, but also they can't walk in a certain way.
No.
Swathorus
might be in trouble. Does have a tunnel to get himself out of that one. Baxu just going to waltz away.
Okay, so at the end of the day, that wasn't the worst thing in the world.
It was looking bad.
Yeah, Swathorus, though, he just manages to get out to safety, burrows over for a wall. Nothing really lost from that in the end. But as I was saying, Badoink just denies so much availability for Fornot to check the Baron. Because if you want to get anywhere near it, bar Tremor Sense, you're going to have a bad time because Cassiopeia could just be waiting anywhere for you guys. And if she manages to find you and turn you into stone, then it's just going to be so rough for your team.
Unfortunately, guys, once again, we are met with the grey screen of death. A pause. Not sure what the issue is this time. We'll find out shortly. But this game, it is very much in Sin's favor. But of course, looking at Fornot's comp is very scaling. They've got the Vladimir, they've got the Ezreal, and the Aurelia. She just picked up herself a Banshee's Veil, so going to be potentially avoiding a petrifying gaze once she gets in that backline.
Yeah, both of the teams are really hard scaling, so in that regard, it was really well met in terms of the champion select.
True. Not
Not too much loss from either team if they choose to wait it out, but it does look like the vision advantage, at the very least, around the Baron Pit is going over to Sin Academy. So if Fornot want to challenge them, it's going to be so rough because they need to be able to see where they're going in order to fight there.
Well, that's the thing, right? If Cassiopeia is given maybe 10 seconds alone with that Baron, of course, maybe with Siva and the Nidalee helping her out, it is just going to die. The Baron, doesn't tend to move around much, allowing you to stack your poisons and just mash E like you're a StarCraft pro with 180 APM.
Well, not only that, but also the Mountain Drakes behind you. That's going to melt it even more. It's not going to be 3 Mountain Drakes because the enemy did manage to pick one up, but it still is one, which means that you are going to be melting it down faster than you expect.
We are back into the game. As we see Melon just in the top, going for some of those Qs here. Get you guys back up to speed. Sin Academy, after being about 2,500 gold last time we checked in, have pulled that lead up to about 3.5 now. So gradually getting further and further ahead. Poor Swath doesn't have much vision. This is another pink ward. That's triggering me right now, but unfortunately that is the bane of Rek'Sai. You have the tremor sense, but believe it or not, Preacher, wards, they don't tend to move around, just like the Baron, funnily enough.
No, they don't, and either of them are going to be completely oblivious to Swathorus. He's not going to be able to clear much vision out for the enemy team. Really a shame for Rek'Sai because especially in this meta, we see a lot of pink wards. Pretty much every single team around that mid-game type phase where we look at the 15 to 20 minute mark, everybody's just saying, do you have a pink ward in your inventory? No? Well, why don't you go and get one now?
That's exactly right. And Sin Academy, they are very efficient when it comes to their pink wards, constantly placing them, constantly buying them. They love to light up the enemy's jungle like a Christmas tree. You see Badoink up in the top lane, just going to be pushing that one out. Fornot in full force apart from Kanade, just trying to deny any vision that they can. Baxu going to take a spear to the back, goes in, there's on the hunt, popped. Baxu has to flash, is able to stand behind me to get to Swatharis. Glacial Fissure used to get him up, but he's got no hope of surviving this one. Flash from Manlala secures that.
Manlala with On the Hunt and also Gloopify with the empowered shield, but it's not over.
No, look at that. The Trundle Pillar actually blocking off her escape miasma as well. They're turning to fight. The transfusion has been used. Wallaris in the Sanguine pool. Going to be using it to back out of that one. Spear's not going to connect, but Fornot in full retreat. And Sin Academy, they can look for the Baron off this play.
Of course they can. They just caught Baxu completely out of position. Manages to use double speed up to get the entire team onto him. They're just going to back off now. But there's a little bit of pinging on the side of Fornot to go to the Baron area. I don't think anybody really wants to go over there to check because they could lose their lives to do so.
That's exactly right. As we see Dandane just going to deny out what little vision Fornot had left of the Baron. But having 5 to 8 in the mid lane kind of signals that They're not going to do it as he is the only tank on that team. But looks like Fortnite, they're going to go for this dragon fight. Will Sin Academy get here on time? But there's another Ocean.
Well, they do have the movement speed from the Karma if they need to. It's melting pretty fast with the mountain, though.
Yeah, it's going to go down, taken away by Swath. It's not over yet as Manlala. He is in the fight. Willaris in the back, forced to use the pull early. Doesn't have the ultimate available for this one. Dandane takes a mad amount of damage here. There is Kanade in the back. Gopava going to get the snare when Manlala gets knocked up by the Rek'Sai. Shutdown goes to 5 to 8, and now Fortnite, they have to run Aurelia completely cut away from their team. Now they can potentially look for the Baron with the jungler of Fortnite dead.
And it was just so strange watching that fight because Kanade bailed out with 3/4 health. Why would you do that when Swathrus is going full in now that they've got a focused target, especially the jungler when a Baron is up? You can't allow your jungler to die in that scenario, especially not as Kanade. Take a look at his inventory. He's got the Triforce and he's already starting to scale up with the tank. Should have tanked that.
Look, a completely free Baron here, and I was going to say, Melon, you need to channel your inner Zami, but it was over before it began. Just like this game, it seems, as we are met with another barrage of pauses.
Unfortunate that we didn't see the Ezreal Stealer. He wasn't in range for the Mystic Shot, but maybe the True Shot Barrage could have hit it. Unfortunately, though, he's no Zami, so he didn't go for the shot. Unfortunate.
Look, Fortnite, they seem to have the Fairy Tail engaged. Vladimir in the backline, but he didn't have his ultimate available using it that last fight up in the top, and it's quite a lengthy cooldown, especially only at rank 2. We saw Kanade got in there with the Aurelia, but instantly gets snared up by the Karma using that, I don't even remember the name, but I used to call it a coat hanger back in the day when you chuck it on one of your members and you have to walk through someone to do damage. But anyway, gets the snare on that one. The Rex are trying to go in, get the unburry. Instantly, Manlala just turns it on, gets crit after crit, takes him out, free Baron.
So strange that Kanade bailed so early in the fight, because not only can he tank up a lot with the Banshee's Veil and also a lot of armor because he's building towards the Frozen Heart. If you take a look over at that fight, that I'm sure we will at the end of the day, it was just so strange because he's even got the Aurelia passive where his CC on him is reduced. So why would you bail when your jungler, who's on 1/3 health and needs to survive in order to be the one who contest Baron, potentially steals it for your team, is going in? It's just so strange.
That's a great point. And last time we had a little bit of a pause, we looked at the current state of the game. Sin Academy, they just won a team fight. They've just got the Baron. Are they still well and truly in control of this game? It doesn't seem like the Vladimir can really find his footing.
Well, it definitely looks like it, because not only have they got the push on the team, obviously we're talking about the Sivir, but now they've got the Baron as well. So the enemy can't counter push, so they can't clear the minions fast enough. Of course, magic damage is even less onto Baron creeps, so they just want to shove it into the wave, into the turret, and just try and get as much damage onto the turret as they can, potentially even get a free inhibitor off of this Baron.
That sounds about right, Preacher. Of course, guys, just getting cleared up. It is the same issue. Client crashes, and the play is trying to reboot ASAP. So shouldn't be too much time before we are back into the game. And so far, it has delivered from level 1. Sin Academy picking themselves up to kill on a blind invade coming out of Fortnite. So great map sense to all stack in that blue bush, try saying that 5 times fast, and getting themselves a kill.
It looks so smart from the beginning, because there was just a Mystic Shot going in, and the whole signal on Fortnite just says, okay, there's maybe 1 or 2 people here, but surely not the whole team is there. And then bam, 5 people picks up the first blood and the second kill as well. And from there, they were just so dominant. Sin Academy, it looked like they wanted to take this game out by storm. They didn't really give many footholds over to Fortnite. And now that they've got the Baron on their side, as well as the wave clear, it's really their game for the taking.
Look, I guess some of the saving grace that Fortnite have available to them, they do have those 3 dragons, 2 oceans. So if they get poked out a little bit, have to retreat, they can kind of wait it out, get that health regen ticking, then come back in before the likes of Sin Academy can do the same. They only really have that Nidalee heal to rely on. Karma can only heal herself, and of course, the shield not the same as a heal.
Well, we're talking about 8 seconds for the second Ocean Dragon in order to regen some health and mana, so that's not undoable.
Sure.
Yeah, you definitely can do it in the middle of clearing waves, but with Baron, with the Baron wave, just pushing into your turret, you're really delegating duties in between your carries if you choose to, because it means that one has to clear the wave, and then the next wave, the other one has to, in order to use the full benefits of the Ocean Dragon.
It's kind of looking very, very grim for Fauna, but they have the potential to do it. Aurelia, she just keeps getting stronger. Eventually, Siva just not going to be able to deal with her unless she gets the godlike spell shield combined with maybe a Karma shield for the movement speed, or the On the Hunt to GTFO out of there.
Well, of course, but now that we're jumping back into the game, it looks like Fortnite, they're desperate wherever they can to push out the lanes. If you take a look at the bot side, Kanade, he doesn't even want to get this turret. He just wanted to push it as far as he possibly could, so the enemy had to wait a long time to push it back into his.
Once again, guys, Sin Academy currently 8,000 gold in the lead over Team Fortnite. So last time we checked in, it was 3.5 after a few kills and a Baron. Just shows how much that can skyrocket you in the lead.
Of course, and once again, leaving the jungler behind means it was a free Baron. Looking over at the bot side, though, Lala caught a huge wave, catching pretty much every single one of them with a ricochet. Now that they're pushing it into the turret, they might even steal away a blue buff.
Good potential. I don't think Swath is in any position to answer here. The team do come around in the top 5 to 8, and Kanade are just fighting, trading blows, looking for some of the tower backs. Who has to stand behind Willaris here to keep himself safe. But Doink has the Elixir of Brilliance running. Also another blue buff and the Baron buff. He's just glowing right now.
And it's a different location, but it's the same story in the sense that Baxu, he's standing way too far forward in relation to his team. If he wishes to jump back, it's a whole second before he gets within range to do so. And now Sin Academy, they're just going to push this all the way in.
Look, Fortnite, they just can't seem to find their footing at all. Forced to retreat off the inner bot lane tower, now laying waste to the inhibitor turret. There is the Glacial Fizz. It does land onto Bedoink, but no one in position to go for it. Swatch it, melting like butter. There goes down the Braum. Petrifying Gaze picking up that one. The Rek'Sai falls after Willaris. He's strong, but he gets exhausted. Has to retreat using the Ghost Golpify in the middle of the fight. You're a Karma, mate, not a carry. Can't do much, but that's going to be a free inhibitor. Ezreal, no way he can escape from that one, but Doink sinks the Fangs. Gets the kill, gets the inhibitor.
And not only that, but they could now go over to the top side, get that inhibitor. But they don't even care. They don't even want to waste any time. They've got the death timers on the enemy side. They see that it's 10 seconds to a back, so they want to win the game.
3 dead for Fortnite and 5 alive for Sin Academy, barreling down the base, gets the towers, gets the Nexus, and Sin Academy, ladies and gentlemen, a very resounding win over Team Fortnite. We thought it was going to be a close game, but it looks like that level 1, just with Sin Academy, they're able to capitalize on it, snowball it out of control, and poor Fortnite, they were just left to watch.
And with that snowball, Sin Academy now solidify their lead. They look over at Fortnite and say, hey, take a look, we're going to be higher than you on the leaderboard. And also, they're going to say that to pretty much everybody else on the leaderboard, because with that extra win under their belt, they must be sitting so comfortable right now, looking at the promos and relegations to the OPL. They must be pretty happy.
Look, Preacher, before we throw it to the desk, let me just ask you, what do you ban against Bedoink? The man can play anything.
Well, hey, take a look. You might not want to waste too many bans on him, because as we saw on the other side, of course, we're not talking about Bedoink, but we're talking about Swatherus. You don't want to be targeting all of his bans, because you're going to be leaving up a lot of other champions, and if he picks it, it really puts you on the back foot, and you have to look at his champion pool and say, huh, he had a Rek'Sai. We probably should have accounted for that.
Alrighty, guys, we are going to send it back to the host desk with Hysterics and Mendrix to tell us what they thought about an epic game number 3.
Thank you very much, boys. And I'll tell you what, Mendrix, level 1 gank.
I know, just like straight away, off the bat, the game starts off with an explosion.
Fight. That's the earliest team fight we've seen in the OCS probably ever.
It was just ridiculous. And then it was just one of those cases where go, okay, they might go for an invade, they might try to get some early wards in. Let's sit here, and this particular brush just behind the blue buff, or just before they could get into it, they round the corner and instantly they get completely ambushed. They tried to back away, they did a good job, but Doink, that man just seems to be all over the shop in terms of he's a champions he can play, in terms of his ability to play those champions in every sort of situation. Instantly comes over with the flash, gets himself some early kills, and straight away, seems to nullify his issue of mana management early.
That's right. And we do have a replay here. Now, this is, look, Mendrix, Bedoink and Malala in that game. This is a very good example. This is their last team fight here.
And so it's just one of those cases where they've been playing consistently throughout the entire game. They've gotten all the objectives they need off the few mistakes that Forno have been making throughout it. And as you look at the amount of damage that is coming out from Bedoink, coming out from everyone else now, and it's just ridiculous with all the shielding they put through. Brute force their way through, and that's how they got through their victory. And Bedoink just really the man of the moment.
Exactly right. Bedoink and Malala as well. Of course, that Civ are doing so much work there. I want to have a quick chat about Bedoink because I saw Dan Dane's choice earlier. You know, Needly going through the jungle. Needly gives over at level 3 the blue buff to Bedoink.
It's just one of those situations where you had some movement in the top lane, so an advantage was gained. They realized they gave up the blue resource early, so it wasn't something they could take. It was open. It was a free objective, and it just allowed Bedoink to come out even further ahead because of it. Because, again, one of the big issues he has, if he wants to be aggressive, he needs to expand all that mana. Either that or he sits back farming and he's able to get it back with his twin fangs. But straight away off the bat, you know, he's used up a lot of his mana. No worries, I'll get a blue buff and is easily able to continue bullying out someone who should be bullying him. Vladimir had no chance. Walaris couldn't do too much. He did a great job throughout the entire game to hold on, but end of the day, so much resources was put onto Bedoink, and it just seems to be what they do.
I mean, Bedoink's champion roster is another big issue. I mean, what do you ban away from this guy? Yasuo, fantastically, right? You see a Vladimir. You see a Cassiopeia. Who else am I missing?
Fate.
Twisted Fate. Am I missing anyone else? We're in week 5.
I mean, he's got so many. It's ridiculous. He's just the fact that he's able just to come through and change up. It's not just the fact that he's got this massive pool. It's also a change of play style. You've got a control mage in the Cassiopeia. You've got this fighter in the side of Yasuo. You've got this sort of team fight champion-oriented pick potentials when Twisted Fate. This guy can play pretty much every
You
single
can't pick his playstyle, can you? I mean, like, what?
No, he's effective. He can do all of it. You know, jack of all trades.
That's right, and that's exactly what you need. So Sin Academy pick up a win. If we quickly go to the schedule now and see that one next to the name, the lucky one. The last game of the night coming up, though, will be Trident Esports and Reload Esports. Let's see if Reload can pick up their first win. Anything's possible as Alpha Sydney destroy Nuovo Gaming. I don't want to say destroy. It's a rude word. I could say that they pick up a very significant win. Nuovo Gaming really just failed to pick up the momentum there. But Trident and Reload is the last game of the night. My friend Mendrix, Sin Academy might be one of the strongest teams.
Sin Academy is showing themselves to be one of the strongest teams, and it's one of those cases where it's like Nuovo was one of the strongest at the beginning of the split. Now they're sort of falling behind, and you have to look at it and go, okay, well, Trident, are you going to follow suit? Are you going to show us that you're able to keep up with the likes of Sin Academy and really make sure that you are in the top 4?
That's
or we actually, you know, will another upset occur? Will we see Reload actually follow Alpha Sydney to pick up their first win of the series?
Well, let's see, because of course Sin Academy do pick up their win. Ladies and gentlemen, stick around. Game number 4, Trident versus Reload Esports, will be coming up next.
As do I. Thank you for your contribution.
And our contribution is this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the OCS. My name is Jake Hysterix, Aussie Penko. With you, or next to me, is Nathan Mendrix Mendez. Ladies and gents, we just saw a thrilling game there. Taking out a win, of course, Sin Gaming taking on 4-0. And that is going to be their contribution as well. Last game of the night for you is Trident Esports versus Reload Esports. Reload yet to pick up a win, so definitely the underdogs coming into this. Trident possibly one of the strongest teams. Ex-OPL professionals coming through. You have Pabu in general. Unfortunately, weren't able to go to the OPL because of the age. They're still in the OCS, but they are two of the strongest pillars possibly of any team in the OCS.
That's right, and Pabu really comes out big, especially showing us Alawi last week. And just basically in complete
that
menace
was
in the top lane.
insane.
It was just, you couldn't really deal with him. It was amazing how much siege potential they provide if they managed to pick up the vessel. And Pabu was just able to control his lane so well. And then on top of that, like Wizard also has had a fantastic performance.
Oh, his Azir was on point as well. If we go to the team lineups now, we see who's playing for our Trident, and that's Pabu General, the same synergy there coming through. Wizard in the middle lane, KO, and you saw last week, Grisha was actually on the Zyra. Now, bringing in the Zyra, which we hadn't seen in the OCS just yet. After a 2-long-week streak, we finally saw that, and that enabled their team fight so perfectly on the side of Reload Esports. Balasta, you see him coming through. Monkey there in the jungle. Massimo in the middle, Christmas trees, and Rigged down bottom. Now, of course, Reload Esports, unfortunately, haven't picked up that crucial win, but I feel like their early game has just been strong and then lacking in that mid-game stage.
Yeah, sort of missing a little bit of direction there. So once they actually manage to transfer that stronger early game into a better mid game, that should allow them to pick up the win. It's going to be hard against Trident Esports because they're such a polished team in all regards. These guys have a strong early, mid, and late game, and they're really well versed with the meta. So something that you really need to look out. Also, as we mentioned before, we finally saw Zyra. One thing I want to note about that, there was a little bit of a bug fix there where her plants were prioritizing onto champions rather than just in general. Yeah. So now she might not be, as favorable in the pickup.
Still potent. Still
but
absolutely
she does
potent.
do a lot of damage.
That damage.
A lot of damage.
A lot of damage. Very nice, Matrix.
Oh my. All that damage.
Look, that ultimate, that Entangle Thorns is magnificent engage tool. And if you have someone like a Rek'Sai, I mean, you know the team comps that can actually build around Zyra, Mendrix.
It's just one of those cases where that particular ultimate will allow you to zone out a large area, and if they decide to engage or fight onto it, if she has enough plants underneath it, they also get empowered. So it really is throwing yourself into a massive, sort of like basically a blender of plants that you throw yourself into if you decide to engage into it. It is a blender, yeah.
A blender
that
so
knocks you up.
Literally, it's like a vegetarian blender, right?
She's rising up, wants to get away from all those people going after those power shakes. She's deciding to
do
it for champions.
Making her own power shakes. Well, a power shake it will be. Ladies and gentlemen, Trident versus Reload. The last game of the night to take you through it is Rogi and my boy Preacher, Spider Skewers.
You'll never live that down, will you? But I'm sure Mendrix and his Domage can maybe live up to the task.
Well, that's what happens when you get a person who really just casts spells with bread. It's just a Domage.
No. No. Anyway, we got Reload taking on Trident. Trident have been looking as one of the top. I put them as number one currently in the OCS right now. Sin, though, a hot contender for that spot. And Reload, we've seen 0-4 team take up a win tonight, so this could potentially be their night, but again, I still think Trident is a little bit too far out of their reach.
And I wouldn't judge you for putting Trident first. They did come down from the OPL, but now that they've got this, like I said in previous weeks, this Frankenstein sort of build between Abyss Red and also the old Trident that did come down, they look stronger than ever with this top laner in Pabu, and also in general, the people who qualified for the OPL. They just look so amazing. And last week, it was really testament to that, because coming out with that Alawi pick, that was so amazing.
Yeah, Alawi just being able to control the lanes so efficiently, just grab out their soul, beat the crap out of them, and rinse and repeat, essentially. So we are now into the pick and ban phase. You can see Shen Trundle being banned away on the side of Trident, and Rise taken away by Reload Esports.
This is one of the things that Reload need to work on. They either sway one way or the other too much. In their first week, they prioritized the Vladimir and the Swain, and in subsequent weeks, they just completely didn't look at them at all, didn't give them a second glance. So maybe you want to pick up one, maybe you want to take off both from the map, but surely you should be thinking to yourself, I don't really want to go one way or the other. I really want to leave my options open if I really do want to go for these choices.
It's a fair observation to make. The following bands will be the Aurelia and Azir. So it's interesting that we do see the Rise band, though, as we do wait for them to finish off the bands here, as no one has really picked it up today or shown too much prowess with it. But obviously, Reload Esports probably knows something that we don't, and don't want to see such a formidable pick in lane.
Well, we have seen Pabu on this Vlad. Of course, the standard Spirit Visage Rush will no longer be as effective as it was in the past, but it still is a really strong build path. Also, we've said the same thing about Rise as we did with Zed. We've seen Zed banned a lot in the past, and we've just said, why? He doesn't really do that much, and all of a sudden, the first game that he's not banned in, we see him picked up and just completely murder everyone in the enemy team. So, you know, that there's also that on the map as well.
All right, quick picks, quick bans coming in here. Vladimir and Azir will be the two remaining bans, and looks like a first pick Victor actually for Trident Esports, so they really want to prioritize that wave control and wave clear, not only the upfront damage that Victor brings to the table.
Of course, and Victor is just such a safe first pick because you get such a solid mid laner in terms of just his laning ability into anybody 1v1, and also the fact that more or less it's going to be so hard for the enemy team to pick somebody who can really beat him in lane if that is what they choose to do.
Very strong picks actually coming out here for Reload Esports, locking in that Rek'Sai and the Karma. We've seen those two champions used in conjunction quite a few times. Rek'Sai just seems to be the top pick for junglers all around the world, and Karma, that of the supports of Reload, already drafting themselves very well.
Well, that's what happens when you really don't pick up the Karma first pick. I was expecting it, and I was expecting the Victor to go over, but it's sort of, you know, swap sides, so that is really the way that it goes. Strange that the Karma is not being prioritized by Trident, but like you said, they might know something that we don't.
Well, it looks like they have a plan in mind here. Very quick picks here coming through with the Jhin and the Braum on the side of Trident, so they have that in their mind. We saw Jhin earlier today just being able to initiate from so far away, get that 75% slow that does decay quite quickly, but it is enough for your team to usually catch up, especially when you also have the execute damage on those shots. And that fourth and final one, ooh, it's a doozy.
Oh, of course it is. And that is really just such a strength from an ADC. If you don't want to engage like a Sivir by just running really fast at the enemy team, you can just do it from long range with the curtain call on Jhin. So picking that up early really signifies to the enemy that not only is he going to have that ability to do so in the mid to late game, but also it puts a challenge down on the enemy saying, you can't pick Sivir because I'm Jhin. I'm just going to do so much damage in lane.
Well, that's exactly right. Clock is ticking down for Reload. They lock in that LeBlanc, following it up with the Caitlyn. So LeBlanc, good at wave clear, but of course uses her own body as a sense of that. So might be a little bit difficult, especially up against the Victor, who can just trade immediately with that laser Q combo.
Well, I actually quite like the Victor pickup now that we see the LeBlanc, because it was really a denial onto Massimo.
Sure.
You don't want to leave your mid lane to last pick because you're on blue side. They can always leave their mid lane to last pick. So you say, hey, what the hell? I know that you're going to have to counter pick me anyway. I might as well pick it in the first rotation. And Massimo is known as a player in solo queue who really just wants to completely, you know, style over his enemy laner and win the game from that. So carrying over from that style, going to pick a very safe back holding laner. Not going to lose that lane necessarily.
Looks like Reload going to be leaving their last pick for that top lane, and maybe Trident. Actually, a little bit of shout out here to Abyss Pac-Man. Of course, Pabu, ex-Abyss player, also going to be playing that Hecarim, showing that, hey man, I have the potential to 2-0 Chiefs as well.
Well, of course, and that Hecarim just did so much work last night. Hopefully we'll be able to see it replicated in the OCS.
Of course.
Yeah, we've seen that the teleport, has been nerfed, but Hecarim is one of the champions who just doesn't care, because even if he's a whole second behind, he can just gallop right onto the enemy team and catch up with them as if it were nothing at all.
Reload. They've saved their last pick to counter Pabu's top lane champion now that they know that it is the amazing horse. I'm curious to see what they will go through here. Hovering the Bard. Of course, Karma, she can be flexed, but they have the LeBlanc, so unless they want the Karma top, the Bard is just for show right now.
Unlikely, and Bard is Riggett's favorite champion, so maybe that is just
good
his
man.
standard pick. Nalo
We saw Na last week in the hands of Alpha City, not working out too crash hot, but it is going to be in the hands of Mr. Blaster tonight. And Na does have that range advantage that can bully out the Hecarim a little bit here and there. Be interested to see which build path he goes for as well.
Well, this is the problem with Na. Sure, he did get minor buffs this patch in terms of his damage. It was really 5 damage here, 10 damage there. It's really quality of life more than a real bust him wide into meta. And you pick the Na really as a counter pick in order to win your lane. So there are some problems with this pickup in the top lane.
Sure.
First of all, if there's a lane swap, completely devastating for the Na. We saw before there was a Na in a lane swap, and all he got was a Ruby Crystal pretty much, and that does nothing for a Na early on. You need a full item in order to compete on that level. The second thing is Hecarim. While you will be able to bully him out early on, as soon as he gets any movement speed at all, he's just going to be completely jumping right on top of you, and it really looks like you had nothing to do with that at all.
Well, I think the difficult thing here is Na players, they rely a lot on that timing window, that kind of picture-perfect moment where they teleport in, the Na bar becomes full, and they get the full swipe into the wall, multiple stuns followed up by the wallet. But now a teleport on that increased channel duration, it may throw some of those timings a little bit off the players. They kind of go by gut feeling. It's been thrown a little bit out the window here.
Yeah, not only that, but also teleport has got changed, so it doesn't really bug out as before. We saw in some tournaments, it was a really rare occurrence where if you teleport to a ward, you might accidentally get placed on the other side. It happened to Anar, and he was completely out of position for a team fight. Yeah, definitely don't want that to be happening. It can't happen now, but you do get the extra second, and like you said, that can completely throw players off because he got changed his Naba. It took a little bit more to take down, and also it started to decay a lot faster. So a lot of players just gave him up because they had this sense in their mind, and then it was completely gone. Now it's gone once again because you got a different type of teleport.
It's really going to be on Mr. Balasta to show us if Na is still a viable pick, especially into the Hecarim. We saw how well Hecarim did in the OPL last night, leading them to that Game 1 victory over the Chiefs, completely 1v1ing out Swiffer's rival. Let's see Pabu can live up to the high expectations that people have of Pac-Man now.
Yeah, and I certainly expect him to, because if you take a look at the matchup, it's more or less similar to what we saw last night. You got a ranged champion in the Na. Of course, last night we saw the Rumble going into the Hecarim, and Hecarim just doesn't care. Early on,
no, he doesn't.
Yeah, he'll just CS normally, and he'll just be farming up, getting some items, and you'll just say, I'm winning lane because I'm ranged. Look at me, I'm poking him out. And all of a sudden, he comes back with boots, with maybe a Yumu's, or just anything that makes you move fast at all, and he's just going to completely jump on top of you, and you're just going to die.
You forgot the most important thing he comes back with. A vengeance. No, it's going to be a great game coming out of these two squads. Remember, Reload, they're looking to pick up their first win. We've already seen Alpha Sydney break the curse, so potentially here tonight for Reload. They've got a very strong team composition. Picked themselves up the Karma and the Rek'Sai, two of the most winning champions and high priority champions we've seen throughout the entire world at this stage.
Yeah, and that Karma, she just speeds everybody up, and you also got the Rek'Sai at the front, not only in terms of fights, but also before the fights, so your team has enough intel to choose, do I want to take this? Maybe not, and just back off with the Tremor Sense. Nice first rotation there by Reload to pick up two really strong champions in their first rotation.
You've got to remember on the side of Trident as well, they valued that Victor very, very high. So if it doesn't perform and live up to their expectations, could potentially be a mistake of wasting such a high, the first pick on Victor, who essentially can go into any lane.
Well, yeah, exactly. And if you take a look at the Victor pickup, it's not necessarily I want to win my lane. It's signaling to the enemy team I don't want to lose it. And especially going into a LeBlanc, that's the sort of attitude that you need to have, because you need to be playing not necessarily to win into a LeBlanc. There's no real way that you win into a LeBlanc except to not lose it and to deny her the snowball.
I apologize for the slight delay. We should be getting into game any second now, but of course, myself and Preacher can continue to theory craft. Remember, they do have the Jhin now. We saw Jhin in the earlier series just being able to set up those team fights for his team. Of course, a little bit of help of the Weaver's Wall did come through.
Oh, of course. And it actually looks like a really strange matchup because Braum, it takes so long for his passive to stack up. Jhin, of course,
He's only got 4 shots.
Yeah, exactly. He's only got 4 shots, and he needs to use 3 out of those 4. 2, if you count Braum auto-attacking once. It's going to be such a hard lane to proc that stun. But hey, if you just ignore the laning phase, if you want to get past the laning phase just fine, maybe get a lane swap into it so you can completely ignore all of the faults that you have in the lane, then it's going to be such a strong team comp for team fights.
Alrighty, guys. Like clockwork, work. We are into game number 4, the 4th and final game of the night. Trident Esports taking on Reload Esports. Trident sitting on 3-1, looking to get that 4-1 with their buddies Sin Gaming up in the top of the standings. Reload, they want their first win. They want to be like Alpha Sydney. They want to break the curse. And tonight they're looking for it.
And it is really the underdog story, right? So whenever anybody hears it, it must be a feel-good story, especially when they win. We should have some people in the crowd who should be rooting for Reload right now. But
I'm sure there's a bar full of them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Reload bar. Check them out in camera. But anyway, looking over at their side, it looks like they're going to be getting a lot of deep vision over on the side of Trident's bot side. So
Sure.
if any lane swaps are going to happen, they're definitely going to know all entrances awarded.
It's a great point here. As you mentioned, Braum, Jin. A little bit of a mismatch lane here, so maybe just looking to really punish the solo laners. Monkey, there's no way you're getting through here without being spotted, mate. Pings go down, and Pabu has one of the best skins in the game on that Hecarim.
Elderwood. Absolutely love it because he's connecting with nature, right? But looking over to the way that this bot lane is going to go, KO, he just wants to be farming up in this early game. It's not too bad because he's got one of the tank supports that we've seen in the past. Sure, it's not one of the caster supports like, for instance, a Soraka or a Janna. Can't be a Karma because the Karma was picked away very quickly. But otherwise, with that Relic Shield, it really does assist Jin with the last hitting. Jin has a little bit of problems because he really needs to set everything up perfectly so that his bouncing grenade kills everything in unison, in perfect synchronicity, and Grisha should just be helping out with that.
That's exactly right here, and as you predicted, Trident going for that lane swap here, initiating one, allows Pabu to get helping with the jungle camps early. Of course, Balasta just wanted to wait and see if the lanes did actually swap and eventuate to that. Kaio, it's going to be last hitting at his own leisure, so only really the mid lane here going to be seeing any potential action. Everyone just doing their traditional lane swappy things where you smart color casters get to talk about cool things like rotations and towers, and I'm bored out of my mind.
It's all about the speed of the rotation, but at any measure, KO, while he is succeeding in the fact that he's not going to get this mismatch bot lane in the Jin Braum, one of the downsides is that he is still a Jin, and he has so much impact late game because he just gets so much crazy AD with that scaling off of attack speed for him. But one of the downsides is that he does take turrets down extremely slowly, and it doesn't actually look like their top laner and jungler is going to meet them. Over on the side of Reload, though, they've got 3 members up. They're going to be 4 really soon. They've got the push.
You can see General going in for this blue buff. Should have no trouble taking it away, but remember that he did start his own blue with Pabu, so poor Monkey actually getting 3 buffed here, and usually is the outcome when you get a lane swap instigated against you and kind of have to react to what the opposition are doing. First strike of the game will be Ocean. Let's see if Trident choose to get that on the way out after getting themselves the top lane turret. As we see, they are making their way down, so maybe looking for it here. KO and Grisha. Monkey has done a good job of clearing out the jungle. Yep, they will be starting off this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
and
they faked me.
What? They faked it?
Oh, look at
that's
that, because
because
Wizard is in the mid. Actually, first blood going down to Monkey. No flash available. This should be a kill going on to KO. Picks himself up a red buff to boot. No, he doesn't. I tell a lie.
Nope. But Reload actually do pick up the first blood in this, which is really advantageous because not only do they get more gold, 100 more gold than the regular kill, but also they get a little bit extra gold on the assists. That's going to be sitting very well with them. However, Massimo is really low.
Yeah, Massimo does have a slight CS advantage, and I say slight. Only about 4 or 5 at the moment. Gold is dead even, but remember, because Monkey did pressure mid lane and get the kill, it forced Trident to retreat from the Dragon to ensure they traded 1-for-1. Gentleman Nah up in the top lane. He must have a lot of pocket watches if he can just... Oh, I guess he catches it.
Yeah, he catches it.
What's he throwing then?
What?
Oh, it's a little cane.
Yeah.
That's cute.
But going back over to the game, as opposed to the cane that Mr. Balasta is throwing, it doesn't really matter if you get 3-buffed or if you 3-buff your enemy when you do that successful 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane, like they did. Now it looks like it's just going to be more or less even for both sides, as if nothing really happened. A real shame. A real shame for the Instigators.
Massimo Going for the early lost chapters here. Usually see LeBlancs tend to favor that Abyssal Scepter, maybe just wants that mana regen component of it, of course, on the other side. Wizard getting himself the double Dorans. Not sure if he had enough for the Hex Core upgrade just yet, so maybe missing out on that one. Both of the AD carries going to be going for their Cull. Want to try and cash that in as early as possible. Not too much going on elsewhere on the map as lane swappy stuff is still going on. 4v1 in the top. 4v1 in the 4v none, sorry. 4v none in the bot. These towers should fall.
Yeah, but once again, Monkey is late to the push. If you take a look over at Trident's top side, they've got all 4 members here. But Reload, they've only got 3, and it looks like a gank is coming out in the mid lane.
Wizard forced to flash, so Monkey has plans of his own. Not going to matter, though, as Massimo answers and deletes him from the game. So poor Wizard. Remember, they first picked this Victor and already starting the game off 0-2. And great initiative by Reload.
And you can't necessarily say that this wasn't a successful trade because it was a lot of time that Monkey spent not pushing this wave, because in the end, Trident, they don't even have enough time to go to the bot side to defend this turret going down. Mr. Belaster is going to get this turret just as if there were a 4v0 anyway, and they managed to pick up a kill along the side of it.
Yep, gets himself the solo gold as well, so Trident answer by getting themselves a nice little Rift Herald here, going across, of course, to Pabu, who is one of the avenues of victory for this team, the Hecarim. We saw it last week on your OPL screens. We're seeing it tonight in the OCS. Let's see if Trident can deliver the same results.
Hopefully they can. And we heard on the host desk coming into this game that Reload, they play so well in the early game. It's like you put a script in their hands and they're really playing as the characters in the play, because they're just saying...
That was a stretch.
Yeah, it was. But they just play all around and they know exactly where to go and what to do at the correct times for the early game. But that's really it. And every single mid game is different. Even if you follow the exact same script for your side, the enemy team do things differently. And it looks like they really fall down because they don't know how to react. It's almost as if they need to practice every single scenario individually in order to succeed in that scenario. So if they haven't practiced it, they have no idea what to do. Hopefully they know what to do in this game, though, because their early game so far has been amazing.
Well, hopefully they find someone else to write their scripts, because so far it hasn't been working out for them as of yet. Can't say I'd be too keen on reading that one where it says, and goes 0-4 in the second split of the OCS. But they're off to an early advantage here, about 1,000 gold in the lead, Reload Esports, and controlling the map very well, really picking on Wizard's Victor tonight.
Yeah, they definitely have to, because Wizard picked it first. He said, I just don't want to lose this lane. Looking over at the other side, though, LeBlanc, the only thing she wants to do is to win lane. Now that she's got the 1-0-1 snowball, she should be looking to get that Abyssal and then snowball it into an even bigger lead.
Yep. Meanwhile, while the top lane is being pushed up against Trident, General does pick himself up the first Ocean Drake of the game. Monkey's here as well, so they're actually going to be trading inner turrets for inner. As I say that, no, because Balasa is in the bot lane inner. Can they get this tower? Pabu and Grisha trying to defend it. Pabu is only level 5, so Onslaught of Shadow's not available, but they may just be able to brute force this one down. Reload looking very, very strong.
And look at this. Reload, they pick up a second turret. A second one in the top side, but Trident... General's caught.
No, General, he's got nowhere to go. Goes up in the air, comes down to his death. The Ignite going to be finishing him off now. KO, Massimo, help out Belaster. Where are you going? The mid lane is not that important. KO gets the kill, and Massimo, what were you doing, mate?
And if Massimo helped out there, then I would have said that that was a perfect play by Reload. Unfortunately, lets his teammate die. Not the best play in the world, but still Reload, they get a lot out of this because they didn't even lose a turret for that turret gain in the top side, and even if you count that death on their side, they're still up in gold by 2k.
Look, don't you hate it when actors improvise, because I'm sure as hell that wasn't part of the script tonight, Preacher, but this is as Reload. They're grouping back up for the mid lane. They've got their sights set on this tower. Rigid and Christmas trees have just been running from top to bot to mid, looking to pressure the lanes here and there. Reload now up 2,000 gold in the lead, despite, of course, slipping instead of killing the Jhin, letting poor Balasta die. maybe he's got a revenge scene coming later tonight.
Perhaps, but this is the hardest part about the laning, about the 4v0 lane swaps, when you've successfully taken as much as you can push, and now you're just grouping in the mid lane. It's not really a macro play when pretty much both sides agree to get 5v5 in the mid lane. It's down to brute force and also how well you communicate with your team when it comes to fights.
Reload currently sitting on 3 towers over 2. From the side of Trident, that kind of shows where the gold lead is. Massimo on his way to picking up that Abyssal Scepter. Looks like Wizard will be following in tow. Really wants to get his Hex Core completed first though, so diverging a little bit from the usual build path to get himself that null magic. I can't remember the name of it for the life of me. Negatron Cloak. Thank you, Jimmy.
Report you for Negatron attitude.
No, please.
But anyway, this is just such a hard build for Wizard because he has to dump so much money on things that are not upgrading his Hex Core. As of the changes to Victor's ultimate, you now want to upgrade all 3 because you get the 4th upgrade onto your Chaos Storm, getting that extra movement speed onto it. The Cloud just following everybody and destroying everything in its wake. Now that he has to invest so much into a Negatron and also a second Doran's Ring, that's going to be so much gold that he didn't spend upgrading.
Christmas Tree is getting poked out here. Does dodge.
Grisha?
Jin W. Grisha goes in rigged. Might be the focal point here, but Curtain Call's just missing left, right, and center. Blaster trying to come for the flank. Didn't use teleport, just walked his way through. Narbar only half full at the moment. They really need to connect with those deadly flourish if they want to be able to secure a kill.
Well, that is the real change to the Gnar. His Gnar bar is so much harder to sustain because now it depletes so much faster. Even if you're sitting on 99 in the bottom lane, as soon as you move into the mid, you're already at 50. And you wonder to yourself, how can I frantically get as much as I possibly can in order to jump into the enemy team? And you lose the scenario, you lose the engage.
Looks like Massimo going to go up and catch that top wave. Pabu makes his way over a pink ward. Balasta just keeping him at bay. Looks like he wants to fight here. Not going to get snared up. Curtain Call coming through. Does get the snare. Sphere onto poor little Balasta. No hope. Now Grisha is going to be the main focal point for Reload, but they are just getting melted by this Chaos Storm here. No frontline available for them. 5 members of Trident are in the mid lane. Massimo was top, and Pabu and friends pick up a kill.
Yeah, Mr. Balasta going down means that Trident will more or less get the gold back that they were lacking. It used to be 2k, now it's 1.5k. They're closing the gap very nicely.
Yep. General does manage to secure himself that Wolf Spirit, so Massimo going to have to waltz on out of that one. Up in the top lane, we see KO. He's going to pick up a big, juicy minion wave, and this Jin is starting to get scary. 2-0-1. He is down 30 CS to Christmas Trees. Do remember, so gold should be maybe about even here or there, and Christmas Trees starting to set up that trap line and actually maxing the Q first. I've run into a lot of people who tend to max that trap first just for the control it gives you.
Yeah, not only do you get even more scaling onto your headshot by maxing traps first, but the cooldown goes down by so much, so you get even more out. The limit goes up. It's just all around an amazing ability to max first. One of the downsides, though, of getting this early lane swap and then losing your steam, losing your momentum as you go on into the later game is the fact that you take down 2 turrets on the side of Trident in the top side. That just leaves essentially a free lane for KO to farm. Now it looks like Pabu's going to farm it, but still essentially a free lane that's just going to waste.
Oh, Mountain Drake spawning in about 25 seconds. Reload do have vision control of it. But remember, Blaster's Gnar did just run out, so back to Mini. Won't have that for a little bit. Heads back to base, though. Still not 20 minutes in the game, so won't have those home guard boots available to him, but Reload a poison ready to fight with this dragon.
And for all the time that Trident have wasted dilly-dallying, they've now lost the little bit of gold that they tried to get back with that kill earlier on. Now, if you take a look at it, the gold's much closer to what we saw before with the 2k lead as opposed to 1.5k. Monkey getting caught.
It's just great to observe how powerful the Tremor Sense from Rexley is. No vision, but can still spot out 2 to 3 members meandering around that brush to ensure that they don't go for any greedy dragon attempts. Christmas Tree's now starting the line of scrimmage. quite far up Try's lane, but there is Pabu in the backline onto Christmas Trees. There's the heal. There's the flash. Not going to be enough as he gets taken down, and that's what we mentioned. Hecarim, Onslaught of Shadows in the backline. Wizard is able to finish it up with the damage, and Trident looking very, very strong and poised to take this mid lane outer.
Forget Christmas Trees not seeing that coming. We didn't even see that coming. He just galloped straight from the top side with that teleport and also the ghost. No, he didn't use either of his summoner spells.
No,
he just completely took down Christmas Trees, takes down the turret. Now they might even be going for the dragon for that. What a play.
Massimo just hasn't been in position for these last 2 picks that Trident have managed to get, and he's the guy that they put their trust in. They gave him the early kills, but not able to convert that into any sort of substantial lead here. Captive Audience slows him out for now. Next dragon will be an Ocean, so it went Ocean, Mountain, Ocean. Wizard tries to go for the secure here as Monkey actually steals that one away, but Reload's starting to fall apart here. And it's on the back of Pabu's Hecarim.
Yeah, and that Hecarim is really starting to scale, which is incredibly dangerous. We usually see Hecarims go to the 20-25 minute mark before they start doing a lot of damage on the map. Now at 15 minutes, now 16. Yeah, Pabu's Hecarim is just doing so much. He can already pretty much 100-0 squishies, and he's just having a field day with Reload's squad.
Looks like Balasa went for that frozen mallet here, and I can't remember who it was on Twitter, but they said when playing Gnar, you've got your Frenzy to speed you up. It's either you go fast or slow them down, not both. So maybe a bit of a improper build here, but who am I to say? I'm sure Balasa knows the Gnar a lot better than me. I was always bad at Gnar when I played him. Could never control the Gnar bar. I liked playing in Mini, but Mega Gnar sucked.
I used to love Gnar, but then ever since they changed the Gnar bar so that it depleted a whole lot more, it just made it a whole lot harder to find good engages because the enemy team, they could just walk backwards. And as soon as they do, you just lose all of your rage and you can't even engage, even if they choose to. So now, Monkey
just gets forced out of Scuttle Crab contention despite already having it rigged. He might be in trouble. Curtain Call coming down, and that might be the end for him. Actually flashes over the wall here, and not going to get any kills, but looking at KO, he's got himself that Ghostblade can finish. Ghostblade completed can finish. On the other side, of course, Christmas Tree is actually sitting on an Infinity Edge. Not something we usually see Caitlyn's do. They like to get that BF sword, then complete maybe the Runan's Hurricane or another Zeal item. So rushing that Infinity Edge
Monkey going in.
Has the raw damage, but not the attack speed she needs.
Oh, yeah, unfortunate for Monkey because he didn't actually find his gateway into that one, but the fight still does go on.
Ace in the hole comes through. Massimo looking for someone to assassinate Wizard. He's able to get himself up. Pabu trying to look in, but they see the Gnar bar and think there's no reason to fight this. Just wait it out, wait for him to be mini, re-engage. Pabu has Onslaught of Shadow available, did use Ghost, as a matter of fact, so won't have that available for next fight.
And that's exactly the correct play pattern into a Gnar. When you see him Gnaring into Mega Gnar, you just wait it out. You just completely back off and you say, all right, just wait for him to run out. And as soon as he does, he won't have an ultimate if we choose to re-engage again. Of course, they're not going to re-engage because there's not much reason for them to. But if they chose to, they could have fought that so easily. Mr. Balasta, no ultimate at all.
KO just pushing out that bot lane. He is still 25 CS behind his opposition, so trying to find a means to catch back up here. Getting some alone time with this lane. Balasta will be there to catch the wave. Pabu and Massimo meet themselves a good ulti out of Pabu to get himself to safety, because look at the damage that was laid down by Massimo. Pabu, he's still very squishy, only sitting on the Triforce at the moment.
Yeah, that Triforce, while it does give him so much damage in every single facet possible, does also leave him extremely vulnerable to damage, especially from Massimo. Massimo does mainly magic damage, and with only the armor from the Ninja Tabi, not going to be enough to defend Pabu here.
That's exactly right. Christmas Trees pushing up that mid lane, does have the Infinity Edge, so a lot of raw damage. Just can't dish it very fast. Does have the traps at level 4. So should be able to put down around 4 for now. Level 5, you do get that 5th trap, which enables you to just completely shut down lanes at your own leisure. Looks like Wizard still kind of lacking in these items. Has his Hex Core complete, just waiting on that Abyssal Scepter.
Well, that is the dream. You just want to completely lock off any sort of
path. Look at the wards in that bush. Like 2 green wards, a pink, and a vision trinket.
Well, yeah, you know, you can never get too much vision, especially if your enemy are going there to clean it. It's actually quite smart in the sense that your enemy have to calculate how much time they need to waste in order to clear it, and if they choose to take down all of it, then your team could get there fast enough to completely ambush them.
They've got a spare 10 minutes. They might want to check out that bush. Trident grouped up in this bot lane, looking to get some damage on the tower. Great hold from Reload. Wizard is off in the side, but Massimo and Pabu left to their own devices up in the top lane here. Remember that Pabu does have the innate healing on his W, where, of course, Massimo, no potions in his back pocket, can't really keep up these trades if they're just going to be trading backwards and forwards. Wizard still respects Massimo, as he had been killed twice before. Backs on out.
Massimo, he looks like he might want to fight Pabu here in the top side. Maybe.
Well, it looks like Kaio and Grisha just going to be doing more damage down on this turret. Remember, Jin's 4th auto now does increase damage to the towers should he be able to hit them. Grisha just keeping him safe for now, getting a few of those traps in the bush. It is well and truly a captive audience now, not just a singular. Great little defensive trap line for Christmas trees, and that is so painful when the dancing grenade hits you on the 4th time after bouncing off 3 enemies, subsequently killing them, increasing the damage 33% each time. Kaio just walks on out of the ace in the hole. More of a warning shot here. Massimo, he's found himself onto Wizard, but there is General. Goes back in, just completely jukes him with the flash, but there's Pabu onto the shadow. He goes back again, but there is going to be no escape here. Gets stunned up. Is it the right one? No, as Pabu finishes him off.
And unfortunate there for Massimo. They put so many resources over to him on the side of Reload, and what does he do? For the next 10 minutes, after he gets those 2 kills and 1 assist, he runs around the map like a headless chicken trying to assassinate Pabu of all people. Really strange. Now that he gets caught out, it looks like it might be Trident's turn to push this into the enemy turret.
And Curtain Call is so underwhelming when you have full health, because it does increase damage based on missing health. So if everyone's full, it barely tickles Wizard. He may be caught out here. Remember, Ballasta does have that frozen mallet, but it's not going to be enough as Wizard chooses to flash on the backside, though. Trident pick themselves up another Ocean Drake.
And essentially, Wizard was standing there in order to be the bait for Reload, but Ballasta, he has Mega Gnar. If he ever wants to fight, it has to be now.
That's the thing, right? I think it's too difficult for this squad to engage. The only real way of getting in is Ballasta maybe going for a flash or a hop, skip, jump into the team, and they just really haven't found it yet. The timing has been quite poor out of this Reload squad. They started the game off early, but seem to be faltering the later it goes. It was Pabu. He's just going to get stronger and stronger. When that Onslaught of Shadows is off cooldown, expect someone's life to be on cooldown.
Definitely expect that as they go back to base against their will. But Christmas Trees, he's just clearing out waves wherever he can. Not really what he wants, but Pabu just going to run right past that blue buff.
He helped out. He chucked a Q.
Just chucked a Q. It really is strange for Massimo, though, because he definitely needs to catch somebody out. Pabu might not be the correct target, though. He's just running around the map trying to find any sort of pick that he can, but you can't really pick when the enemy's just sort of 4-1-ing and the 1 is Pabu.
That's exactly right, and I think Massimo at this stage of the game, any of those trades will be very unfavorable for him to make. Good wards from Reload. Keeping vision in.
Monkey.
There could be the initiate. Grisha actually gets snared up here, uses his ulti to get him to safety. Monkey has 2 procs on him. 1 more auto attack should do it. Massimo going in, takes a huge chunk of damage, gets snared up. Curtain Call comes through. Where's it going to go? Onto Monkey, onto Christmas Trees. Monkey in full retreat. Hits Rigged, gets stunned up. The Brawn passive not going to be there. There is Pabu off on the wings, clearing out a pink. Onslaught of Shadows available, but they are just going to call it quits for now. Ballasta's still in Mini Gnar.
And if he does choose to fight, then it's going to be so painful for Reload, because once again, I think this is just a narrative of the entire game, how Mr. Ballasta is not in the correct form at the correct time in the correct position, because we just haven't seen him use a Gnar ever inside this game, and he just is missing out so much in the potential of this pick because he didn't get the counter pick in the top lane, and he's not getting the team fights now. He might want it.
Well, look at this. That's exactly what happens. The second he gets into Mega, Trident just turn tail and run away. There's no reason for them to fight this, and got to give props to KO. Started out a little bit shaky, falling behind in the laning phase, but really coming into form in this mid game. But that's all what this Jhin build is about. Pop that Ghost Blade, pop your ulti, and pop Blaster as he gets caught out of position. Is able to get the hop away. Chaos Storm on top of Rigid. No hope for him unless he flashes, and is exactly what he does. Trident get a tower, get some low health bars, and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, Trident is just so happy right now because Reload, they cannot afford to continue making these trades. It's not even a trade, it's just a turret for nothing. And they're really happy about that nothing because at the very least, they're not losing any of their own players. But at worst, it means that the enemy are just clearing off your points of defense. Not only do they get extra gold, but they are also opening up the map for themselves. Now they have more or less complete control over your own jungle if they choose to ward it out far enough. What are Reload going to do?
Got to catch back up here, it seems. Christmas Tree's getting himself that red buff. Now, Trident, the gold lead isn't insurmountable. They're only about 2.5 in the lead at the moment. So one good team fight for Reload, and it could really turn things around. But it all hinges on Blaster's Gnar tonight. Can he make things happen? They picked it as a counter to Hecarim. Didn't even get a chance to lane against him, and now it's really biting them in the ass.
That is really the one thing. If Mr. Blaster can just get one Gnar, that is the saving grace of the entire game. But I severely doubt it because every single time he goes for it, Trident just back out.
One Gnar to rule them all, it seems, but it may not be this one tonight. Of course, we still got plenty of game time available, so Blaster could prove me wrong. Massimo, though, has to get this pink red buff and get out. KO just flashes in. The cocoon does land over the wall, and greedy LeBlanc gets the blue buff and then gets killed.
Yeah, we just saw before how Trident were more than happy to push down a turret with nobody dead on the enemy side. Now with one person dead, can Reload hold? My guess is no.
No, they're just going to have to give up this bot lane inner towers. Trident are full in force. Pabu has teleport in the top lane. Blaster as well. Look at the damage just from an auto and a captive audience. Deadly Flourish, rather, onto the Caitlyn. She's really finding it difficult to stand anywhere in the lane, let alone get a trap line set up.
Yeah, and they took down one turret. Massimo still at 5 seconds. Mr. Blaster.
Oh, the first time we may have seen Mega Gnar here, but it's not going to matter. Pabu is just going to run him down, hits that W, hits the Q, gets himself a kill.
Look, if you don't snowball yourself in this Gnar matchup, what else are you going to do? You've got the Randuins and you've also got the Frozen Mallet. So what? You've got slows on your auto attacks. You don't have range on those auto attacks when you're a Mega Gnar. And Pabu, he gets even more damage with that Triforce. Sure, you can make the argument that you're reducing a bit of his AD by slowing him, but that's nothing compared to the amount of AD that he already has as a base.
That's exactly right. He's got himself the Dead Man's Plate as well for even more movement speed, so that's what Hecarims like to do. They like to go fast, and fast is what they go. Christmas Trees, he's being caught out. Here comes the curtain call onto Riggy.
Whoa.
Gets destroyed. There's the Chaos Storm onto Monkey, slowing him thanks to that Rylash Crystal Scepter, but the further away the Chaos Storm gets, the slower it moves.
And that catch onto Rigid was just so beautiful because the curtain call was going onto Christmas Trees and Rigid said, I just got to body block this for my ADC. It's the correct support thing to do. What else do you body block? A cocoon coming straight for your face, and the Chaos Storm with another curtain call shot. Dead.
Well, Trident with supreme dragon control this game picked themselves up the third and final Ocean Drake of the night, getting themselves that beautiful mana regen and health regen and an Infernal to top it off. The Dragon RNGs are what are favoring Trident right now, but I guess Trident, it's kind of got a sea theme and ocean theme, so maybe that's got something to do with it here.
Yeah, it definitely has to be, and now with 3 oceans to their name, they've got so much regen every 4 seconds. So possible. Just when you're rotating lanes, you're going to get at least 2 of those healing ticks off. It's just amazing sustain that Reload cannot hold, above the fact that they're not normally a siege team. Sure, you've got the siege in the Victor and maybe conditionally the Jhin, but otherwise you're going to be sustaining so much when you're pushing down a turret.
Oh, Jhin has peaked right now, got himself the double blade combo. Ghost Blade and Dusk Blade have been completed. Now it's really how to Trident want to end this game, because Reload, the time is running out.
Yeah, and the deal with this build is that now the only thing that he is lacking is some magic resist, but the curtain call comes out again.
It doesn't matter. They just find one person. Curtain call gets rained down. One more auto. Could do it. The ulti comes through. He might burn to death here. Not going to happen, though, as he walks on out, but that hit for about 1K.
That was just from half health to virtually no health. Lucky for Massimo, though, the numbers are slightly higher than 0, so he did manage to survive that. But what a shot coming out from KO. And this is the power of the Jhin. Even if you are long range, even if your team's not ready to engage, you can say, I don't care about you guys, I'm just going to do it anyway. Nearly kills Massimo with just his abilities alone.
Oh, looks like Rigel wants to go in for this, speeds up the whole team, but I think he may have bitten off more than he can chew as he just gets smashed down to about half health here. Monkey, Christmas Tree's backing him up, Massimo coming through, but look at the damage that KO is outputting. The damage, though, is being returned by Christmas Tree's Grisha in a world of hurt, forced to flash, but now all 4 members are in retreat. The kill does get secured onto Grisha. Could this be time for Wizard to reinitiate? General is over to the side and Reload. Just going to back on out of this as Pabu makes a mockery of Reload's base.
Yeah, not only that, but if they choose to continue pushing and putting pressure onto Reload, Pablo could very well go for the inhib right now. So Reload going back, they're going to lose their last inner turret, sorry.
I'm going to give you guys, well, we got a little bit of downtime. I'm going to give you guys a pro tip with Jhin. Don't activate Ghostblade while you're in Curtain Call, because it cancels it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're just doing it and you say, I want more AD. You activate it and all of a sudden your ultimate goes on cooldown, your screen snaps back to you, say, hey, whoa, what's going on?
I found that out the hard way, and I was very angry.
Well, hopefully KO doesn't make the same mistake that you did.
Nah, I'm sure he's a lot better than I am.
Another amazing part of this build is the movement speed that you get. 10% from the Dustblade and also the active from the Ghostblade. Surely that should be enough to get your Jhin around the map fast enough.
It's exactly what Jhin needs, because he doesn't really have any movement abilities in his own bar from critical strikes. Speeding him up just a tidbit. Remember, bot lane inhibitor turret did fall in the midst of the scuffle in the top lane, thanks to Mr. Pabu, currently sitting on 2-0-2, finished up his Spirit Visage, so a lot of healing off that W now as well as a buttload of cooldowns. So he's kind of just doing his own thing, has the ult available, teleport as well, Ghost on cooldown now. Of course, Massimo, kind of the one last hope for Reload, of course, along with Christmas Trees, he's dealing a lot of damage. Has now finished the Rapid Fire and the last Whisper. Let's see if he can make it work.
And an interesting build going back over to Trident is the Lucidity Boots on KO, because he's going to have such amazing cooldown onto his Curtain Call. He's already been using it pretty much whenever he wants to engage a fight, to maybe pick off somebody. Ghostblade activated, he might be looking for something.
I think that's the thing that a lot of new Jhin players are struggling to grasp the concept of. He's a completely different playstyle now when you go this build. It's not about going for those massive 4th auto attacks. It's about using your ult to facilitate the team and go for picks. Speaking of picks, General in a little bit of trouble. He has to flash out, but instantly the ultimate gets thrown down by KO. Just slowing members, looking for that 4th shot, but that's the trade-off. When you choose to initiate with it, you lose out the damage. Pabu teleported up to the top lane to go for this tower.
Not only that, but now we are seeing the true potential of 3 Ocean Drakes. They are regenerating their health so fast while they are sieging down this turret and Reload, even though they've got the poke from the Caitlyn. Here's the fight.
Oh, Rigger just gets caught out of position, taken down the Chaos Storm onto 3 members. The laser, they call it a death ray for a reason. Christmas Trees gets demolished. Oh, Ballasta lucky to dodge his way out of that one. Top lane inhibitor turret is going to fall. Top lane inhibitor going to fall. This should be easy for Trident to walk over, get themselves the bot inhibitor as a consolation prize, then maybe look for Baron.
And of course, just like you said, it's like clockwork. Pabu just gallops down, but Miss Ballasta!
A 5-man stun into the wall, but it's not going to matter as the gravity field was there to prevent any follow-up. Now Monkey does die, and this should signal a Trident victory here. Ballasta, he finally did it. He finally got the ultimate off. It didn't matter in the end. Looks like Trident, they are going to play a little bit more safe, a little bit more sound, as the game is well and truly won in all forms besides destroying the Nexus. 10,000 gold in the lead, 12 kills to 4, 3 Ocean Dragons and a Mountain. This is Trident's game to lose tonight, Preacher.
Of course, and there's no need to be greedy. There's no need to be hasty when you can play very safely. A dragon is coming up, and this is the Infernal that, unless some funny business happens, should be going over to Trident. After that, they can go back. And
oh, the Observer tried to follow the Caitlyn ulti.
There it is. Yeah, they
so proud of the Ezreal ultimates early, but that's the true test. Can you follow an ace in the hole all the way from one base to the other?
3,000 units a second, and it catches our Observer out by surprise. But now it looks like Trident, they might have their eyes on the Baron for the clean finish.
Well, Wizard just going to be getting himself that blue buff. Very, very easy now that he's got himself Void Staff, as well as another needlessly large rod. Pabu is quite low, but
half health.
But does it really matter? He can just wait with Ocean Dragon, and it will get him. See, look how much he's regenning just by standing still. You can just wait, Pabu. You don't have to go back. He's Hecarim. He's got like 8,000 movements. We don't just run back.
Exactly. He'll come back before you even know it. One person who won't be coming back to the Baron Pit, though, is the Caitlyn Christmas Trees. He's on defense duties. Also,
so
Mr. Ballasta. Yeah, Ballasta's got the teleport.
Oh, no. They walk into a trap. The trap has been sprung, and Grisha is the mouse general, the spider in its own web here, turning it around onto Rigid. One more auto attack should do it. Bouncing grenades with the help of the laser. Picks that one up. There is a curtain call. Who's he looking for? It's Christmas Trees Monkey doing a great job of body blocking that one away. Not too much damage, but that's going to signal the dragon for Trident Esports.
Oh, yeah, and even though they did that amazing play, that was really desperation coming out of Reload and losing 1 for 1 rather than getting 1 for nothing. This Baron's going to go straight over to them because it's still an even fight in terms of numbers, but not in terms of items.
Who knows? Channel your inner Zami Ballasta. Go for the steal, but Pabu's going to challenge you. Jump straight into the pit. Ballasta looking for an ult. Can't find anything. Knocks them away. In the back line, Christmas Tree's going to fall. Monkey just, he's going to world of hurt Pabu. Trying to go for the triple. Gets himself the triple, and that should be game. Ladies and gentlemen, an epic match, but Trident secure themselves the win here.
Who cares about a Baron? You've got everybody down except for Rigid on the enemy team.
Get him, Rigid!
Yeah, just push it straight down. We saw
Channel your inner T-gun.
We saw the 1v2. Here's the 1v4 potential. I doubt it, though.
No, not going to happen here. Both Nexus turrets fall. The Nexus shortly after. Trident join Sin Academy at the top of the leaderboard. Unfortunate game for Reload Esports, going to be going down 0-5.
Very unfortunate there because they cannot follow suit with the upsets, with the underdog story that we did see earlier today. And it was really, yet again, the same playstyle that they've always had, in the sense that they played that early game so perfectly, potentially even better than Trident did. And it was just a series of events that they did not plan for, that they did not play beforehand, that really caught them by surprise.
Look, they played the game early. They played the early game well. They went for the victor. They tried to get their LeBlanc ahead, but after that, they kind of just slept on that power that they had in Massimo. Didn't really look to make anything happen. They sent him to the side lane to challenge Pabu, who was very, very strong on Hecarim, mind you. So it was kind of a mismatch of characters there. LeBlanc versus Hecarim. I put my money on the Hecarim.
Yeah, and that was really strange because early on, when the Hecarim didn't have any magic resist at all, we just saw a Ninja Tabi and also a Triforce. That's no protection at all against Massimo's LeBlanc.
Yep.
Even then, he was trading, 1 for 1. When he would be taken down to half health, he would also take the LeBlanc down to half health. So it was really questionable. Is this really what you want to pick out? Maybe you want to pick out the Caitlyn. Maybe you want to be part of the 4 rather than be part of the 1.
So.
Yeah, and it just looked like a whole lot of potential not being used there for the side of Reload.
Well, they picked the Narf for that reason, right? To go up against the Hecarim and didn't really utilize it at all that game. We saw he got the 5-man ulti. I will give him that, but unfortunately the Grady Field did denounce that one. But that's it for myself and Preacher. We're going to send it back to the host desk one last time to tell us what they thought of game number 4.
Thank you very much, Rogie and Preacher. Fantastic cast, as always. And I think the boys would agree with me when I said that Reload had a very strong early game, and this is what we always see. It's like rinse and repeat with this team, Mendrix. Reload start the first 10 minutes looking like a pro OPL team, and then they just fall behind.
And they really play that lane swap extremely well. One of the big things to note about it, I mean, Pabu, even though he ended so strong at the end of that, at 9 minutes, he was still level 4. That's how well initiated that lane swap was, and how well they were doing it. They were actually at 1.2k up, which is generally, that early into the game is a massive amount of extra gold to have on the back of it.
Yeah.
And it just felt what was a bit annoying with it was with the Nile, they decided to go for that frozen mallet. It's really great in lane, but what we ended up having
there was no
laning.
laning
There was no lane phase.
That's exactly right. I mean, like, in that game, it felt like there was absolutely zero laning phase. So why the frozen mallet?
I think it's just, probably just a niche pick. I mean, it gives him a lot of
Fair
HP,
point,
allows him to continue to harass against Pabu, but in the end, Pabu just played exceptionally well, made sure he was avoiding all that sort of damage coming across, and he ended up going amazing and just really being effective and just grouping up towards the end. He basically was only in the lane to clean up, maintain, and then he was looking to use his Hecarim's ultimate effectively, and every single time he found something. And Trident really started to pull that early game apart. They were just so much more proactive in comparison to what they were trying to do on the other side, and what Reload was trying to do.
That's right, yeah.
Reload were trying to go in through. They said, okay, we've got this power. We're going to sit on it, wait for a mistake. Trident didn't make any mistakes. And then Trident said, no worries, we're going to be proactive with what our team composition can do. And it's just one of those cases they could not do anything in the mid game.
That's right. And look, Ballasta, of course, you felt like he wasn't really in it until that late stage when he hit his Gnar ult. Finally hit his Gnar ult. Mendrix, another problem was Massimo in the mid lane. I felt like there was a lot of miscommunication there. You saw down in the bottom lane, and you even saw when Gnar hit that 5-man ult. Where was Massimo?
He was just sitting there on the side. He could have actually come through, done a massive, sort of double up distortion.
That's right.
And it might have been enough to actually turn that team fight into a favor, perhaps even get a good amount of kills and sort of stop the bleeding that they were dealing with. But he wasn't there in that situation. It seemed to be a sort of a repeat of when you had Gnar jumping onto Jhin, and Massimo just decided to walk off to the other side.
That's right, and Trident layered their CC perfectly. You can see someone like a Hecarim, like a Jhin, and then you have someone like a
Jhin just did so well.
Oh man, the curtain calls were fantastic.
Yeah, it was just amazing the amount of damage that he went through and just popping players from side to side. It's just ridiculous. And he was using it effectively to, initiate. Sometimes it wasn't really the best thing. He got a lot of damage out, but people were able to retreat. But then every single time he had a teammate in danger, he would throw out that curtain call, allowed them to just sort of stop engaging on and taking that kill and force them to scatter.
And Pabu played absolutely fantastic on that Hecarim. We're just going to jump to a quick replay as well. And this is one of my favorite. Mendrix, take us through this. This is, I believe, the 5-man Gnar ult.
So here it is. He comes through, absolutely amazing there. Now, so if he actually had the follow-up there, see Massimo just on the side. Doesn't it really, he's not really there available, ready to go for it. And he just sort of sits back and says, okay, I guess this is not really going to happen. And Trident are happy to walk away in the end. It was just really showing, illustrating that game. That whole time Trident was so far ahead. Even when they actually found the moment of what they were trying to do with their team composition, it just wasn't enough.
And it's a shame because Massimo actually had the Morellonomicon, had the Abyssal Scepter as well, had the stacking of items and was doing a lot of damage. But I felt like it was either team communication or Massimo it just didn't follow through. I mean, that's an example.
One of the things I'd say is probably put more towards team communication, because it's one of those situations where you don't expect the Gnar to go in as they're going for that retreat right there and then. And then for him to get that it was massive, but Massimo just probably wasn't ready, and they just needed to communicate that better.
I mean, that's a problem because the OCS teams, they're on a better standard than that. And of course, not criticizing, but of course, there needs to be a lack of there needs to be a certain amount of improvement coming through for Reload Esports if they're going to stay away from getting relegated. We are going to have a quick look at tonight's games and what was and what will be. Exile 5 took a win against Legacy Genesis, still staying as one of our top teams. Alpha Sydney surprised us with a win against Nuovo Gaming, taking them a level down. Alpha Sydney getting their first win of the night. Sin Academy took it against Team Fortnite again, one of our top teams staying up there. And Trident, of course, I could say top teams a third time, but I'd just be repeating myself, taking it against Reload Esports in a very convincing win. Now, of course, Trident stay up in the top. We will have a schedule very shortly beg your pardon. We will have a point system for you very shortly about our teams up in the top. And Mendrix, I'm very proud with Exile 5, but especially Sin Gaming. We got to go over Badoing. I mean, what can this guy not play? It was week 1 I couldn't get over it. Week 2 I couldn't get over it.
Well, you couldn't get over it because he was playing Yasuo. You just sort of yes,
hang on.
Finally, Yasuo. He was so happy when you saw that.
We're going to jump to another graphic for you before Mendrix. I had to cut you off. Don't talk to me about Yasuo. These are the standings so far. Leading first, second, and third. You have Exile 5, Sin Academy, and Trident Esports all picking up a win this week. Unfortunately, Team Fortnite did not pick up their win, so they're going to be sitting right there in 4th. Nuovo Gaming and Legacy Genesis equal 5th and 6th there. And you see Alpha Sydney finally picking up their first win. They're 7th, but they're going to need a lot more than that if they're going to stay away from being relegated. Reload Esports need to find a win as well. It's not too late to show their worth off. These teams are fighting for a spot in the OPL. Mendrix, can Trident get back in, do you think? I'm asking personal opinion now. I'm really getting deep into the side of things. Do you personally think Trident can get back into the OPL?
Oh, definitely. Like they've got all the opportunity. They're a strong team. They have all the players available for them. The big thing to note about it is that Sin Academy just seems to be that monster they need to overcome. The big obstacle in the way. So it's just going to be really probably up against those two teams. That you do need to worry about Team Fortnite as well. Even though they may be on the lower spot, they're still in there. They still have the ability. They've got the uncanny knack to pull out these unconventional picks, which can really confuse these teams in the current meta. And the big thing they can also pull is they're able to play from behind, which I really haven't seen what some of these teams have been able to do that just yet. If they're behind, they tend to fall out and lose. And that's where you see the losses come through from Trident. And really, they generally get a massive advantage and then take it to the late game with it.
Well, let's see as we go to next week's games for you, ladies and gents. And it will be Nuovo Gaming versus Exile 5. That'll be a good one for you to start off. Fortnite and Legacy Genesis. See if Legacy Genesis can bump themselves up a little bit. Reload will be versing Alpha Sydney. And this is the game.
Mendrix, that's what we're looking for.
I believe we're very lucky to be casting this one in particular. Trident Esports versus Sin Academy. I feel like that is the game to watch. That is definitely the game to watch.
And it'll be the one that decides who is going to be at the leaderboard.
That's
next
right.
Week.
That's
so
right.
it's going to be
defining our leaders.
So it's going to be finally. The Titans come together. I can't wait to see that match.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've had enough LOL, which is not true because you haven't, you're still here, go to the OOL. That is how you get involved. That's how you get into the OCS. The link is there for you below. Get a team of 5. Get amongst it. And that's how the team started. They had to start somewhere.
Grassroots.
That's right. And the open ladder is where to go. But if you want to go to the professional play and have a little bit of a look insight into how the meta is going, make sure you check out the OPL, which is on Monday and Tuesdays. I believe the final is also coming up in August as well up there in Brisbane. You can buy tickets to that if you are interested. Make sure you go to OCE. LOL Esports. Mendrix, it's great to have you here.
You had to check again, didn't you? Just before the end,
I did. I had to tap him on the shoulder, you know. It'd be different with spider skewers. Because it was spider skewers, I'd be touching you and be going, oh, that's you.
There's spiders everywhere.
That's right, exactly right. Ladies and gentlemen, that is enough of our banter for tonight. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much to the production team and Rogie Preacher, Mendrix, and I can't thank myself, but I did come for the pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, until next week of the OCS, we'll see you then.